Mining, as everyone knows, thanks to Minecraft, is the process of digging into rock to extract minerals, metals, and more. It's a crucial part of any economy, as it's the only real way to get the ores necessary for most industrial constructs like sabacc tables and starfighters. In the Star Wars universe, there were dozens of ores and minerals scattered throughout the galaxy. Some, like carbon and desh, could be found almost everywhere, while others, like Beskar and Cortosis, were only found on 1 or 2 planets. This makes sense if you consider the different elemental makeup of each planet. To extract these ores, miners had to rely on a wide variety of tools. For asteroid farming, corporations like the Corellia Mining Corporation built automated mining facilities to extract minerals from the asteroid. These were necessary when it was impractical for organics or droids to perform the extractions themselves. Other such tools, such as the plasma jet mole miners, were also designed to operate in the vacuum of space. The king of all space mining, however, was the Corellian Engineering Corporation's Y-8 mining vessel, a titan built to withstand meteor crashes and pirate attacks while it mined entire asteroid belts. When it came to planetary mining, a mining facility or barge was set up near the entrance to the mine, but the mine itself was carved directly out of the environment. For this, miners relied on heavy excavation machines such as the autonomic crust piercer to bore into the planetary crust. Once the initial mine had been carved out, droids could then be sent into the hole to continue excavation. Different corporations came out with different models, such as the 1117 series mining droid, the PKN-49 worker droid, the DLC-13 mining droid, excavation droids, and many more. These droids were designed to tirelessly bore away at the mine shaft, expanding it further in search of ore deposits that the droids could then extract. Some, like the Q4 borer droid, were designed to operate at the bottom of the ocean. But mining wasn't always automated. In several cases, whether that was because specialized droids were too expensive or the ore being mined was too volatile, organic miners had to take on the task of descending into the darkness to excavate the minerals by hand. For this, they relied on certain organic operated drills or handheld tools, like the laser cutters we saw the Bad Batch use in these last 2 episodes to extract the Ipsium. Storage was also an important factor. We saw the Bad Batch use canisters to store and transport the Ipsium, but for larger ore deposits, machines were used to carry heavy loads out of the mines and into the facility for processing and export. Some vessels, such as the AEA 500 prospecting craft, were used to transport miners, diggers, and cargo in and out of mines. That said, mines were a hazardous place. The top priority was production, not safety, and when you consider how much was at stake, it makes a little more sense. The search for new ores had always been a huge incentive for galactic exploration. New ores meant new advances in technology. In times of peace, that could mean better materials, more advanced electronics, or more efficient fuel. During wartime, it could mean stronger starship hulls or more destructive weapons. No matter what was going on in the galaxy, mining was a crucial part of it, which is why ore-rich mining worlds were so important. You've probably heard of several key mining worlds, like Bespin, Ilum, or Kessel. Control over these worlds meant control over the resources they provided, which unfortunately also meant they were often some of the first worlds targeted during wartime. During the Clone Wars, we saw the Republic and Confederacy of Independent Systems fight over many a mining world. In some cases, like with the Traken, both factions decided that if they couldn't have it, it was better to destroy it than leave it for the other. That's how crucial control of these rich ore deposits was to their mutual war efforts. Because of this, mining operations were usually nationalized or at least controlled by the financial elite of their society. Whether they were owned by the government, a mining guild, or a wealthy individual, the mines operated under a traditional hierarchy. The overseers ensured that the mines were safe, sometimes, and oversaw operations. The foreman oversaw structural integrity, and the miners themselves delved deep into the crust of the planet in search of minerals. Yep, there were lots of deaths, but safety wasn't always a priority, especially when these mines were out in the rim or controlled by greedy industrialists. This, in part, is what makes the mine in this week's episode so interesting. Unlike every other source we have, it seems that this unknown world doesn't have nationalized mines, or they're owned by some business tycoon. Instead, the mines were owned and operated by the workers themselves, who were in charge of preparing, digging out, and excavating the mines for ore. Once they had it, they would sell it themselves and use the profits to cover their basic needs. We've never seen this model of co-ownership before, and to be honest, it's a refreshing take of the usual corporate bullshit we see everywhere else. For once, we see a tight-knit community using the resources for their own gain, which was rarely the case in Star Wars. Regardless of whether mines were owned by the government or some rich tycoon, those resources almost never went to the workers or even the local economy. In places like the Outer Rim, resources were scarce. Not ores, but things like water and rations. In this episode, we saw just how much of a struggle it was for those miners to find food and water. Their situation wasn't unique, unfortunately. On many worlds the galaxy over, the elite stripped their worlds of resources and used them for their personal gain, while the vast majority of people suffered in abject poverty. The elite then used their wealth to keep the poor working for the promise of meeting their basic needs. This wasn't a matter of Republic versus the CIS or even the Empire. This was just greed and the way it was used to exploit people and the natural world. As Omega said at the end of the episode, the Empire isn't the only threat. We've seen so many in the galaxy like Moko. Greed is a vicious cycle that can lead to resource exhaustion, resource guarding, and suffering, which all lead to new wars. Wars, of course, lead to scarcity, and the cycle is repeated again and again. But as Tech said, there are many out there fighting to correct injustice, and at least that's something. It's hard to forget Darth Maul's iconic introduction in The Phantom Menace. While the Neimoidian leaders of the Trade Federation are having a conversation with the holographic form of Darth Sidious, a second hologram appears behind the Dark Lord of the Sith, bearing the image of Sidious's assassin. But on a rewatch, this scene brings up quite a few questions. Why did Maul's hologram just appear? He didn't just teleport into the room Sidious was in, so he must have come into the shot, so to speak. But why hadn't he been visible earlier? How can holograms be so selective in the detail they convey? How the heck do holograms work anyway? In this video, we're going to be answering all of those questions. Holograms themselves were quite simple. They were three-dimensional projections of a subject, often used in sync with audio transmitters. They were the primary form of communication in the Star Wars galaxy, and they had a number of other uses besides communications, such as entertainment. The complicated thing about holograms wasn't the holograms themselves, but rather how they were recorded, and especially how they were transmitted. Holograms were recorded by ray scanning, which used a variety of methods to determine the dimensions and movements of a subject for transmission. Sometimes, ray scanners came in the form of advanced holocams, but most hologram systems used simple recorders, which resulted in lower quality images. The best quality hologram systems actually took up dedicated rooms, which would feature projector plates for subjects to stand on. These projector plates conducted extremely thorough ray scans of targets and didn't waste energy scanning more than was necessary, as other holo recorders sometimes did. For less advanced hologram systems, users would have to manually plug in how broad a range they wanted the devices to record. Holo recorders were usually paired with holo projectors. While holo recorders captured the data required to create holograms, holo projectors actually made holograms a reality. They projected and adjusted holograms so as to create the illusion of the subject being in the room with the person receiving the holo transmission, an effect that was completed by built-in audio transceivers. By the time of the Clone Wars, holo projector systems had advanced to the point where they could be installed in small comlinks for easy transport, though these holo projectors tended to be limited and low in quality. To answer our opening question about Darth Maul, he was probably in the room with Sidious the whole time and was just beyond the range that Sidious had set his holo recorder to scan. When he stepped forward into that range, his hologram materialized behind Sidious's, giving him a nice dramatic entrance. Of course, there was also a possibility that Sidious was using one of those fancy projector plates, in which case, Maul would have just stepped onto the plate and achieved the same effect. Are you with us so far? I hope so, because this is where it gets messy. Hologram technology allowed beings on opposite sides of the galaxy to talk as if they were in the same room. But there's a bit of a scientific conundrum with this. The galaxy was 120,000 light years across. That means that light, the fastest thing in the universe, would take 120,000 years to get from, say, Hypori to Munilinst. Whatever signals were used to transmit holograms were insanely fast, because we've seen holographic communication between Hypori and Mutilanst before, and there wasn't even a hint of transmission delay. Whatever made hologram transmissions work, it didn't just break the universal speed limit, it made an absolute mockery of it. Believe it or not, the answer lies in hyperspace travel. Hyperspace was a sort of alternate dimension in which either the laws of physics were different or the universe was just more compact. Every point in real space corresponded with a point in hyperspace, and every object in real space cast a mass shadow in hyperspace. Through the use of a hyperdrive, starships could enter hyperspace and then weave their way around mass shadows, traveling light years in a matter of minutes. If you're a bit lost here, and you've played Minecraft before, think of it like nether travel. Just like the citizens of the galaxy used hyperspace to get from place to place, they used it to transmit holographic messages from place to place, though this was apparently done at much greater speeds. This was achieved through the use of hyperwave transceivers, which picked up holographic messages as they were recorded and blasted them through hyperspace towards their intended destination. More advanced hyperwave transceivers made use of S-threads, otherwise known as Simu tunnels. S-threads were essentially hyperspace tunnels that were so small that they weren't really affected by mass shadows, meaning that holographic messages broadcast along them didn't even suffer the slightest delays. S-thread communications came with the added bonus of being virtually impossible to listen in on, unless one had access to the hyperspace transceiver at either end of the tunnel. Of course, all of this was immensely expensive. Most private citizens couldn't afford hyperwave transceivers, nor could many planetary governments. However, a few thousand years before the Clone Wars, the Republic fixed this problem by establishing the HoloNet, a galaxy-wide communications grid that everyone in the Republic was allowed access to. The infrastructure required to create such a network was enormous. Millions of hyperwave transceivers had to be seeded across various points in hyperspace, and millions more had to be built throughout the galaxy. The results of all this hard work, however, was pretty damn impressive. The HoloNet revolutionized galactic society in pretty much the same way the internet revolutionized ours. It was a universal, all-access platform for communication that made the galaxy smaller than ever before. Countless services sprung up that made use of it, from private communications channels to entertainment to, of course, the ever-popular HoloNet news. This system worked quite well for a long time, but it slowly started to fracture near the end of the Republic Golden Age. Here, a number of extremely wealthy corporations essentially made their own private HoloNets, which allowed them to sidestep government regulations. The intergalactic banking clan was particularly notorious for this. By installing hyperspace transceivers on each of its munificent class star frigates, it created a robust yet highly flexible holocommunications network. It got away with doing this because it mostly used it to keep financial transactions secure, something the Galactic Senate wasn't exactly opposed to. However, it ended up becoming a big problem for the Republic when the IGBC seceded at the start of the Clone Wars. When the Clone Wars broke out, the Republic officially nationalized the HoloNet, preventing the Separatists from broadcasting on it. Throughout the war, the HoloNet, and in particular HoloNet News, was used as a propaganda machine by the Republic. Reports of Republic atrocities and Separatist victories were suppressed, and the formerly fair and free HoloNet became increasingly partisan. It was a decent effort to hamper Separatist communications, but it was a severely ineffective one. Shortly before the start of the war, the various factions on the Separatist Council pooled their resources to create the Hypercommunications Cartel, a new organization under the leadership of Senator Poe Nudo. The HCC was granted near total control of the Council's factions' various private communications grids, from which it manufactured the CIS Shadow Feed, a sort of Separatist duplicate of the HoloNet. Separatist slicers were able to hijack Republic-controlled HoloNet transceivers to broadcast Shadow Feed dispatches into Republic space. The HCC even put together an alternative to the HoloNet News, which only reported on the very Separatist victories and Republic atrocities the HoloNet suppressed. With bold claims that they were shedding light on the Republic's lies, Many of the Separatist propagandists sounded rather convincing, and loyalist citizens had a hard time determining what news was genuine and what wasn't. The Republic's attempt to crack down on communications ultimately just created a mess. After the end of the Clone Wars, the Galactic Empire dismantled the CIS shadow feed, nationalized all remaining private transceivers, and cannibalized parts of the Holonet, reserving them for exclusive military use. Under the Tarkin Doctrine, the Empire cracked down on the Holonet even harder than the Republic had, limiting communications to and from entire sectors to suppress news of Imperial atrocities. What remained of the Holonet was replaced with Imperial Holovision, which was essentially pure propaganda. Of course, the Alliance to Restore the Republic found ways to work around the Empire's iron grip on the Holonet, and when the Empire was dead and gone, the New Republic set about restoring the Holonet as it had once been. The Battle of Umbaran was a bloodbath for the Republic, and even though the Republic did ultimately win the day, it was a very hard-won victory. The Republic had many disadvantages to reckon with going into the battle, from poor reconnaissance data to Umbaran's permanent twilight to the treachery of Pong Krell. But a major factor in why the Republic had such a hard time taking Umbaran was the Umbarans themselves. The secretive Umbarans were a very advanced people, and as it turned out, their military technology was decades ahead of the rest of the galaxy. In this video, we're going to take an in-depth look at that tech and discuss why it could have changed the course of the Clone Wars. Umbaran was a bit of a unique world. It was located in the expansion region's Ghost Nebula, which prevented Umbaran from seeing a lot of sunlight. The planet was permanently twilight, which had a major effect on the planet's ecosystem. It also had a major effect on the development of the Umbarans, a native, near-human species. To survive the jungles of Umbaran, one needed to be stealthy and wary of predators. As a result, the Umbarans learned to be incredibly insular and secretive, even when they no longer needed to fear their jungle's predators. The Umbarans developed a societal structure nearly as ruthless as the jungles they had evolved in. Umbaran society was divided into 100 castes, with castes dominating virtually every aspect of an Umbaran's life. For example, only Umbarans who were part of the upper 10 castes could leave the planet, and the highest class, the Rutai, had oligarchical control over the planet. Umbarans were encouraged to climb the ranks of this class system in any way possible, and the unspoken rule on Umbaran was that assassination to achieve one's social goals was perfectly acceptable, as long as you weren't caught. As a result of this ruthlessness, Umbaran was a very militarized world, as they had a predisposition to expect their intragalactic neighbors were just as ruthless as they were. They almost never used it, as none of their neighbors actually wanted to mess with them, but the Umbarans were constantly looking for new ways to improve their military tech anyway, for fear of invasion. Because of this, by the time of the Clone Wars, the Umbarans were decades ahead of the rest of the galaxy in terms of war tech, something that no one outside of Umbaran knew right up until Umbaran's secession. In the Umbaran military, even the rank and file were given advanced tech. If you're like our script writer, you were probably wondering why the Umbarans seemed to be wearing environment suits when you saw the Umbaran arc for the first time, despite the fact they were fighting on their homeworld. The answer is that their helmets weren't actually protecting them from the atmosphere or anything. The gases pumped into them were stimulants, chemicals designed to make Umbaran soldiers more effective in combat. It's kinda like how real-world berserkers are theorized to have used hallucinogenic mushrooms to induce a sort of battle rage. Umbaran soldiers were given pretty good weapons too. Their blasters were an improvement on standard market models, and they used high-quality Tabana that rendered their bolts green. Some Umbaran soldiers were also equipped with millicreep assassin droids, small insect-like units often deployed behind enemy lines to wreak havoc. Millicreeps were easy to confuse with Umbaran fauna, especially for those unfamiliar with Umbaran's jungles, and this allowed them to quietly slip behind the lines of battle. Once in an optimal position, these droids would lash out with their electrified tails, killing enemies indiscriminately. Typically, millicreeps were deployed in advance of ambushes so as to give Umbaran soldiers a better chance of success. But the Umbaran's most impressive technology was its vehicles. Many Umbaran vehicles were equipped with electromagnetic plasma cannons, unique weapons invented by the Umbarans that were incredibly destructive. We don't know exactly how these weapons were operated, but based on how they appeared in the Clone Wars, we can hazard a bit of a guess.
By the looks of things, these weapons fired balls of highly volatile plasma, which were fired along electromagnetic rails, which accelerated these projectiles toward their targets. Our guess about how electromagnetic plasma cannons work is primarily based on observations of the Umbaran hover tank, which is basically just two of those things and a central cockpit on repulsor lifts. The Umbaran hover tank was the primary frontline vehicle used by the Umbaran military, and despite its simple design, it proved incredibly effective. The hover tank was particularly effective at long range, and it appears to have doubled as an artillery piece. However, it was much more vulnerable at close range, since its cannons weren't very maneuverable and it had no other weapons. Also noteworthy were the Umbaran Starfighters, which, aside from looking cool, were quite effective in their own right. They were equipped with plasma cannons and missile pods, and they proved effective as both dedicated starfighters and air support. Their controls, as with the other Umbaran vehicles we're about to discuss, were holographic and worked based on the arm and hand movements of the pilot, which made them fairly intuitive and also pretty cool looking once again. Speaking of cool looking, one of the Umbaran's more powerful vehicles was the Impeding Assault Tank, otherwise known as the Umbaran Crawler Tank. Unlike the hover tank, this was a close-range anti-infantry vehicle, capable of burrowing underground to get close to and surprise enemy infantry units. These tanks were reminiscent of massive centipedes, except they were much bigger, much deadlier, and equipped with energy shields. Impeding assault tanks were equipped with 6 powerful laser cannons, 2 on the tail and 4 on the head, and while the 10 body segments of the tank were all armed with anti-personnel blaster cannons. They were devastatingly effective against infantry and light vehicles, as their shields could repel anything short of explosives. But the most formidable Umbaran vehicle was the mobile heavy cannon. A juggernaut of a heavy walker equipped with an artillery-grade electromagnetic plasma cannon. These Titanic war machines were heavily armoured and fitted with warship-grade shields, which not even rocket launchers were effective against. It took Starfighter level firepower to bring them down. They were quite well armed too. Their main guns were capable of disintegrating entire platoons, and they were further armed with powerful anti-personnel laser cannons. All of these war machines were much more advanced than their Republic or Separatist counterparts. The only weapons either side had that were comparable to the electromagnetic plasma cannon were the mass driver cannons that served as the main guns on ATTEs, which, while effective, were still outclassed by the main guns on mobile heavy cannons. When it came to war, the Umbarans undeniably knew what they were doing, and either side would have greatly benefited from simply having access to some of their tech. In fact, Umbaran technology could easily have changed the course of the Clone Wars. The Confederacy, in particular, would have benefited greatly from the Umbaran's vehicle technology. They never really developed a heavy vehicle to counter the ATTE, but the mobile heavy cannon would have fit that niche perfectly, and in general, it would have given the Confederacy a leg up in many vehicle-heavy battles. The Impeding Assault Tank would also have been useful for the Separatists, as it would have bolstered their array of anti-infantry vehicles and, in general, would have been great for harassing Republic infantry formations. The Impeding Assault Tank's ability to reshape battle lines by burrowing under them would also have been a tremendous asset for the Confederacy, as Republic troops were used to the CIS fighting alongside more robust battle lines. On the other hand, the Republic would have benefited greatly from Umbaran starfighters and their infantry tech. The skill of the Republic's clones was its saving grace in many battles, and it had the potential to become an even more potent advantage if those clones were being fed berserker gas and had more powerful blasters. Millicreep droids could have caused even more chaos behind Separatist lines as they did behind Republic lines, as battle droids were quite easy to disorient and outmaneuver. Above all, Umbaran starfighters would have been a godsend for the Republic Starfighter Corps, which desperately needed any advantage it could get. For obvious reasons, any of these developments could have changed the entire course of the conflict. This begs the question, why didn't either of these scenarios play out? The Umbaran supported both sides at various points of the Clone Wars, so why didn't they lend anyone some of their equipment? The answer is pretty simple. The Umbarans, as always, were first and foremost looking out for their own interests. They were secretive about everything, and they weren't going to let outsiders get their hands on their military technology, even if they were allied at the time. The Confederacy of Independent Systems is pretty well known among Star Wars fans for its ruthless corporations, the soulless profiteers who ran the Trade Federation, the Techno Union, and others. These companies built the droid army and fueled the Separatist war machine. But just because the Separatist megacorporations are more well known, doesn't mean the Republic didn't have its own megacorporations. Not all of the galaxy's big arms dealers threw their lot in with the Separatists. Some made a killing making weapons for the Republic, and later, the Empire. Some of these companies were every bit as morally bankrupt as their Separatist counterparts, including the one we'll be talking about today, Kuat Droids, the creators of the Star Destroyer. Centuries before the Republic was even an idea, a group of human colonists led by 10 families of aristocrats settled on a planet on the edge of the core. This world was named Kuat, after the Kuat family, the most powerful of the aristocrats, and it was transformed into a paradise by the best terraformers the human core had to offer. Once Kuat was fit for settlement, the aristocrats began their next big project, the construction of the largest and most advanced shipyards in known space. 6 great orbital shipyards were built during the initial phase of Kuati development, and the Kuat family formed a powerful corporation to manage it all, Kuat Droids. By that point, the Republic had come into being, with Kuat being among its founding worlds, and over the next few millennia, it grew rapidly. KDY grew with it. What had started as a half a dozen satellite shipyards evolved into a massive artificial ring station that encircled the entire planet, which churned out all sorts of vessels and vehicles. Competing shipbuilding firms attempted to sabotage KDY on multiple occasions, even hiring pirates to carry out attacks on Kuati shipping, but they failed to stop the growth of this powerful megacorporation. For 25,000 years, it kept going strong, always under the leadership of Kuat, the head of the Kuat family. Kuat of Kuat doubled as the ruler of Kuat itself, as KDY claimed ownership over the entire planet. For most of its existence, KDY was powerful but overshadowed by many of its competitors, especially Rendili Star Drive and its sister companies, which manufactured most of the Republic Navy. Nonetheless, KDY developed a reputation as a producer of some of the best warships in the galaxy, supplying ships to the Republic Navy during the Old Sith Wars and New Sith Wars alike. It slowly eclipsed the shipwrights of Rendili during the Great Peace of the Republic, becoming the 4th biggest shipbuilder in the Republic by 500 BBY. Still, the company sought to rise even higher and aimed to supplant one of the galaxy's top 3 shipbuilding firms, Core Galaxy Systems, Corellia Star Drive, and Horst Kessel Drive Incorporated. Thanks to a fierce campaign of competition, espionage, and sabotage, KDY was able to undermine and buy out Core Galaxy Systems in 500 BBY, becoming the most powerful shipbuilding firm in the galaxy. By the time of the Battle of Naboo, Kuat Droids built warships, starfighters, speeders, tanks, and planetary defense equipment. It was involved with numerous other corporate factions, including the Techno Union, of which it was a member, and the Trade Federation. Like many of these corporations, KDY was no stranger to the more underhanded side of galactic commerce. By 32 BBY, it was known as much for its ruthless corporate espionage as it was for its warships. These vessels were some of the biggest on the market, which KDY sold to wealthy core worlds to serve in their defense fleets. These included the Procurator-class battlecruiser, the Praetor-class battlecruiser, and the Mandator-class Star Dreadnought, which would all come to participate in the Clone Wars. It was around the time of the Battle of Naboo that KDY was secretly contacted by the Kaminoans, who had themselves just been contracted to grow a clone army for the Republic. The Kaminoans hired the services of a KDY subsidiary, Rathana Heavy Engineering, to build warships and vehicles to accompany their new Grand Army. RHE was usually given contracts KDY wanted to keep under wraps, as Rathana was an extremely remote world and known only to the highest ranking executives of KDY. Rathana came up with a number of innovative designs for the GAR, the ATTE, the LAAT gunship, and the Acclamator class assault ship among them. The Kaminoan contract led to a shift in KDY's business practices. After Naboo, they cut ties with the Trade Federation, but the company also left the Techno Union at the start of the Separatist crisis and distanced itself from the corporate sector, which it had helped found, but backed out of once the sector started leaning toward joining the Confederacy.
As war brewed, Kuat drive yards prepared to side with the Republic. But this wasn't out of the goodness of the Kuat family's hearts. Indeed, it's debatable whether any of them even had hearts. The company saw plenty of profit to be made in arming the Republic, and that alone dictated their allegiances. While Kuat drive yards decried the abuses of the Trade Federation and other soon-to-be separatist megacorporations, it was no better itself. In fact, KDY actually built ships for the Confederacy too, albeit in small numbers. These ships made up the Storm Fleet, a separatist armada that rampaged across the western reaches early in the Clone Wars, destroying Republic vessels that were also made by KDY. The company was never punished for this double dealing, even though it was technically treason. In 22 BBY, when the Clone Wars began, Rathan Heavy Engineering's new products made their debut on the plains of Geonosis, and KDY was transformed overnight into the architect of the new Republic Navy. Many of the galaxy's other major shipyards sided with the CIS due to loyalty to the Techno Union, allowing Kuat to move in and fill the void. In the days after Geonosis, the company received orders from the Senate for 1,000 more acclimators, together with a whole host of other ships, starfighters, and ground vehicles. In a matter of weeks, it went from being the most powerful shipbuilder in the Republic to the most powerful corporation in the galaxy. KDY's role in supplying the Republic Navy made Kuat one of the Republic's most important strongholds. It also made the Kuat family paranoid. It didn't help that Kuat was extremely close to Balmorra and Nemoidia, two major separatist manufacturing hubs. During the Clone Wars, Kuat built a massive private military for fear of a Nemoidian invasion and participated in a standoff with Nemoidia, stationing fleets of warships at the edge of the system and sowing the space between it and the separatist worlds with mines. Kuat deployed so many mines that they actually ended up contaminating a leg of the nearby Hydian Way, rendering the heart of one of the galaxy's most important hyperlanes impassable. Yet again, these abuses were ignored by the Senate, which needed KDY to make its warships. With that said, Kuat drive yards couldn't build the whole Republic military on its own, though it was given first pick of all new military contracts. To ease the burden, KDY collaborated with the Corellian Engineering Corporation and Rendili Star Drive, its longtime competitors, to supply the Republic with war machines. As part of this collaboration effort, Kuat and Rendili worked together on a project called the Victor Initiative, which aimed to create the ultimate heavy multi-role warship. Led by the master designer Wolex Blissex and his daughter Lyra, the Victor Initiative created the very first Star Destroyers. The flagship project of the Victor Initiative was Wolex's Victory-class Star Destroyer. But one of Lyra's designs, the Venator-class Star Destroyer, premiered much earlier, becoming the first Star Destroyer to see action. The Venator was the backbone of the Republic Navy for almost the entirety of the Clone Wars, though it was edged out by the smaller but tougher Victory class later in the war. In the last days of the conflict, the Victory class itself ended up being supplanted by another of Lyra Blissex's designs, the Imperator class Star Destroyer, better known as the Imperial class Star Destroyer. Though the design and development of these first Star Destroyers was a joint effort between Kuat and Rendili, KDY ended up taking most of the credit and most of the profits, especially after Rendili briefly seceded later in the war. With its place as the designer of the warships of the future secure, Kuat drive yards expanded its operations, taking over recaptured Techno Union shipyards and seizing assets from captured Separatist mech worlds. The workers on many of these worlds had celebrated when the GAR drove their bosses away, but when KDY moved in, they proved to be just as brutal. After the declaration of a new order, Kuat drive yards won big due to its support for the Republic during the Clone Wars, winning a high place in the Imperial hierarchy. The company continued to produce Star Destroyers for the Imperial Navy, and it continued to churn out new, even bigger warship designs, culminating in the massive Executor class and Eclipse class Star Dreadnoughts. Most of all, however, it continued the same abuses that the Separatist megacorporations had before them. The Empire liked to boast about how it had rid the galaxy of the corporate tyranny that some of the leading factions of the CIS embodied. But in reality, it gave KDY a pass to commit all the same evil. KDY stripped planets dry, used slave labor to build its Star Destroyers, and claimed ownership of entire planets worth of beings. But the worst part about all of this was that the company was never held accountable. Once the New Republic took over, KDY just started making ships for them instead, and kept subjecting the people under its thumb to imperial tyranny. The company was never prosecuted or even fined, and through it all, it kept its reputation pretty much intact. Weapons are a cornerstone of the Star Wars universe. From the iconic lightsaber to the eternally reliable blaster pistol, the galaxy had more than its fair share of handheld purveyors of death and destruction. But how heavily were these weapons regulated? Absolutely none of you would ever ask. The answer varies depending on the era, but both the Galactic Republic and the Galactic Empire did heavily scrutinize weapons sales and placed restrictions on what weapons civilians could purchase. In this video, we're going to be looking at a few of the Star Wars galaxy's most fearsome banned weapons. Weapon ownership varied wildly from planet to planet, as you might expect. On frontier worlds like Dantooine, virtually every settler had at least a blaster rifle in their household for safety reasons. Blaster weaponry was similarly common on densely populated urban worlds like Coruscant and Denon for the same reason. The banking planet Argao actually made it illegal for citizens to be unarmed at any time, while simultaneously forbidding all outsiders from carrying weapons. Other planets, naturally, were less blaster friendly. Idyllic planets like Alderaan generally placed heavy restrictions on the weapons their citizens could own, as well as what weapons could be brought to the planet by outsiders. During the reign of the Republic, galactic-scale weapons regulations were fairly loose. Most kinds of blaster were legal for civilians to purchase and own, and the only weapons that were banned under the Republic were incredibly destructive and often unorthodox in design. The Empire was a lot harsher. They banned civilian ownership of all but a few weak models of blaster pistol, blaster rifle, and vibroblade, meaning that few Imperial citizens within the core territories of the Empire had access to anything capable of piercing Stormtrooper armor. Of course, these laws held less and less weight the further from the core worlds one went, and Imperial garrisons on the Outer Rim generally didn't care about illegal weapons. But there were some classes of weapon that were just too dangerous for the Republic or the Empire to ignore, even on the Rim. The largest and most well-known class of illegal weapons was disruptors. Disruptors were essentially blasters on steroids. Like blasters, they worked by firing bolts of energized blaster gas, but the similarities ended there. Disruptors packed far more blaster gas into their bolts than even the most powerful blaster rifles, and the resultant beam was short range, high power, and highly unstable. Disruptor beams created non-harmonic energy pulses that disrupted the molecular bonds of a target, causing their atoms to split apart in a brief but intensely painful process. In short, disruptors were souped-up blasters that disintegrated their targets. Disruptors were virtually unstoppable. They were capable of piercing most forms of energy shield, and they were so powerful they could even do serious damage to Starship hulls. As a result, they were highly illegal. Just having a disruptor, whether it was a disruptor pistol, a disruptor rifle, or even component pieces for a disruptor, was grounds for execution on many worlds. Even the Empire shied away from these weapons. While the Imperial military was usually allowed to use most kinds of illegal weapons, the use of disruptors was still restricted to only a select few members of Imperial intelligence. Of course, that didn't stop criminal factions from acquiring and using disruptors. Many bounty hunters carried disruptor pistols, with the most notable disruptor user being Boba Fett. One of the Star Wars galaxy's most devastating personal weapons was the Mandalorian Ripper, a slug thrower that, legally, was classified as a disruptor by the Republic for its sheer destructive potential. The Mandalorian Ripper used pieces of shrapnel as flechettes, which it encased in an energy coating and fired at anyone unlucky enough to be downrange of this fearsome pistol. When fired, the Mandalorian Ripper launched its energy-coated shrapnel flechettes deep into the bodies of its targets, literally ripping through flesh and bone alike. These weapons combined the deadliest aspects of disruptors and more common slug thrower weapons. The solid nature of the weapon's flechettes meant that they were able to pierce most energy shields, while their energy coatings made the flechettes more destructive to organic tissue. The Mandalorian Ripper was designed by the Mandalorian Crusaders during the Great Sith War, and it was commonly used as a sidearm by Mandalorian officers during the Mandalorian Wars that followed.
After the end of the Mandalorian Wars, these weapons were banned in the Republic for obvious reasons, but again, that didn't stop criminals from using them. The bounty hunter Jigga Wraith was notorious for his use of a Mandalorian Ripper. 37 Mandalorian veterans were mistaken for him and unfairly executed for possession of similar weapons before sightings of Wraith subsided. The Mandalorians weren't the only ones who made overpowered weapons, of course. The Verpine were also notorious for their combat equipment, which, it was rumored, they tested on live subjects. The Verpine Droid Disruptor was one of their more well-known products, a high-powered ion rifle that far surpassed its contemporaries. Most ion rifles were designed primarily to short-circuit droids, energy shields, or other electronic devices, but the Verpine took this concept and turned it up to 11. Their droid disruptors absolutely annihilated electronic targets. The high-powered ion bolts they fired overloaded droid systems so badly it often permanently fried their control circuits, essentially killing the droids. This, of course, was exactly what the Verpine had designed the droid disruptor to do, but this still made the weapon rather problematic. Though military forces were allowed to use Verpine droid disruptors, they were banned for civilian use in the Republic, as they were considered overkill for anything a civilian would need an iron rifle for. Holdout blasters, small, low-powered weapons designed for self-defense, generally ranked among the least restricted weapons in the Republic, but there were notable exceptions to this rule. After all, civilians weren't the only ones who could make use of easily concealable blasters. Holdout pistols were a favorite of spies as well. The most infamous spies in the galaxy, the Bothans, had several of their unique takes on the holdout blaster concept, the most effective of which was the Bothan Needler. Possession of one of these weapons outside of Bothan space was almost always grounds for arrest. Bothan Needlers were essentially the perfect spy weapon. They were designed to incapacitate, not kill, and they were able to do this quite easily for such a small weapon. Bolts fired by the Bothan Needler had a slight stunning effect, which, as the Bothans would have put it, made the weapon perfect for creating opportunities. The Bothan Needler's capabilities were enough to make it an illegal weapon on their own, but the weapon's association with Bothan spies probably played a larger role in making it one of the most illegal weapons in the Republic. Lightsabers, the iconic weapons of the Jedi and the Sith, were some of the most powerful weapons in the galaxy, but there were a few metals capable of withstanding lightsaber blades, one of the rarest of which being cortosis. What's more, unlike more common lightsaber resistant materials like Beskar or Frick, cortosis didn't just reflect lightsabers, it short-circuited them. In its purest form, cortosis could cause feedback loops within lightsaber energy cells upon making contact with the blade, causing the saber to short out and rendering the weapons useless for a few minutes. Cortosis was used in the traditional bladed weapons of a number of species, but during the last centuries of the Republic, cortosis weapons were highly illegal anyway. A few of the more primitive cortosis using species were exempted from this ordinance, but these exceptions were few and far between. Cortosis itself was heavily regulated, with all the cortosis mines in the galaxy subject to oversight from the Jedi Order. Cortosis weapons were banned almost entirely for the sake of the Jedi, who felt that their ability to keep peace in the Republic would be hampered if thugs got their hands on such devastating weapons. Lastly, let's touch on larger weapons. During the years of the Republic, a number of devastating military-grade weapons were banned by treaty, the most notable of these being nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons were generally considered primitive by the Republic, since turbo lasers were capable of dealing comparable damage without the messy side effects. When nuclear weapons were used, it was usually because of deliberate cruelty, as the only reason to use nukes instead of turbo lasers was when you wanted a radioactive fallout. As a result, nuclear weapons were eschewed by the Republic and most civilizations in the galaxy, but there were a few cases in which they did see use. During the Mandalorian Wars, the Mandalorians were known to punish Republic worlds they believed were fighting with cowardly tactics by subjecting them to global thermonuclear bombardment, a tactic most memorably employed at Sirocco. The Empire also toyed with bringing back the nuke. They were known to have possessed a few nuclear warheads for military purposes, but they aren't known to have used them.
The prequel trilogy introduced a ton of new ship designs to the Star Wars universe, and one of the most recognizable of these is the Naboo N1 Starfighter. This sleek, elegant little ship stands in stark contrast to the rougher, used-looking fighters of the original trilogy, and in the years since the release of The Phantom Menace, it's become just as iconic. But apart from looking cool, the N1 was an engineering masterpiece, as was the case with a number of other Naboo Starfighter designs. In this video, we'll be taking a closer look at these craft and determining what made them so effective. The Naboo used a number of starfighters over the years, but since most were based on the N1, we're going to be focusing on the N1 for now. This agile starfighter was a perfect example of the many unique features Naboo shipbuilders worked into their craft, which were simultaneously works of art and brilliant pieces of engineering. The most readily apparent feature was the chrome finish present on the starfighter's forward sections. This design motif dated back to the earliest days of Naboo spaceflight, in which Naboo craft meant for upper atmospheric flight were coated in chrome as protection from harmful radiation from Naboo's sun. Modern electromagnetic fields meant this was no longer necessary, but chrome was retained as a design motif on Naboo craft meant for the use or protection of the reigning monarch. Ships meant for the monarch's personal use were completely coated in chrome, while the ships of the Naboo Royal Spacefighter Corps only had partial chrome finishes. The chrome finish on all Royal starships was applied and polished by hand, showcasing the dedication the Naboo had to this tradition. Other Naboo aesthetic motifs included the rounded and aerodynamic shapes of the N1 and other Naboo craft, and the use of spine-like finials at the ends of the engines and cockpit section. While these things would seem mostly decorative, Naboo ships had some functional quirks as well. Beneath their homemade space frames, the N1 and most other Naboo ships were built from off-world components, but these were typically modified to tweak performance. Most notably, the N1 Starfighter used Nubian engines and hyperdrive units, but these were modified to reduce emissions for in-atmospheric flight. These modifications meant that the engines burned hotter, which had the side effect of allowing the Starfighter to fly faster. This required the addition of heat sinks to the engine design, but these were ingeniously worked into the seemingly decorative finials at the ends of the engines. Indeed, many of the N1's apparently decorative features served a practical purpose as well. Even the expensive chrome finish served to dazzle enemy pilots in combat, forcing them to adjust the optical settings on their targeting equipment. These design quirks weren't limited to the N1. All Naboo starfighters followed many of the same trends. Granted, this was partly because most of them were variants of the N1, but that's neither here nor there. Now let's take a look at the N1 in detail. The Naboo N1 Starfighter was jointly designed by the Theed Palace Space Vessel Engineering Corps and Nubia Star Drives Incorporated, with the vessels being built in Theed from Nubian components. The Starfighter was 11 meters long and was roughly a T-shape when viewed from above, with a long central body with engines mounted at the ends of a set of forward wings. Each fighter required a single pilot and a single R2 series Astromech droid, and they could carry 65 kilograms of cargo and a week's worth of consumables. Though the N1 featured a set of proper landing gear, it was rarely used. When stored in the Theed hangar, the craft would be suspended via repulsor lift, while the central finial on the rear of the craft plugged into specialized sockets in the walls of the hangar. The Royal J-type diplomatic barge had similar sockets built into its wings. These sockets doubled as charging ports for the Starfighter's power cells, and they also allowed the fighter's computer to download tactical data straight from the Palace battle computer, which helped with operation security. Power from the Royal Palace's main generators was routed through the rear finial to 4 power cells on either side of the cockpit, which supplied power to the rest of the ship. The N1 Starfighter was propelled by a pair of J-type Nubian 221 engines, as we described earlier, which drew fuel from a pair of tanks in the craft's undercarriage. The N1 also had a hyperdrive located just aft of the fuel tanks. a Nubia Monarch C4. The engines could propel the Starfighter forwards at high speeds. In atmosphere, the N1 could top 1100 kilometers per hour, and in space, it had a maximum acceleration of 3750 Gs. Its hyperdrive was also state-of-the-art, a Class 1.0, that required an onboard Astromech for navigational calculations and only had a range of 1,000 light-years. The rest of the N1 was packed full of all sorts of little features. Apart from the battle computer interface and power nodes, the rear spine of the N1 Starfighter also contained inertial compensators, an electromagnetic signal receiver, and a computer interface for the craft's Astromech. The nacelles on the tips of the engines contained rangefinders and targeting and flight sensors, while the wings hid a variety of other sensor systems. The nose of the craft contained communications equipment, and the N1 also had full life support systems and deflector shields. The fighter also came with a very advanced autopilot, which allowed pilots to focus on shooting things instead of navigation. Said pilot was seated in a cockpit in the middle of the central section, which the ship's Astromech socket was located directly behind. This socket was actually too tight for an R2 series Astromech to fit into properly. The droid had to reconfigure itself to fit. Of course, as with any good starfighter, the N1 also had guns. It boasted a pair of moderately powerful laser cannons built into its nose and a proton torpedo launcher built into its underside, stocked with up to 10 torpedoes. All told, the N1 was a versatile and highly effective starfighter, and it could fill a variety of mission roles. It was well suited for patrol and reconnaissance, as well as full-scale combat, and it was also used as an escort and for ceremonial purposes. The N1 did have drawbacks, however. It wasn't all that well armored, and it performed poorly in tight spaces. It also typically sucked at providing air support for ground forces, though it theoretically had the firepower to take out tanks and other armored ground vehicles. In space, however, the N1 was a force to be reckoned with. The Naboo N1 starfighter came about during the reign of the infamously corrupt King Varuna, Queen Amidala's predecessor. The N1 was Varuna's pet project, and it was a symbol of how he was leading Naboo away from Theed's time-honored traditions of pacifism. The N1 entered service a few years before Varuna's death, and they remained in service through the reign of Queen Amidala. In fact, they were pretty much the only part of Varuna's legacy Amidala kept around. This turned out to have been a wise decision, as the N1s proved instrumental in the Naboo victory over the Trade Federation in the Battle of Naboo. The standard N1 starfighter was only a part of the N1 series, however. It was preceded by the N1L, a smaller, lighter starfighter that packed much less of a punch, and the Naboo also designed the N1T, a tougher but rarely seen advanced variant. At some point, the NB-1 Royal Bomber was also developed, based on the design of the N1, but with large drop bays for deploying proton bombs. The NB-1 itself had two variants, the more powerful NB-1S and NB-1T, the former of which was designed to deploy ion bombs, and the latter of which had a separate cockpit for a bombardier. There was also the NX Police Cruiser, a tremendous eyesore of a ship that was often used as a training vessel for new pilots. None of these variants were used much, and to be honest, that's probably for the best. As a commenter on one of our previous videos said, the designers of these ships had hidden talent that should have stayed hidden. Abominations aside, the N1 itself kicked ass, and despite its humble origins, it was one of the best starfighters of the era. Even during the Clone Wars, it could perform well against the more advanced craft of its time, and in its heyday, it was one of the fastest fighters in the galaxy. Naboo engineering truly was something else, if you ignore those variants we mentioned earlier.
If you've watched this channel for a while, you probably know that we love talking about astrography. The layout of the Star Wars universe and the sheer details of its world building is one of our favorite things about the franchise. And when it comes to the Star Wars galaxy, no conversation about galactic civilization is complete without a mention of hyperspace routes. Hyperspace, as you surely know, was the bedrock of space travel in the Star Wars universe, and hyperspace travel required predefined routes, without which ships would be unable to navigate hyperspace. The galaxy had many hyperspace routes, but there were 5 that were the most important, often referred to as super hyper routes. In this video, we'll be telling the surprisingly interesting stories of these 5 routes. First things first, let's orient ourselves. The longest hyperspace route in the galaxy was the Hydian Way, which ran from Amino Suf on the galaxy's southern fringe all the way to Bonadan in the corporate sector, spanning the entire galaxy in the process. The Polemian trade route and the Corellian run stretched out from Coruscant to the distant reaches of the eastern outer rim. The Rimmer trade route started at Abrogado Ray in the southern core and led to Kal Shebel. Finally, we have the Corellian trade spine, which began at Corellia and led far out into the western reaches, ending somewhat past Terminus. Got it? Good. Now, let's get into the stories of these routes. 2 of these super routes were among the oldest in the galaxy: the Polemian trade route and the Corellian run. The Polemian was the first major route ever charted by the Galactic Republic, and by 25,000 BBY, after just a few decades of exploration, it extended all the way from Coruscant to Ossus and the Tyon cluster in the Outer Rim. Such rapid progress was a huge stroke of luck, or perhaps the will of the Force, since it was the blazing of the Polemian that introduced the then Ossus-based Jedi Order to the Republic. The Polemian, also known as the Axis to the Alsakani, was also the primary vector for the Republic's First War, in which the Honorable Union of the Decevero and Tyon fought a back-and-forth war with the Republic along the route. The Corellian run took a bit more time to make it all the way to the Outer Rim, but progress on it was still extremely fast for the time the run was being charted in. It was the extension of the Spin, a well-established route that connected Coruscant to Corellia, which the Corellians eventually extended all the way out past Ryloth. Much like the Polemian, which helped spread Alsakani influence out into the Rim, the Corellian run was an axis of Corellian influence, as we're sure you never would have guessed from the name. What's most important about the Polemian trade route and the Corellian run, however, is what lay between them. The space between the 2 routes was known as the Slice, and it was a big part of why the Republic was able to dominate the galaxy. These 2 routes defined the scope of the Republic, transforming it from a collection of allied core worlds to a galaxy-spanning civilization. The slice that the Corellian run and Polemian route defined was a hotbed of exploration and settlement for thousands of years, the heart of Republic industrial power. Even in later centuries, the slice was home to a big part of galactic civilization and one of the most populated parts of the galaxy. Apart from their role in defining the slice and the Republic in general, these 2 routes played another very important role in history. They made Coruscant the center of the galaxy. Coruscant had been wealthy and powerful before, and it had always been the capital of the Republic, but in the Republic's early years, it was rivaled in power and significance by Alsakan and Corellia. But Coruscant's location at the junction of the 2 defining super routes of the Republic gradually made it the indisputable capital of the galaxy, swelling the planet's power and prestige beyond imagination. The next super hyper route to be forged started out around the same time as the Polemian and the Corellian run, but it took nearly 20,000 years to be fully established, so it lacks the prestige and historical significance. This was the Corellian trade spine, which provided the Republic access to the remote backwaters of the western reaches. Much of the trade spine was located out in what could charitably be called the middle of nowhere, and it siphoned traders and goods from the more obscure parts of the galaxy to the core worlds. The Corellian trade spine began as a simple route between Corellia and nearby Duro, but the Corellians and Duros steadily expanded it farther. The inner part of the route passed through Yagdul and Kinyan, allowing the Given and Gran to become integral parts of the Republic. From there, it headed out far into underexplored space, eventually passing through the Greater Javan, where a branch of the route, called the Ison Corridor, connected Hoth and Bespin to the galaxy. During the Clone Wars, the trade spine was incredibly important to the Republic war effort, as it was a vital supply line for the GAR. At Yagdul, the Corellian trade spine intersected with another major route, the Rimmer trade route. The Rimmer began as the Hidaki Pool, one of the backbones of the Herglick trade empire, and when the Herglicks joined the Republic in 13,000 BBY, they began working with the Given to extend the route. By around 5,000 BBY, it stretched out far into the Outer Rim, linking soon-to-be vital worlds like Sullust and Clactor 7 to the Republic. In the modern era, the Rimmer trade route was a major theatre of the Clone Wars, as the route was initially Separatist dominated apart from a small region around Ariadu. The final super hyper route to be forged was not only the longest, but also the one with the most interesting story. We're talking about the Hydian Way, forged by Hyperspace Scout and Brental 4 native Freya Kalia, who forged the whole route in just 12 years, from 3,705 to 3,693 BBY. Her work made her homeworld, which sat at the crossroads of the Hydian and the Polemian, incredibly rich, and Brental 4 honoured Kalia by retelling her story through a popular opera called the Kalia Cycle. Kalia forged the Northern Hydian Way, which originally led from Brental out to Farana on the northern edge of the galaxy, in just 1 year. With that said, most of her work had already been done for her. Most of what she did in the north was knit together existing routes, stringing together the Coruscant Run, the Mandalorian Road, the Sprizzen End Run, the Spurs of Selenon, and the Morellian Trail. Her new super route allowed easy access to the Republic's distant northern rim territories. But it also attracted the attention of the Nemoidian scouts Thoax and Faj Ossax, who feared their business would be ruined if Kalia kept at it. South of Brental, Kalia's new route joined with the Brental Denon route, but beyond Denon, there weren't any convenient existing routes for Kalia to work with. Nonetheless, she was determined to extend her route all the way to the galaxy's southern edge. The Ossax brothers hired Duros scout Banu Hydia to stop her, but Hydia instead helped Kalia extend the route to Malastare in the mid-rim. Kalia intended to push farther, but at Malastare, her ship was sabotaged by Thoax and Faj, forcing her to crash on the nearby unexplored planet Nuva. She was stranded there for 6 years before Hydia rescued her. While Kalia was stranded on Nuva, Thoax and Faj had taken over her project, pushing the route out to Clactor 7. However, after Kalia's rescue, she became determined to finish the route herself, and Hydia joined her. The two pushed the route out to Terminus, where it met the Corellian trade spine, and then further to remote Immunusov, an obscure, treasure-rich planet where the now route finally terminated. On Immunusov, Kalia and Hydia fought a battle with Thoax and Faj's thugs and the native Imini. Kalia survived, and the Nemoidians were finally arrested by Republic authorities in the battle's aftermath, but Hydia was severely wounded and died. Mourning for her adversary turned friend, Kalia decided to name her galaxy-changing routes after him, the Hydian Way. When we say carbon freezing, chances are you think of the iconic scene of Han Solo saying goodbye to Princess Leia before he was encased in carbonite. But he wasn't the only one to take a dip in freezing liquid. Carbon freezing was an all too common practice in the galaxy for thousands of years. So common, in fact, that many don't realize how dangerous it could really be. In this video, we're going to discuss carbon freezing, what it was, how it was used, and all the unpleasant ways it could ruin your day. Carbon freezing was the process of encasing matter in solid carbonate in order to preserve it. The process began, of course, with carbonite, a liquid produced by refining carbon gas. This liquid could be further converted into a solid by rapidly cooling it. During the freezing process, various goods and even sentient beings could be placed in the chamber with the carbonate liquid before cooling it, encasing the matter within a nigh invulnerable solid slab of carbonate. The way this method of preservation likely relied on was the extremely cold temperature needed to freeze the liquid solid. Temperature itself is the measurement of how much the atoms composing an object move. The lower the temperature, the lower the atomic activity, until we hit absolute zero, where that activity stops completely. When atoms are barely moving, things like decay and chemical reactions are impossible. In this sense,
carbon freezing was a type of cryostasis that saw wide and varied use across the galaxy and throughout the ages. When it was first developed, carbonite played an important role in the industrial transportation of both goods and living beings. Due to its excellent preservative abilities, carbon freezing was used to freeze and protect goods for transportation from world to world. It was instrumental in transporting gases or volatile substances. Lowering a gas's temperature drastically reduces its volume, so freezing it meant that the same amount of gas would take up much less space on a cargo vessel. One such example was Tibanna gas, which was exclusively transported frozen in carbonite to facilitate its transportation. Volatile goods such as coaxium, a type of hypermatter, were also transported in this manner to ensure the cargo didn't react and explode during transportation. Another early application of carbon freezing was preserving crew members in the early days of space travel. Before the invention of the hyperdrive, intergalactic travel took significant amounts of time. To avoid the toll of time on the crew and save the resources they would need for such a long voyage, early spaces instead froze themselves in carbonite. In fact, carbon freezing was precisely the reason humans were able to colonize so much of the core worlds. The Koros system, later renamed the Teta system, was one of Coruscant's first colonies and a major producer of carbonite. Thanks to this early resource, humans were able to dominate the early space race and spread across the core worlds. The invention of the hyperdrive marked an important shift in the way carbon freezing was used. Now that space travel no longer required lengthy voyages, it was abandoned as a method of protecting the crew. It still had industrial applications, however, as carbon freezing was still one of the most effective methods for transporting certain types of goods. With this shift, encasing living beings in carbonate transitioned from necessity to a matter of convenience, as well as a means of punishment adopted by the criminal underground, bounty hunters, and the Hutts. Many bounty hunters, such as Boba Fett, or in canon, Din Djarin, employed carbon freezing to keep their targets safely imprisoned once captured. Transporting dangerous undesirables was rarely safe. Carbon freezing ensured they were unable to escape and cause trouble. For example, in The Empire Strikes Back, Han Solo was encased in carbonate for transportation to Jabba the Hutt's palace. The Hutts were particularly fond of using slabs of frozen carbonite to display their trophies. This could be dissidents, people who had crossed them, or powerful outlaws who had been captured. Jabba the Hutt, for example, was known to have a trophy room where he displayed his captured enemies as a show of power. The galaxy's crime lords weren't the only ones to use carbon freezing, however. Both the Republic and the Empire relied on it for a variety of purposes. One such purpose was the containment of prisoners. In the time of the Old Republic, the carbonite prison storage was a separate block on the Republic prison world of Belsavis, where violent prisoners and anarchists were kept in carbonite. The Empire also froze its prisoners. Darth Vader himself intended on containing Luke Skywalker in a slab of carbonite. Another use the Republic found for carbon freezing was sneaking past life scanners. Due to the nature of carbon freezing, living beings encased in it were essentially in suspended animation. They gave off no body heat, nor did they breathe or have a heartbeat. To a droid scanning for signs of life, they would appear dead, which was precisely the feature the Republic exploited. During the Clone Wars, a team of Jedi and clone troopers led by Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker infiltrated a prison known as the Citadel, located on Lola Sayu. The prison was staffed exclusively by droids, and every ship that approached the facility was scanned with life sensors before it was allowed to land. The only way for the Jedi and clones to infiltrate the prison was by freezing themselves in carbonite, which hid them from the life scanners. Once the ship had landed, R2-D2 and several reprogrammed B-1 battle droids released them from their carbonite prisons, and they undertook their mission. Despite the many favorable applications of carbon freezing, it posed a number of dangers few were aware of. Carbon freezing was, in fact, extremely dangerous. On many occasions, early spaces suffered brutal side effects upon being released from their carbonite slabs, and many prisoners encased in carbonite were known to die during or after the process, so it was by no means a risk-free endeavor. The list of potential side effects ranged from unpleasant to lethal. It mostly came down to luck. Hibernation sickness or carbon sickness were the names given to a group of side effects that often preceded being frozen in carbonite for a prolonged period of time. These symptoms included muscle stiffness, blindness, deafness, muscle weakness, a numb sensation, confusion, and at the other end of the spectrum, hypersensitivity and hyperarousal. As seen in Return of the Jedi, Han Solo suffered from hibernation sickness once freed from Carbonite in Jabba the Hutt's palace. At first, he collapsed onto the ground, unresponsive. As he came to, his movements were shaky and uncoordinated. He showed signs of confusion and blindness. All these symptoms were, thankfully, temporary. As we know, he made a full recovery. It's important to note that hibernation sickness was only common after prolonged imprisonment. Unlike Han Solo, who spent a year frozen in Carbonite, the Jedi team that froze themselves in order to infiltrate the Citadel suffered no side effects, due to the very brief time they spent frozen. The cause of hibernation sickness was the same mechanism that made carbon freezing possible: cell activity suspension. As we briefly explained, the extreme cold froze living cells in time. When someone was released from Carbonite, their body returned to its natural temperature and their cells were reanimated. This sudden activity, however, caused several side effects as their nerves began transmitting and receiving signals. Nerves sometimes required more time to transmit signals properly, which caused symptoms such as blindness, or they would transmit rapidly and excessively, which caused symptoms such as hypersensitivity. Once the body adapted, however, the symptoms would often fade, but this wasn't true for our next case of carbonate-related concerns. Unlike hibernation sickness, which was a common and temporary side effect of long-term carbon freezing, carbonite poisoning was a rare and life-threatening consequence. Whereas hibernation sickness was characterized by a series of distressing, but ultimately mild symptoms, the more serious carbonite poisoning resulted in extreme weakness, pain, muscle seizures, and ultimately death if the patient didn't receive a specialized antidote. One example of carbonite poisoning was recorded during the time of the Old Republic. In the beginning of the war between the Republic and Empire with the Eternal Empire of Zakul, the Outlander, who would go on to be known as the Alliance Commander, was captured and imprisoned by Emperor Arkan, the then leader of Zakul. 5 years later, when a rescue team located and freed the Outlander from their carbonite prison in the Emperor's vault, it was discovered that they were suffering from a severe case of carbonite poisoning, which jeopardized their escape. Thanks to their associate, Lana Beniko, who had the forethought to bring an antidote, they survived the experience. Whereas hibernation sickness was a natural side effect stemming from the mechanism behind carbon freezing, carbonite poisoning was an unwanted side effect which preceded an imperfect freezing process. When carbon freezing was done incorrectly, carbonite could enter the prisoner's body, poisoning and potentially killing them. Believe it or not, carbonite poisoning wasn't the worst possible outcome of being frozen in carbonite. We know little about the chances of surviving the initial freezing process. It's very clear, however, that there was always the chance that the person being frozen might instantaneously perish. Given how widespread its use was, we can only assume that the likelihood was low, or at least low enough to be worth the risk.
Superweapons, by their very nature, aren't usually all that subtle. Star Wars has plenty of them, most of which fall into the category of planet killers, Death Star-esque weapons with the ability to annihilate entire planets. Such weapons are usually more for show than anything, as a fleet of warships with heavy turbo lasers is capable of doing comparable damage. But planet killers aren't the only superweapons out there or the most terrifying. In this video, we're going to be talking about a superweapon that predated the Republic itself, a device with terrible potential and many sinister secrets. In this video, we'll be talking about the Starforge. The Starforge was the greatest creation of the Rakata, the ancient builders whose infinite empire once ruled the whole galaxy. It was a weapon of tremendous power, but not in the traditional sense. Instead of destroying planets or anything of that sort, the Starforge's power was creation. It consumed stars and the power of the dark side, using both to create an endless supply of war material. It was the apex of the infinite empire, and it provided the Rakata with an unending fleet of warships with which to conquer the entire galaxy.
But the Starforge was more than just a giant factory. It was tainted, and to understand how it came to be that way, we need to take a look at the history of the Infinite Empire. The Rakata evolved on a small world orbiting a distant star in the unknown regions, in a patch of space called the Tempered Wastes, as it was otherwise almost entirely devoid of stars. Their homeworld has been known by many names, from the Unknown World to Rakata Prime, but the natives called it Lehon. Lehon was a tropical paradise, a world of wide, warm oceans dotted with countless islands. Many species would have found it pleasant. It's almost ironic then that it was home to such a brutal species as the Rakata. The Rakata were warriors, a race of bloodthirsty cannibals that feasted on the flesh of their enemies. They were still in a state of relative primitivism when they were discovered by the Kwa, an ancient spacefaring species from Dathomir that traveled the galaxy using stargates. The Kwa believed they could tame the bestial instincts of the Rakata by opening them up to the Force, for they sensed that the Rakata were, as a species, strongly Force sensitive. But this backfired disastrously. To the horror of the Kwa, the Rakata gravitated immediately toward the dark side and waged war on their would-be helpers, seeking to steal their technology. The Kwa retreated and destroyed their stargates, but it was too late. The Rakata found other ways to unleash themselves on the galaxy. It was the Rakata who invented the first hyperdrives. Their hyperdrives sought out worlds with strong Force signatures, allowing the Rakata to conquer planets across the entire galaxy. They enslaved any species they encountered, for use either in manual labor or as batteries. As the Rakata were, by and large, Darksiders, their technology was powered by the dark side of the Force, and so they developed techniques that harnessed the dark side emotions of their slaves and converted it into energy. The Infinite Empire, as the Rakata began to call their civilization, was built on and fueled by hatred. The Rakata became so powerful that they even sought to challenge the Celestials, a mysterious ancient race that once dominated the galaxy, building entire star systems from scratch and shaping the universe as they willed. But not even they could stop the Infinite Empire. Either through war or by choice, they had vanished entirely from the galaxy by 33,600 BBY, a little over 1,000 years after the founding of the Infinite Empire. Other ancient civilizations also fell victim to the Rakata. In one case, the Rafa of Sharu deliberately reverted to a state of primitivism to hide from the Infinite Empire. The Infinite Empire reached its peak in 30,000 BBY. At the time, it contained over 500 worlds spread across the entire galaxy, with a population consisting of 10 billion Rakata and 1 trillion slaves. As their hunger for power grew, it was in that same year that the Rakata began to work on what would be their greatest creation, the Starforge. Slaves from 100 different worlds were brought to the heart of the Infinite Empire, and above Abu, Lehon's son, they were put to work making a massive space station, the likes of which had never been seen before. When it was finally completed, the Starforge became the crown jewel of the Infinite Empire, and the Rakata believed it would ensure the immortality of their civilization. The Starforge was colossal, equipped with countless starship hangars, cavernous internal halls, and production facilities that could be quickly retooled to produce nearly anything. It wasn't particularly well defended. The only onboard weapons it had were some turbolaser batteries around the hangars, but it made up for this with its incredible production facilities. The Starforge was capable of producing pretty much anything in near limitless quantities, fueled only by solar matter drained from Abu and the power of the dark side. The production capabilities of the Starforge, when put in perspective, are rather terrifying on their own. Under the influence of one powerful enough to operate the Starforge, it could churn out endless supplies of everything from equipment and small arms to starfighters and warships. And while the Starforge couldn't produce living beings, it could produce droids, and warships designed to be crewed purely by droids. In this manner, any single being capable of harnessing the Starforge's power could create an army large enough to conquer the entire universe. But as we mentioned earlier, this wasn't the only power of the Starforge. The Rakata left the Starforge tainted, making it into an artifact of the dark side which corrupted those that used it. In many ways, it was more like a living creature than a machine, and it hungered. The Starforge fed on death, and it consumed its users, drawing on their negative emotions to feed itself. It took a being of immense power to use the Starforge. Anyone else who tried would be destroyed by the machine. Their wills would break, their minds would be consumed, and their bodies would become nothing more than empty husks. But the Starforge's influence wasn't limited to its users, something the Rakata learned too late. As the fleets and armies of the Starforge churned out and spread across the Infinite Empire, its influence spread with them. It corrupted the Rakata as a species, and it began to feed on all of them, intensifying the dark side within them and amplifying their negative emotions, their savagery, and bitterness. The Starforge sought to spread death, and over the millennia, it began to turn the Infinite Empire on itself. By 25,500 BBY, the Rakata began to turn on each other, first through plotting against each other, and then through petty conflicts that spread across the Empire. Then, in 25,200 BBY, by chance or by design of one of the slave species, something else began to spread as well, a plague that stripped the Rakata of the Force, leaving them unable to operate their technology. The Rakata were severely weakened, and the slaves saw their chance at revenge. Revolutions began happening across the Infinite Empire, and those Rakata who could, fled back to Lehon. Those who couldn't became trapped on whatever worlds they were stationed on by the plague and experienced painful deaths at the hands of their former slaves. As the remnants of the Infinite Empire regrouped on Lehon, the Starforge orchestrated one of its most destructive acts. It consumed Lehon, filling the warlords that were left on the planet with bitterness and rage and setting them against one another. Rakatan society was ravaged by war, until finally the warlords turned to weapons of mass destruction. They destroyed each other and nearly took the entire planet with them. Only a few scattered tribes of Rakata survived, and they quickly fell back to more primitive ways, scattered across small islands and isolated by the oceans of their world. For the next 20,000 years, the Starforge sat abandoned and idling near Lehon. Its systems, like many pieces of Rakatan technology, were self-repairing, and so it was intact when, in 3959 BBY, it was discovered by Darth Revan and Darth Malik, newly anointed Dark Lords of the Sith. Seeking a foundation on which to build their new Sith Empire, they used the Starforge to turn their small collection of ships into a fleet the likes of which the Republic had never seen. The Republic nearly fell before the might of the Starforge, but once again, the space station proved to be the undoing of its users. Revan was weary of the Starforge's effect on its users and used it as little as possible to prevent himself from being corrupted, but Malak had no such hesitations. He became corrupted, and he eventually betrayed his master and claimed rule of the Sith Empire himself. He came to rely on the Starforge almost entirely and turned Revan's carefully calculated campaign against the Republic into a war of destruction. His forces became notorious for casually slaughtering billions, and Malak's reign of terror only ended with the Battle of Rakata Prime, when the crew of the Ebon Hawk and a Republic assault force finally destroyed the Starforge, bringing an end to its destructive influence on the galaxy.
Droidekas were a terrifying threat even for Jedi Knights. These relentless killing machines not only brought powerful blaster cannons to bear against their targets, but they were also equipped with personal energy shields which protected them from enemy fire. Because of this, Droidekas were extremely difficult to defeat. But the effectiveness of the Droidekas shields begs a question: why didn't more factions use them? Personal shields could have been a huge help for any soldier, right? If that's the case, then why weren't armies in Star Wars more like armies in Dune, primarily composed of shielded troops? In this video, we'll be answering that question. Before we dive into things, it should be noted that there were a few reasons why Droideka style shields weren't very common. First and foremost was that they were hazardous to organics. An organic soldier using a Droideka shield for self-defense might not have had to worry about blaster bolts, but they definitely would have had to worry about acute radiation poisoning. On top of that, the sorts of shields used with Droidekas wouldn't have worked well with humanoid droids either, because they would be easy to short out. As many Jedi learned during the Clone Wars, when a shielded Droideka was pushed onto its back, the shield would burn out after sustained contact with the ground due to how the shield was polarized. Because Droidekas were pretty stable unless force pushed, this wasn't a problem for them, but humanoid droids, which fell over more easily, would have encountered some difficulties. But with all that said, personal energy shields that were suitable for organics were actually a thing, though they weren't as effective as Droidekas. These shields were a fairly rare sight, however. During the Clone Wars, clone commandos had personal shields built into their armor which could absorb incoming blaster fire for a short while before deactivating to recharge. These were a far cry from Droideka shields, which were incredibly hard to short out and thus made Droidekas virtually invulnerable. But the commandos found them quite useful. The shields built into the Commando's Catan class armor were also unlike Droideka shields in that they were form-fitting, like personal shields in Dune and in the Halo universe. There were bubble-style shields that existed for organics as well though, such as the ones used by Rebel agent Kyle Katarn during the Galactic Civil War. Katarn's energy shields were powered by a generator on his belt and functioned in a similar fashion to Droideka shields, but just like with those clone commando shields, they were weaker and much easier to short out. The specific model of shield that Kyle Katarn used was actually more widespread than you'd think. Several of the Imperial agents that Katarn fought on his missions had their own, and there were plenty of outlaws and bounty hunters that also made use of these shields. A more common form of energy shield came in the form of a literal handheld shield. These shields, as exemplified by the ones carried by Gungan warriors and BX series commando droids, didn't provide full body protection, but were actually even more resilient than Droideka shields, so they certainly had value. Upon inspection, it would seem that personal energy shields weren't as uncommon as you might think, but they were still far from standard issue. We still haven't answered why armies didn't provide shields for their soldiers, or at least their veterans or shock troops. To find out why, we'll have to take a look at a much earlier war, one in which personal energy shields were standard issue. Personal energy shields predated the Clone Wars by thousands of years. They were invented a few times by different groups and were adopted early on by several cultures, most notably the Mandalorians and the Echani. The Mandalorians used a unique sort of energy shield, the melee shield, which didn't function like the sorts of shields we're used to, as they were completely useless against energy weapons. This was by design. The Mandalorians already had Beskar armor, and their shields were instead designed to defend against melee weapons or hand-to-hand attacks by creating a barrier against kinetic energy. The Echani, meanwhile, made several different kinds of more traditional energy shields which were of great importance in their combat-centric culture. Echani warriors preferred hand-to-hand combat, and their powerful personal shields made close combat tactics viable for them, as their shields protected against energy weapons but were useless against melee attacks. These Mandalorian and Echani shields had a few commonalities. The generators for both shields were worn as armbands and were only good for a handful of uses, after which they'd burn out. The shields themselves were form-fitting in both cases, and they weren't terribly hard to short out with sustained fire. These traits were shared by other models of personal energy shield that sprang up during the Jedi Civil War. During the Jedi Civil War, fought between the Republic and Darth Revan's Sith Empire, the Sith used many new and unusual pieces of equipment, among them warships of alien design and bare-bones, lightning-fast starfighters. Much of this technology, it was later learned, came from the Starforge, where Revan had improved Republic equipment with ancient Rakardan technologies. One of the unusual pieces of equipment produced by the Starforge for the Sith was a kind of personal energy shield. These shields were very similar to, if less powerful than, their Echani shields, and they were probably based on an Echani design, but the Starforge produced them in far greater numbers than the Echani ever had. Before long, squads of veteran Sith troopers or elite commandos were issued these energy shields, dramatically altering the course of several battles. A squad of experienced Sith with energy shields proved capable of slaughtering great numbers of Republic soldiers armed with blasters, giving the Sith a tremendous advantage in ground battles. Fortunately for the Republic, its soldiers soon discovered that the Sith's energy shields were useless against melee weapons, and Republic scientists were soon able to reverse engineer the Sith shields. Before long, the Republic began sending out squads of shielded soldiers as well, and improvements on standard military shields were designed by the Arcanians and Verpine. Neither the Republic nor the Sith had the productive capability to provide their entire armies with personal shields. It was just too expensive. However, during the Jedi Civil War, energy shields became common enough that vibro swords became standard issue for soldiers on both sides, similar to what happened in the Dune universe. As the Jedi Civil War dragged on, energy shields spread to non-military factions as well, ending up in the hands of bounty hunters, crime lords, and even swoop gang members. But just as rapidly as personal shields proliferated, they all but vanished. In later wars, personal shields were again a rarity and almost always reserved for specialized battle droids. Why did this happen, you may ask? The answer is actually pretty straightforward. Blasters got more powerful. You see, part of the reason shields were such a game changer during the Jedi Civil War was because modern blaster technology was only a few decades old and still fairly weak as a result. As time went on, blasters became more powerful and energy shields just couldn't keep up. It became easier and easier to wear out personal shields, so they fell out of style. Of course, personal shields did keep up with blaster technology in some form, as we know from their use in the Clone Wars and Jedi Civil War. However, more modern personal shields had to be far more powerful than Jedi Civil War era shields. This made them dramatically more expensive, both to produce and to purchase, as well as a lot more temperamental. Personal shields during the Clone Wars could no longer be worn as armbands, for example, because they tended to overheat. Therefore, the generators had to be mounted somewhere there was less of a chance of an overheated generator burning the user. All told, by the time of the Clone Wars, personal shields were expensive enough that only a few private individuals could afford them, and governments were usually only willing to distribute them to special operations troopers. For anyone less important, they just weren't worth it, especially since these shields still shorted out rapidly under sustained fire. It's just not worth the expense for a government at war to buy an energy shield just so that a rank and file can die after a few seconds of being sprayed with blaster bolts instead of immediately. Nothing says Star Wars quite like the lightsaber. These iconic weapons were the symbols of the Jedi Knights, representing hope and freedom. But what if we were to tell you that these iconic weapons had much more sinister origins than their reputation would suggest? Even though they were known first and foremost as the symbol of the Jedi, the modern lightsaber was actually an invention of the Sith. Indeed, Darksiders were responsible for nearly all advancements in lightsaber technology over the course of galactic history. Today, we're going to be discussing this secret history of the galaxy's most well-known weapon. The modern lightsaber was a simple but elegant weapon. Essentially, it was a circuit. Energy from a high output power cell was focused through a set of special crystals which converted the energy into a sort of plasma beam that extended out from the hilt for about a meter and then curved in on itself and fed energy back to the power cell. Crafting lightsabers required such an extraordinary degree of precision that the crystals could only be properly set through use of the Force. But the result was a devastatingly effective weapon. The crystals used to focus lightsaber blades were the most well-known part of the lightsaber, as well as the most mystical, so to speak. Lightsaber crystals, also known as kyber crystals, came in many varieties, from the more popular Adagen crystals and Ilum crystals to rarer, one-of-a-kind Force-attuned gems. Every lightsaber contained at least 2 crystals, a primary crystal that gave the blade its color, and at least one focusing crystal. Jedi often used more unusual gems in place of traditional focusing crystals, which often gave their blades unique properties in combat. These ranged from Krayt Dragon Pearls, which produced stronger blades that cut more easily, to Stygium crystals, which were said to amplify the stealth abilities of the user. If you're watching this video, odds are that you've seen Star Wars: The Clone Wars and know that most Jedi chose their first primary lightsaber crystals as younglings, forming Force bonds with them before building them into lightsabers. This was more of a rite of passage than a necessity, however. Jedi who lost or destroyed their first lightsabers didn't have to go back to Ilum with the younglings to get a new crystal, for example. The Jedi Order did have a stockpile of focusing crystals that knights and masters could choose from at leisure. Indeed, some Jedi were known to switch out the primary crystals they had acquired in the Gathering in favor of more unique ones. This, as you might expect, was how Mace Windu got his trademark purple blade. He swapped his original crystal with one that he was given on a mission to Hurricane. Additionally, some lightsaber crystals were synthetic. Though the creation of synthetic lightsaber crystals was practiced to an extent by the Jedi, it was only ritualized by the Sith, who almost exclusively used synthetic crystals. Sith would spend days locked inside blast furnaces synthesizing their crystals, using the Force to keep themselves alive while they shaped the gems with the purest hatred they could conjure up. The end result were crystals imbued with the dark side, crystals that, when used in a lightsaber, produced blood-red blades. The Sith claimed that these blades were superior to those of Jedi lightsabers, and indeed, there were a handful of recorded cases of Sith blades actually breaking the blades of Jedi lightsabers in combat. If these stories were true, such cases were exceedingly rare, however, and many Jedi maintained that the opposite was true, that their blades were the stronger ones. Regardless of whose lightsabers were superior, however, the weapon had a history steeped in the dark side. The first lightsaber-like weapons seen in the galaxy were made by the Rakata. These were called Force Sabers, and the earliest of their kind resembled lightsaber pikes more than modern lightsabers. Much like lightsabers, Force Sabers used focusing crystals to create powerful energy beams. Unlike with lightsabers, however, these weren't plasma blades, but rather dark side energies focused and given physical form. Force saber crystals were alchemically grown so as to channel the dark side of the Force in this manner, and Force sabers required the user to maintain a constant focus on the dark side to be usable. Unlike later saber-style weapons, Force sabers were cut and dry dark side weapons which lightsiders simply couldn't use without giving in to the darkness. The Force saber was used primarily by the Rakata and their Force-sensitive servants, the Force Hounds. Shortly before the fall of the Rakatan Infinite Empire, these Force Hounds introduced the Force saber to the Jedi, inadvertently starting a chain of events that would lead to the Force Wars of Tython. That conflict, fought between light-sided Jedi and dark-sided Jedi, was in part started by a debate over whether or not the Force saber could be safely used. Perhaps ironically, those Jedi who opposed the use of the Force saber were the ones who won the war and ended up reforming into the Jedi Order. For most of the history of the Jedi Order, Jedi didn't carry lightsabers or lightsaber-style weapons, but rather special swords. Much like later lightsabers, Jedi swords were crafted using the Force, which Jedi Padawans used to align the blade to make it extremely sharp. During this process, these blades were imbued with the Force, which caused them to glow faintly, much like later lightsabers would. The Jedi created a great many traditions concerning these swords, which would, in later years, be applied instead to lightsabers. A few thousand years into the history of the Jedi Order, the Jedi began looking for high-tech alternatives to their Force-imbued swords, after the fashion of the Force sabers of old. Instead of attempting to replicate the dark side-based blades produced by Force sabers, the Jedi's first attempts at creating lightsaber-like weapons utilized a sort of frozen blaster technology. By 15,500 BBY, the Jedi successfully created their first functional energy blade in this manner. However, the resultant weapon required large amounts of power and was incredibly unstable, making it inefficient and a poor choice for combat. These sabers were only really used as ceremonial weapons or siege weapons. As time went on, however, the Jedi further refined the design of these early lightsabers, and eventually they created the first proto-sabers. These weapons were much more stable than the Jedi's earliest attempts at energy blade weapons, though they still required external power packs to operate. Proto-sabers could be considered the first real lightsabers, and despite their limitations, they quickly replaced Force-imbued swords as the iconic weapons of the Jedi Knights. It was in the time of the Proto-saber that lightsaber combat techniques first developed. Proto-sabers were still the primary weapon of the Jedi during the Second Great Schism, when a band of Dark Jedi broke off from the Order and started a century-long war. At the end of that war, the surviving Dark Jedi were banished to Korriban, where they became the first Dark Lords of the Sith. They brought their proto-sabers with them and put them to use in subjugating the Sith species
and founding the first Sith Empire. When they returned to the galaxy at large 2,000 years later, during the Great Hyperspace War, the Jedi were still using proto-sabers. The Sith, however, were not. During the days of the original Sith Empire, the bloodthirsty lords of the Sith further refined the proto-saber design, eventually inventing the modern lightsaber. They made great strides in lightsaber combat techniques as well, with Dark Lord of the Sith Tulak Hord having been one of the greatest lightsaber duelists of all time. The revolutionary advancements the Sith made to lightsaber technology made the weapon much less clumsy, allowing for faster paced combat and more complex maneuvers. Despite this, the original Sith actually didn't use lightsabers all that much, as they largely preferred alchemically enhanced swords. Nonetheless, there were still plenty of Sith who used lightsabers around during the Great Hyperspace War. Following that war, the Jedi copied Sith designs and made their own modern lightsabers, which, ever after, represented their order first and foremost. Over time, the dark origins of the modern design were forgotten, and the Jedi generally preferred to keep it that way. However, the modern lightsaber would not be the last advancement in lightsaber technology made first by the Sith. The saber staff, commonly known as the double-bladed lightsaber, was a Sith design, first used by Exar Kun. The light whip was likely a Sith design as well, and indeed, the most well-known light whip users were all Sith. If you're anything like us, you think lightsabers are cool. And they really are. They're so iconic, even non-Star Wars fans immediately recognize the glowy laser swords. But lightsabers weren't the only cool weapons Jedi used. Canon and Legends both give us a plethora of different epic weapons powered by kyber crystals and wielded by Force users. And in today's video, we'll be covering the coolest ones. Not only what they were, but also how they were used. To give us a better picture, we've consulted one of our subscribers, a talented martial artist with experience in Kobudo, an Okinawan martial art that focuses on the use of weapons. With the help of our expert, we'll be comparing some of these weapons to real-world equivalents to better understand them. Excited? So are we. So let's get into it. To get the most boring entry out of the way, we'll briefly talk about some variations on the basic lightsaber. Now, every Jedi constructed their lightsaber in a way that was uniquely suited to their needs, so no two sabers were identical. That said, certain variations were significant and popular enough to become their own thing. The first we'll look at is the curved hilt lightsaber. As you might imagine from the name, this was a lightsaber whose hilt was curved instead of straight, designed in such a way that the curve fit within the palm of the hand. This was most useful for Makashi users, as this hilt design allowed the blade to extend in a straight line following the user's arm. Count Dooku famously used one, as did many other dedicated Makashi users. Another lightsaber variant was the cross-guard lightsaber, like the one Kylo Ren wielded in the sequels. In its essence, it was a lightsaber designed with either metal spurs or emitters on either side of the main blade to form a guard. Unlike what those movies might have you believe, this was once a popular style of blade wielded once again by duelists that preferred Makashi. The additional plasma emitters were used to catch an enemy's blade and twist it out of their grasp while deflecting blows. They functioned similarly to modern sai, which are three-pronged swords commonly used in Kobudo to catch an enemy's sword and trap it to one side while the other weapon attacks. Single sabers weren't the only blades on the table, however. Another iconic Jedi weapon was the double-bladed lightsaber, commonly used by Jedi Shadows. In its basic form, this was a longer hilted lightsaber that drew power from two kyber crystals to power twin blades on either end of the hilt. Sometimes, rather than one hilt, the double-bladed saber was made up of two single hilts that could be connected to form one longer one. Another variant was the spinning double-bladed lightsaber the Sith Inquisitors used during the time of the Galactic Empire that could rotate rapidly. No matter which variant we're talking about, they functioned in pretty much the same way. For starters, the twin blades were independent of one another. That meant the user could choose when to activate one or both of them giving them adaptability and sometimes the element of surprise. Two blades also created additional space around the user, whether that was for attack or defense. Parrying was easier with two blades to rely on, and attacks could be executed quicker and in more directions. In this manner, saber staffs, as they were also called, functioned much like our bow, the traditional wooden staffs you've seen the Ninja Turtles use. Bow are fast-paced weapons best known for rapid, long-reaching attacks that protect the user while attacking. They're best used for jabs and horizontal blocks, and thanks to both hands on the staff, it's easy to spin from defense to offense in a heartbeat. Due to their affinity for quick jabs and parries or sweeping long-range attacks, saber staffs were best suited for users of Shicho or Makashi. On the opposite side, the need for both hands on the center of the hilt meant it was less practical for power-based forms like Jiamso. But enough about the basic lightsaber, let's get on to the more interesting weapons. Similar to the saber staff was the lightsaber pike, also known as the lightsaber lance. Although they were both staff weapons, the pike was more like a modern spear with a long shaft made of frick, a saber-resistant metal, and a short plasma blade emitted out of one end. A second form used by all Jedi Temple guards during the Clone Wars was even more similar to the double-bladed lightsaber with a second short blade at the other end of the shaft. As you can imagine, lightsaber pikes were used like modern polearms, such as the Chinese qiang. Their long shafts allowed their wielder to keep their opponent at distance while attacking. As they were most effective at stabbing, pikes also made for rapid-fire attacks since they only needed to be pulled back very slightly to jab forward again. In most cases, this combination of distance and speed kept the enemy dodging out of range until they missed a jab and were impaled. The Temple Guards weren't the only users though. The Knights of Zakul were famous during the time of the Old Republic for wielding lightsaber pikes. Palpatine's personal guard were also known to carry them from time to time, as did the Imperial Senate Guard. Everyone knows there were specialized smaller lightsabers called shotos. These shorter blades were designed for beings of smaller stature, like Yoda's species, or for use as an offhand. And it makes sense. Your weapon should be proportionate to your body size. It should come as no surprise that the Jedi had options for those of them that were particularly ginormous, like Gork, a mutated Gamorrean Dark Jedi. Enter the Light Club, otherwise known as the Great Saber. These rare lightsabers used special focusing crystals and power systems that allowed the giant hilt to emit a blade of up to 3 meters long. Even in our galaxy, great swords have been historically used even by regular-sized people. Using an extremely long blade might seem counterintuitive, but it allows the wielder to perform feints, such as angling the blade down to bait an attack aimed at the head or to cross-body block incoming attacks. Our next weapon is the exact opposite. Where the light club was huge and unwieldy, the light foil was an incredibly light and agile weapon. Originally designed by the Sith, they were as powerful as a lightsaber, but built for speed and flexibility. Light foils featured slimmer blades than the average lightsaber, with ornate hilt designs that were each a unique piece of art. Unlike lightsabers, which could be wielded with both hands, light foils were a single-hand weapon. They were especially favored by the Makashi users thanks to the speed with which they could be used. In today's equivalent, we bring you rapiers. These swords are used in modern fencing, which is the martial art Makashi is most similar to. Rapiers are wielded single-handedly, with the user maintaining distance and going for lightning-quick stabs and jabs. Light foils did eventually wane in popularity in favor of the Shoto, but nobles in the Tapani sector continued to prefer them. The unique thing about light foils was that artisans created a modern version that, albeit weaker than the original, didn't require the Force to use, opening up this type of weapon to even non-Force users. The same could not be said for this next entry. Light whips were a heavily modified lightsaber variant where, instead of forming one straight blade, multiple emitters in the hilt took advantage of its specially modified containment field to create a long, flexible but coherent blade that could reach several meters in length. Traditional lightsabers could also be adapted to have a light whip mode, which permitted the user to switch between whip and blade whenever they wanted. Due to their flexibility, light whips had less cutting power than a traditional lightsaber and also required more care. Users had to be mindful of every centimeter of the plasma whip as they cracked it, since just the slightest contact with their body could cause serious injury. Sometimes, energy or electro whips like the kind used by the slavers on Zygeria were also called by the same name, but these weapons were non-lethal, unlike the light whip's plasma blade that could and would slice your leg off. Given how uncommon they were, light whip users had the element of surprise over their opponent. They also allowed their wielder to attack from much greater range and made parrying very difficult, since they could wrap around the opponent's lightsaber and still slice their face off. At the same time, they were notoriously difficult to use, and the reduced power of their blades meant that they were less efficient in slicing through tougher materials like Durasteel. Light whips also required a lot more space to use, since they had to be swung with considerable momentum to do anything. A modern equivalent would be the 9-chain whip, a Chinese whip traditionally used against swordsmen. The idea was to use the whip to disarm the opponent, then follow through with another weapon. However, users often relied on their body to swing the whip around, which would be a bit unproductive with a light whip. Instead, we can reference fire whips. They're incredibly satisfying to watch and are swung and cracked just like light whips were. One of our personal favorite light whip users was the Sith lady Githany. She was super extra, and the exotic weapon only complemented her extravagant style and personality. And finally, we'll wrap up this list of badass Jedi weapons with what, in our opinion, was the coolest and most epic of them all. May we present to you the Lightsaber Gauntlet. Like the name implies, this weapon was a gauntlet the user wore on their arm that, once activated, emitted one or more lightsaber blades that extended past the user's hand. Some bounty hunters like Cad Bane and Boba Fett were known to use a similar weapon, but only the Jedi's gauntlets used actual plasma blades. Legends shows Plo Koon using one, alongside Irek Ismarin and Uda Khalid. Do we even need to talk about how cool this device was? It was essentially Wolverine claws, but with lightsabers instead of adamantium, and honestly, we can't imagine a more epic crossover than this. Jetpacks were devices for single-person aerial transportation that were worn strapped to one's back. They were commonly used among Mandalorians, but other factions also commonly used them, like bounty hunters, certain clone units in the GAR, Imperial Drum Troopers, and others. There were several models, but in general, they worked the same way. An intake pulled air into an ignition chamber where miniature turbines pumped in fuel to create the flame. These bursts of flame were controlled by internal regulators. Given the limited amount of fuel a jetpack could hold and how hot ignition could get, they could only function for so long before either running out of fuel or overheating. Another limitation to their use was that they could only be deployed within a planetary atmosphere, since they couldn't operate in zero, low, or high pressure. There was a significant difference between jetpacks and rocket packs. Jetpacks were generally quieter and lighter, and also less dangerous to use in combat thanks to the smaller quantity of explosive fuel they carried. In exchange for the incredible maneuverability they gave their users, jetpacks were somewhat of a gamble with death. When flying through the air, jetpack users were often sitting ducks. If the enemy didn't kill them, their jetpack overheating or running out of fuel without them realizing could send them plummeting to their deaths. Even if they kept an eye on that, they weren't safe, as the jetpack could fail if the intake pumped in dust, debris, or other minute particles that could clog the turbines up. And even if none of that happened, they could always experience what was fondly referred to as explosive failure, which was a term describing the entire fuel tank igniting and going kaboom with the user still attached to it. Despite all these horrific dangers, people still use jetpacks frequently, with some, like the Mandalorians who called their use the art of the rising phoenix, relying on them heavily. That's because, despite the not insignificant chances of a painful death, jetpack combat was both badass and effective.
We've already mentioned that multiple different factions relied on jetpacks throughout the centuries, but they all used them the same way, more or less. Bounty hunters such as Boba and Jango Fett used their jetpacks to maneuver around obstacles and catch up to their prey. It was also an escape tool they could rely on to get out of sticky situations. Overall, the jetpacks made them faster and more maneuverable, so anything they were running after or from stood much less of a chance. Clones in the GAR also frequently deployed jetpacks. Commonly, they were used so clone troopers could jump out of LAATs and descend to unfriendly territory safely without the vehicle needing to land, just as we saw when Captain Rex and his unit descended on Mandalore in Season 7 of the Clone Wars. Clone Commandos and the 2nd Airborne Company also employed jetpacks for this reason. Another excellent use of jetpacks demonstrated by the 501st was during the final season of the Clone Wars. In Season 7, Episode 9, Anakin and his troopers came to Obi-Wan and Cody's aid when the latter were outnumbered by a vast army of droids. Anakin pretended to surrender, luring the droids in, only for Captain Rex and his troops to come swooping up from under the bridge where they'd been hiding. The clones were using jetpacks to fly up and take out vast swaths of droids with explosives and laser fire, even taking down the Octuptarra Tri-Droids. Skywalker's plan would have never succeeded had the clones not used their jetpacks to not only successfully set up an ambush, but also gain the high ground, a lesson Anakin would later wish he'd taken to heart. During the time of the Empire, Imperial jump troopers relied on jetpacks to oppress citizens, and the First Order followed their example. Even the Rebel Alliance had their own jetpack troopers. Dark Troopers, Blaze Troopers, Wookiees, and many more relied on the jetpack's maneuverability to inflict more damage and gain the upper hand in combat. And, of course, Mandalorians had a whole thing going on with them. For Mandalorians, jetpacks weren't just a tool to be used, but part of their culture. This has remained consistent throughout every show, from Jango Fett's appearances in the prequels to the Mandalorians in the Clone Wars to the Children of the Watch and Bo-Katan's people in The Mandalorian. We even got a good look at them in Rebels. The moment a Mandalorian was old enough to learn to control a jetpack, they were taught how to use one. They were especially helpful for their specific fighting style, as they would descend from above in a hail of blaster fire to take out their enemies before they even had a chance to resist. In instances where they wanted to ambush a convoy, jetpacks let them use terrain to their advantage and also to keep up with moving vehicles, just like when Sabine Wren and Ezra rescued her father in Rebels. All of that brings us to this week's episode, massive airborne jetpack combat. Let's take a look at the pros and cons. Needless to say, seeing the Mandalorians and Imperial jump troopers going at each other in the air was beyond epic. However, it's not something we commonly see. Strapping a jetpack to an organic makes that organic go very fast. It's one thing when one side has all the jetpacks and the other is on the ground, which is what we usually get, but in this episode, both sides were simultaneously airborne. This is as epic as it is difficult. Instead of thinking about it as ground combat, the best way of viewing it is as mini Starfighter combat, sort of. With the exception of the Armorer and her melee weapons and Bo-Katan with her Darksaber, everyone else relied on ranged weapons. The maneuvers they employed were also very reminiscent of Starfighter duels, such as shorting out your engine so the enemies pursuing you would fly ahead of you where you could effectively shoot them down. Similar to the chaos of an open space battle, people took on whoever they could see. Allies teamed up against enemies or covered each other's backs. Unlike ground fights, everything happened so incredibly fast. The main difference with the Starfighter duel, of course, is that the jetpack users were able to use their surroundings to their advantage, such as when Bo-Katan slid along a metal platform, then dropped off the edge so she could reposition and take out her pursuers. As chaotic as it might have been, we honestly believe few other people could have ever handled this high-level combat. Jetpacks are very powerful, extremely volatile pieces of equipment, and many people simply didn't get nearly enough practice. If we'd put the 501st in this situation, for example, we can't say for certain that they would have performed as well, since they weren't mainly trained to use jetpacks. The Mandalorians, on the other hand, were raised with them. If any one group in the galaxy could pull this sort of aerial battle off, it was them, which is backed up by how easily they took the Imperial jump troopers out. As for the Imps, it makes sense that, given Mandalore's broken terrain, jump troopers were the obvious choice to ambush the Mandalorians. The Empire was well known for having brutal training regimes, but it's somewhat unlikely that jetpack on jetpack combat was a priority. The Mandalorians, on the other hand, had plenty of experience fighting each other. That's why, at the end of the day, they came out on top with few to no casualties from what we could tell. Perhaps in future, the Empire should rethink using a faction's signature weapon to fight them head on.
Over the years, the Star Wars Battlefront series has been one of the most beloved Star Wars game series in the franchise, and for a very good reason. With great story missions and entertaining multiplayer combat, it's a sort of game that has something for everyone. Of course, as any good Star Wars game, it has plenty of battle equipment, such as blasters, armored vehicles, and even turrets that are unique to it. In today's video, we'll be taking a look at every turret available in the game. As a disclaimer, we only have limited information for most of them, but in most cases, it's enough to get a sense of the turret's power. So without further ado, let's get started with a familiar face. For fans of Episode 5, the Hoth Defense Turret is a familiar and welcome addition. Exclusively found on the Hoth Echo Base map, these turrets were particularly designed to deal with enemy infantry vehicles like the famous AT-AT and the AT-ST. Those who remember our video on the Battle of Hoth will remember these stoic turrets as they took down many of the invading Imperial AT-ATs rather effectively, making them a prime target for Imperial forces. The Hoth Defense Turret was a white cylindrical turret armed with energy weapons. In the first Battlefront game, these energy weapons were the rapid-fire laser variety, but in the sequel, they were downgraded to regular laser weapons. Even so, they were more than enough to deal with the enemy AT-ATs, which has earned them a spot in every rebel's heart. But the Hoth Defense Turret wasn't alone. The Hoth Echo Base map had a second defense turret protecting Echo Base, the Hoth Dish Turret. Unlike the white cylindrical shape of the defense turret, the dish turret was shaped like an old-fashioned TV reception dish. In Battlefront 2, rebel troops identify it as a particle cannon. Much like its cousin, the defense turret, the dish turret was also designed to take out enemy infantry vehicles. However, unlike the defense turret, the dish turret was much slower. When firing, it had to charge up a powerful yellow laser blast. In most cases, it could take out enemy walkers in a single hit, but it was slow to reorient and charge a follow-up blast. As a result, it was generally aimed at walkers' weak points to guarantee a one-hit knockout. On a more amusing note, there are several key differences between the dish turret seen in Episode 5 and the dish turret that appears in Battlefront. In the movie, the dish turret is much more ineffective against enemy AT-ATs, and it also fires red lasers. Also found in Hoth was the E-Web turret, a defensive turret players could encounter during hunt mode. These turrets had varying rates of fire, from machine gun rapid fire to chain gun-like energy bursts. Unlike the cannon version, however, it didn't have a backup power generator, nor was it movable. For a less specialized turret, Battlefront has the laser turret, also known as the bog standard turret found on most maps, from Endor to Geonosis. Basically little more than an E-Web turret with hull plating, this stationary turret fired off relatively slow, low-power blasts in Battlefront 1 that, in gaming terms, did minor splash damage. In Battlefront 2, this was upgraded to rapid-fire laser blasts with no AoE. Like the previous turrets, these were designed as anti-infantry weapons, taking on walkers like the AT-AT. However, they were practically useless against vehicles like tanks. Moreover, when used for a long time, the laser turret would overheat and cease firing until the system had sufficiently cooled down. Another weakness they have is that their design leaves the gunmen handling them exposed. From there, it's an easy matter to take them out in one shot and neutralize the turret until someone else takes its place, and since the turrets are stationary, headshots are easy. Similarly, we have the Yavin turret, also known as the Yavin Tower turret. This creative design was a little more than a standard laser turret mounted on top of a pole and set to defend the Yavin base. The only difference to the laser turret is being about 35 feet off the ground, which sounds great until you remember how dense the trees on Yavin are. Their thick foliage rendered these turrets practically useless, leading to another prominent case of DIY.
If that weren't enough, the operators are extremely exposed. Their only saving grace was that, as much as they couldn't see the enemy also couldn't see them, which is something, we suppose. Similar to the laser turret was the beam turret. This powerful weapon was designed to stand stationary, but could also be mounted on vehicles like the IFTX. Much like its simpler counterpart, it was excellent at dealing with enemy infantry. Unlike the laser turret, however, it was also capable of dealing with enemy vehicles. Also unlike the laser turret, it fired steady beams of energy rather than singular bolts, hence the name. Alongside vehicles, beam turrets could also be mounted on ships in Battlefront 2, such as the Imperial Star Destroyer and the Trade Federation Cruiser, and supported these capital ships during space combat. The particle cannon turret is considered by many as Battlefront's version of the mainstream turbo cannon. It was a large, heavy-duty turret designed to take on enemy vehicles within range. It was also considerably powerful, as 3 to 4 in-game energy bolts were enough to destroy most vehicles, and only 2 if you got a crit. A subtype of this turret found on Kashyyyk fired a white energy bolt that traveled in an arc, unlike the standard orange-brown laser bolts. Despite being designed for anti-vehicle combat, both variants were also great infantry deterrents, as their fire did AoE damage that could hit groups of enemies. In Battlefront 2, particle laser cannons are mounted on both the AT-AT and Snowspeeder, definitely an upgrade from the previous laser cannon. To depart from all the anti-infantry weapons, we had the anti-air turret, a weapon used exclusively on Bestmen. These defense turrets were powerful, able to take out enemy starfighters with ease. However, it had its weaknesses. It boasted low accuracy and overheated quickly. Additionally, it was rather fragile and could be taken out with 1 to 3 direct hits from enemy aircraft. On a more unique note, we also have the auto turret, the sniper of all turrets. While appearing as little more than a small metal sphere floating harmlessly around, the moment an enemy enters its LOS, rounds of fire are sent their way automatically. And these blasts are strong too, the in-game equivalent of 1 to 3 pistol shots. Along with its rapid fire rate, these little buggers are menaces on the battlefield and can bring your HP down faster than 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Overall, its accuracy was also quite high, though it usually missed the initial shots while its sensor accurately calibrated the enemy's location. Auto turrets are commonly deployed around command posts or to support a camped sniper. Overall, probably the best unit to support the game's sniper class. And finally, to round off this list, we have the turret we have the most information about, the LR-1K cannon. Also known as the Sonic Disruptor Cannon, this was a large brown turret that relied on sonic projectiles to disrupt enemy forces. Due to its weapons being primarily sonic waves, they did next to nothing against vehicles. If they managed to hit enemy infantry, they would be sent staggering, but other than that, it had little use. In short, it was a turret designed to slow the enemy down, not stop them. On the plus side at least, in-game, they could auto-repair themselves once destroyed. In Battlefront 1, these turrets were only used on Geonosis under the name Geonosian turrets, set in a circle around the spire. Depending on where you come at the spire from, they were either completely useless or completely deadly, giving most players mixed feelings. In Battlefront 2, it appears with its final name of LR-1K Cannon and is also found exclusively on Geonosis. Unlike in the first game, these turrets dealt significant damage to enemy infantry and boast small crosshairs and a clear view, which make it far more usable.
If you're a long-time viewer of this channel, you know there are few things we love more than over-analyzing vehicles that showed up for maybe 20 seconds in the background of the Star Wars films. Well, in this video, we're back on our bullshit, for we're going to be taking a look at the speeders used by the Royal Naboo security forces. 2 of these bad boys made brief appearances in The Phantom Menace, the Jian Speeder and the more well-known Flash Speeder. These weren't the only speeders used by the RNSF, however, and today we'll be covering the entire Naboo arsenal. For most of their history, the Naboo were pacifists, with no standing army and only a small space force consisting solely of starfighters. But they weren't entirely lacking in ground forces. They did have a well-trained volunteer militia for security purposes. This militia was the Royal Naboo Security Forces, which was composed of a bunch of different subunits. We've already mentioned the Naboo Royal Space Fighter Corps, which included the Queen's Honor Guard, and there was also the Naboo Royal Navy. Not a spaceborne navy, mind you, but a mostly ceremonial aquatic navy. The ground-based security forces were divided into 3 units. These were the security guards, who functioned as police and basic infantry, the security officers, of whom were only about 1,000, who functioned both as veteran soldiers and commanders, and the Palace Guard, who were few in number but had the best training. These guardsmen were well trained and loyal, but their effectiveness was somewhat undermined by the less than stellar quality of their equipment. Their uniforms only offered moderate protection in combat, and they didn't really have any weapons stronger than a heavy blaster pistol. This meant that in battle, they weren't all that much better than the Trade Federation's standard B-1 Battle Droids. While the soldiers of the Royal Naboo Security Forces were endlessly loyal and would always do their best to defend Naboo, they paled in comparison to a proper army. Their only saving grace was their vehicle arsenal. Most of the RNSF's arsenal consisted of speeders with laser cannons slapped on, but they were surprisingly effective. This was best exemplified by the 2 best-known Naboo speeders, the Flash and the Geon speeders. Both of these speeders were based on civilian land speeders put out by the Sora Sub Corporation, a Solostan subsidiary of the Commerce Guild. They were repulsor lift craft and were designed for speed and maneuverability, and the additional RNSF modifications made them surprisingly heavy hitters. They could take a fair bit of punishment too, as both craft had much more armor than you would expect for a land speeder. This actually wasn't a modification on the Naboo's part. Sora Sub had designed the speeders for use on urban worlds with congested sky lanes, and the added armor was meant for protection in speeder crashes. We're not sure land speeders with military-grade armor are a better solution to traffic accidents than better urban planning, but the Republic's gonna Republic, I guess. Let's take a look at the Flash Speeder first. Officially the Seraph class urban land speeder, the Flash Speeder was 4.5 meters long, had room for 1 pilot and 3 passengers, and was fast as all hell. Typically painted green, the Flash Speeder was sleek and aerodynamic, and its open seating area sat 1 passenger next to the pilot and 2 more behind. It was propelled by a pair of side-mounted engines, each of which boasted triple-drive turbines, and kept aloft by a set of repulsor lifts. The Flash Speeder could float up to 2 meters off the ground, and it could fly at speeds of up to 200 kilometers per hour. Speed was the Flash Speeder's big selling point. The RNSF used it as a rapid attack craft and scout transport, as it could quickly flee if the odds turned against it. The Flash Speeder was also quite maneuverable, which made up for its somewhat exposed engines and open seating area. This also allowed the Flash Speeder to operate effectively in cramped urban streets, which is what it was designed for. But the Flash Speeder was also armed. It had a blaster cannon mounted at the rear, with a full 360 degrees of range and rapid-fire capabilities. This cannon was small, but powerful, capable of mowing down enemy infantry with ease. It was also effective against light vehicles, such as STAPs and other speeders, though it had a harder time piercing the armor of tanks. Then there was the Geon Speeder, officially known as the V-19 Land Speeder. Typically painted purple, the Geon Speeder was 5.7 meters long and was quite similar to the Flash Speeder in terms of design. It was manned by 1 pilot and 1 gunner, with room for 2 passengers behind them, and it had an additional cargo capacity of 50 kilograms. The Geon Speeder was very well armored, even more so than the Flash Speeder, and its engines were tucked behind the main body of the craft to reduce its target profile. This reduced the Geon Speeder's maneuverability considerably, making it less effective in urban warfare, but the Speeder somewhat made up for this with its faster maximum speed of up to 240 kilometers per hour. The Geon Speeder's biggest selling point was its weaponry, however. It boasted 2 light repeating laser cannons and a turreted medium laser cannon, with the lighter guns mounted on the sides of the Speeder and the medium gun mounted on the hood. These were much more powerful than the puny blaster cannon of the Flash Speeder. The light cannons could tear through enemy positions with ease, while the main cannon could pierce the armor of an armored assault tank, as shown in the Phantom Menace. This allowed the Geon Speeder to punch far above its weight, making it one of the most effective speeders in the Naboo's arsenal. The Naboo didn't have all that many of them, with that said. The RNSF only had 36 Geon speeders in total. Now it's time to talk about the rest of the Naboo's speeders and repulsor craft. Starting off, we have the Naboo Commando Transport, which was certainly an interesting vehicle. This was essentially a flat, unarmed repulsor lift slab with seating for a few passengers inside. We can't understand why this thing existed when the Naboo had flash and Geon speeders that were perfectly capable of transporting troops into battle. This was just a worse version of those craft, and it looked goofy as hell to boot. Speaking of goofy, we have the S-130 Shelter Speeder. This one was actually from Star Wars The Clone Wars, and yet somehow its design is an even worse abomination than any of the others we're about to cover. This speeder made its only appearances in a handful of Clone Wars episodes, and wow, I mean, where do we even begin? The S-130 was a medical transport with a full spectrum of sensors and medical equipment, plus hazmat suits and quarantine chambers. All of that makes sense. What doesn't make sense is its design. The cockpit was mounted at the top of an absurdly long neck. It had an even longer loading ramp that seems much too steep to effectively cart stretchers up, and it had these odd bubble canopies in its wings that seemed to serve no purpose. The real kicker is that this thing was faster than both the Flash and Geon speeders, with a top speed of 280 kilometers per hour, and it could also be equipped with a pair of laser cannons. Not that those would ever be necessary. If we were part of an army invading Naboo, we'd shoot ourselves if we ever saw this design crime coming across the battlefield. Moving on, we have the Utapau Speeder, which seems to just be a 74Z speeder bike with a different coat of paint. We have no information about this thing apart from the fact that it had a laser cannon, so we'll now move on to the last few Naboo speeders. First, we have the Champion, which came in two variants, the Champion and the Heavy Champion. This was essentially some sort of hybrid abomination between the Flash Speeder and a proper tank. The Champion and its heavier variant were heavily armored and required one pilot, with room for one passenger. The seating area was completely enclosed on this craft, and the Champion also boasted a total of 3 turreted blaster cannons. The Heavy Champion was basically the same thing, just with heavier guns and armor. Lastly, we have the Steadfast, which pretty much was just a land speeder converted into a tank. This bad boy also required just one pilot, but it could carry a total of 10 soldiers into battle, and it was even larger and more heavily armored than the Champion. The Steadfast had a total of 5 blaster cannons, some of them quite powerful, which were affixed all over the vehicle, including one in the rear. The Steadfast was essentially equivalent to the Trade Federation MTT, though it was still technically just a land speeder.
Stormtroopers are a bit of a laughingstock among Star Wars fans. They're known, however erroneously, for their poor aim, their perceived lack of combat skill, and above all, their armor. The distinctive white armor of the Imperial Stormtrooper is an instantly recognizable symbol of Star Wars and of the Galactic Empire in particular. Many fans, however, have questioned the purpose of this armor, which, as can clearly be seen in the movies and more recently The Mandalorian, fails to protect its wearers in most situations. But just how weak was Stormtrooper armor? Was it truly useless? In this video, we're going to be answering those questions. First off, we need to clear up a very common misconception. Stormtroopers were not the rank and file soldiers of the Empire. The normies in the Imperial Army and Imperial Navy weren't nearly as well trained or well equipped, and they didn't wear Stormtrooper armor either. The Imperial Stormtrooper Corps was its own military branch, a unit of elite soldiers that was essentially supposed to be the space version of the US Marine Corps. Contrary to what you might expect by only ever seeing them fight against plot armored heroes, they were far from pushovers. The first Stormtroopers were the clone troopers who had formerly composed the Grand Army of the Republic, and though the Stormtrooper Corps stopped being clone only a decade before the Galactic Civil War, future recruits were expected to be just as capable as their clone predecessors. Physical requirements for entry into the Stormtrooper Corps were extremely strict. Notably, recruits had to be within a very narrow height range so as to be able to fit into the armor, which was of course originally designed to be a one-size-fits-all. By the time of the Galactic Civil War, extended periods of peace had caused the effectiveness of the Stormtrooper Corps to atrophy, But back in the day, Stormies were the crack troops of the Empire, feared by everyone who wasn't a Jedi in hiding. Contrary to popular belief, Stormtrooper armor was actually pretty good. It was a far cry from Beskar to be sure. Bolts from any blaster stronger than your average pistol could burn clean through it, as obviously could a lightsaber, but that doesn't make it useless. Our atmosphere wouldn't be able to protect us from a large asteroid, but it's still far from useless as it protects us from a ton of other things that could kill us just as easily. The same is true for Stormtrooper armor. Like clone armor, Stormtrooper armor consisted of an 18-piece plastoid suit over a body glove, and it had a number of functions that didn't involve protecting the wearer. The armor could regulate body temperature and came with its own air conditioning system, while the helmets were equipped with communications gear, targeting computers, night vision modes, and anti-flash blinding lenses, and friend/foe ID systems. Said helmets were, however, somewhat hard to see out of. They drastically reduced the peripheral vision of the wearer and were often blamed for poor marksmanship. Stormtrooper armor was actually quite protective, it just wasn't perfect. Heavy weapons, blaster rifles, and heavy-duty blaster pistols could shoot clean through it, after all. But blaster bolts were one of 100 dangers Stormtroopers could expect to face in combat. When they charged onto the battlefield, they also had to worry about shrapnel, heat, and concussive force from explosions, fumes, environmental dangers, and much, much more. By and large, Stormtrooper armor made all of these things non-factors. Stormtrooper armor could completely deflect shrapnel, projectiles, flames, corrosives, vibroblades, and bullets without even getting scratched up. Energy bolts from your average blaster pistol or from glancing blaster hits would be completely absorbed by the armor as well, unlike with clone armor. Stronger blaster bolts could pierce Stormtrooper armor, but the armor was usually able to soak up a lot of the energy from these blasts, something that saved the lives of thousands of Stormtroopers over the course of the Galactic Civil War. Even when blaster bolts pierced Stormtrooper armor, that armor could still make a serious difference by greatly lessening the amount of energy that made it through. Even the body glove provided some measure of protection against secondary dangers. It kept Stormtroopers safe from extreme temperatures, toxic substances that kill via skin contact, and even deadly amounts of radiation. It cushioned Stormtroopers against impacts, and if a Stormtrooper was wounded, the body glove could act as a compression sleeve to stem bleeding. The body glove was also vacuum-proof and capable of dissipating stun blasts. We should also mention that Stormtrooper helmets were a lot tougher than the rest of the armor, and also a lot tougher than clone helmets could be. Stormtrooper helmets had 4 layers of armor, which only high-powered blaster rifles were capable of breaching. This is why our protagonists never seemed to aim for the head for the record. They had a better chance of killing Stormtroopers by aiming for the chest. The purpose of Stormtrooper armor was ultimately not to protect the wearer against blaster bolts, but rather to eliminate secondary dangers. Stormtroopers wouldn't even have needed to think about any of the dangers we've just discussed. They would be free to focus entirely on the enemy without needing to care about their surroundings. This, in theory, would allow them to avoid getting shot, and it would also allow them to demolish their enemies quicker. Stormtrooper armor still wasn't the best, and those of you who've just watched The Mandalorian might be wondering why the Empire wasn't giving its crack soldiers Beskar suits instead. There are 2 reasons for this. The first, of course, is that it would cost more than a fleet of Death Stars, but the second is a bit more interesting. It would have decreased maneuverability. Stormtrooper armor was incredibly lightweight, which meant it didn't really decrease maneuverability in combat at all. Armor made of Beskar would have been heavier and much more restrictive. Mandalorian warriors could compensate for such things, but most Stormtroopers would not have been able to, and would be rather unreasonable to expect anything different. This doesn't just go for Beskar. Frick, Cortosis, and all the rest are in the same boat. Plastoids simply had the best weight to strength ratio, and Stormtrooper armor refined and strengthened Plastoid as much as humanly possible. Making the armor stronger would ultimately have hurt Stormtrooper performance, and so the Empire decided it was fine as it was. The reason for this is incredibly important. The Empire didn't believe its Stormtroopers would need stronger armor. Here's the thing a lot of people forget. Stormtroopers weren't really meant to fight Jedi or Mandalorians. The Empire had Darth Vader and the Inquisitors to deal with the former, and Star Destroyer turbo lasers to deal with the latter. They didn't expect to have to deal with heavily armed opponents either. By the time Stormtrooper armor was introduced, the Empire controlled the entire galaxy. Any enemies they would have had to deal with would have been rebels, and nobody expected rebel groups to be as well armed as the Alliance to store the Republic was. For the most part, Stormtroopers expected to be up against vastly inferior opponents. Your average person wouldn't have access to a weapon that could even dent Stormtrooper armor, and odds were that anyone with stronger weapons wouldn't have had the training and skill that Stormtroopers did. Granted, by the time of the Galactic Civil War, that training and skill had gone right down the drain, and by the time of The Mandalorian, it honestly didn't even exist anymore. But that's not the armor's fault. Additionally, there was another major reason that Stormtroopers wore armor. A psychological reason. The armor made Stormtroopers look imposing, and it made them all visually identical too. There were two sides to this tactic. First, it reinforced the group mentality Stormtroopers were expected to hold to. They were to act as part of a whole, not individuals. Secondly, it was a fear tactic. A bunch of armored, identical looking soldiers with vaguely skull-like helmets shooting at you is a bit of an unnerving sight if you're not used to it. We as an audience have become quite desensitized to this effect, but many in the Empire weren't. Nor, it should be said, were audiences back in the day. When the original trilogy was first released, Stormtroopers had exactly this effect on many in the audience. So, if Stormtroopers weren't as useless as they're made out to be, why did Din and the gang make such short work of them in the season finale? The answer is fairly simple. Not even elite soldiers are equipped to go up against 3 Mandalorians, a Master Assassin, and a Dropper with a chain gun. Numbers wise, many of the fights we saw in the finale were fairly even, and in all but one of the exceptions to that rule, the gang had the element of surprise. The only fight in which the Stormtroopers even had a chance was when they were camped outside of the elevator, and even then, they were only butchered because Cara opened up with her chain gun. For a fairer glimpse of the Imperial Stormtroopers, we can look back at the original hallway battle from the start of A New Hope. In this scene, we can actually see some of the aforementioned armor features in action. Compare the behavior of those rebel troops to the Stormtroopers. The rebels were flinching away from blasts and the opening explosion, having a hell of a time trying to aim through the smoke and getting mowed down left and right. The Stormtroopers, on the other hand, showed no hesitation whatsoever. Their helmets helped them find the targets through the fog and insulated them from the bright flashes. They didn't flinch away from the glancing bolts because they had no need to. They didn't even need to worry about the smoke from their explosions thanks to their helmet filters. As a result, they summarily butchered half a dozen rebels in just a few seconds and suffered only one casualty, all while being at a serious tactical disadvantage. Recently, we've done several videos on why the Confederacy's battle droids don't deserve all the flack they get, and honestly, it's the same for Stormtroopers. Everything about them either makes sense or stems from Imperial arrogance in a way that makes sense, and they're just up against vastly superior opponents.
Hey, you. Yes, you. Do your children have too much free time on their hands? Are you looking for a way to get them out of the house? Well, you should consider signing them up for Podracing. This exciting character-building sport is an excellent outdoor activity for all your children to enjoy. It'll improve your children's reflexes, their fine motor skills, and in all likelihood, it'll keep them out of your hair for the whole school year, and possibly even forever. Podracing is fast, fun, and above all, it's child-friendly. If 9-year-old Anakin Skywalker could do it, after all, your kid can too. But if you're still not convinced, in this video, we'll be providing a full rundown of the sport and its history. Pod racers evolved from simple animal-drawn carts that were once used for racing all over the galaxy on less advanced worlds. Those sorts of races were an especially prominent tradition in the ancient Hutt Empire, where they were held in honor of major conquests. Bunta the Hutt, for example, had races held in his honor after his armies devastated the rebellious Hutt vassal planet Moralan. As technology advanced, the time of the animal-drawn chariots came to an end, but whenever new vehicles came out, people figured out ways to race them. All over the galaxy, people raced Hano speeders, land speeders, and speeder bikes. Swoop bikes specifically designed for racing were a galaxy-wide favorite for thousands of years, but pod racers were a return to tradition, adapting modern technology to the style of the old kart races of the Hutts. Modern pod racing came about in 100 BBY, the brainchild of Malastare native Gustav Wenbus. Wenbus won several conventional races on Malastare using an experimental pod racer designed for him by the mechanic Phobos, which was unreasonably fast and thus easily beat out all the competition. The concept of design was simple if insane. Wenbus rode in a small pod not unlike the animal-drawn carts of old, but instead of animals, his pod was driven by a pair of high-powered engines. The engines were linked only by a set of energy binders, and they were connected to the pod only by a pair of cables. The design abandoned all pretense of safety in favor of raw speed, and it was so fast that pod racing ended up becoming a league of its own. Wenbus was instrumental in setting up the original pod racing circuits and standardizing its rules. These rules were quite simple. Racers were to build a pod, make it fast, and then race, nothing more. The nature of pod racing made the sport somewhat exclusionary. You needed fast reflexes to participate, beyond what the average human was capable of. Pod racers also tended to be from smaller species, as larger beings tended to be heavier and thus slowed their pods down. Most human adults couldn't even fit in a standard pod, but human children could, as shown by Anakin Skywalker. See, we told you, the sport was practically designed with children in mind. Even if your kids aren't force sensitive, the sport is simple enough that they'll easily get the hang of it. Pod racing wasn't all about the racing. An essential part of the sport was building your own pod. Every pod racer was as unique as its owner, and a testament to their ingenuity, often built from scrap and spare parts. As the sport became more popular, some parts were standardized. Many manufacturers made pod racer engines, which are used as a base by racers. But these stock products were always heavily modified, often to the point of being unrecognizable when compared to the original. Some companies did sell prefabricated pod racers that they marketed as factory customs, which were usually made from spare parts but on dedicated production lines. Many racers derided use of these pod racers as cheating, however, even if they were modified by those who purchased them. That's good news for you if you're not looking to buy a pod racer for your kid. Having them build their own pod racers from scratch is part of the spirit of the sport. The most important component of any pod racer was its engines. As with all things pod racing, the composition of pod racer engines varied dramatically. Most pods only had 2, but some had as many as 6. Generally, these engines came in 2 varieties: combustion-powered engines, which featured prominent turbines and many moving mechanical parts, and either rocket or ion engines, which lacked moving mechanical parts. Examples of the former included the Radon Ulza 620C engines used by Anakin Skywalker for his pod racer. Examples of the latter included the iconic Plug F Mammoth engines used by Sebulba. Both varieties featured powerful repulsor lifts to keep the craft aloft. Pod racer engines could also be equipped with a number of performance-enhancing features, such as oversized intakes, air scoops, and afterburners. Many pod racers also featured illegal modifications and weapons, typically well hidden, such as buzzsaws and makeshift flamethrowers. A pod racer's engines were held together by arcs of pinkish plasma energy generated by a pair of blinder plates. A pair of heavy-duty control cables linked a pod racer's engines to its control pod. These pods, much like their engines, varied wildly in design, but they shared a few commonalities. To start, they were usually designed to be as lightweight as possible, consisting of little more than a pilot's seat, a set of controls, maybe a windshield, and attachment points for the control cables. Pod racer control schemes tended to vary. Usually the pod was driven via a pair of throttle levers, but most pods also featured onboard sensors and computers that allowed their pilots to see craft coming up behind them and micromanage how their engines were functioning. Pod racers flown by non-humans with unique anatomy were typically designed to take advantage of their pilot's physiology. Sebulba's pod racer, for example, was designed so that he could fly it with his feet, while Gazgano's pod racer featured multiple sets of control yokes to take advantage of his 4 arms. Safety features which added unnecessary weight and expense were rarely included in pod racers. The original pod racers were made from scrap and old military surplus. They were very dangerous, unbearably loud, and spewed all manner of carcinogens into the atmosphere. Naturally, they quickly became popular with racing fans. In the years after the sport first took off, pod racer design was refined and standardized somewhat, and the sport spread far and wide across the outer rim. Pod racers could typically easily break 800 kilometers per hour, making pod races extremely fast-paced and exciting. Pod racing was the ultimate challenge, the ultimate test of speed and reflexes, and it often played out on courses that made the sport even more dangerous. The Galactic Republic, which was far too wimpy to be able to handle such an awesome sport, formally outlawed pod racing, but the sport continued anyway, both within and beyond the borders of the Republic space. This was largely because the Hutts were major supporters of pod racing, not because they enjoyed it, mind, but because they could make a killing by sponsoring it and controlling the high-stakes betting that surrounded it. Thus, pod racing was common in Hutt space, its peripheral territories, and the Republic sectors that the Hutts dominated. Pod races were often held on Hutt worlds for holidays like Bunta Eve, which continued the tradition of races in honor of Hutt conquerors. The Bunta Eve Classic, the largest, most famous, and most dangerous pod race, was held annually on Tatooine. There were hotspots of the sport apart from Tatooine and Hutt space, however. Malastare, where the sport originated, was far from Hutt territory. Indeed, it was located within the borders of the Republic. Nonetheless, Malastare's Winter Harvest Classic was second only to the Bunta Eve races. Other popular races included the Ando Overland on Ando Prime, the Aline Classic on Alina, the Zugga Challenge on Mongaza, and the Fire Mountain Rally on Barunda. Not even the core worlds were completely free of pod racing. Many fans of the sport watched live feeds of it from the core. The sport peaked in popularity after 32 BBY, when the human child Anakin Skywalker won the Bunta Eve Classic. In the years that followed, however, the sport began to suffer a decline. There were crackdowns on a lot of popular cheating techniques that some pod racers relied on, and many of the most famous racers were imprisoned for criminal activities. The core worlds passed stronger bans on the sport and began active crackdowns, and as the Separatist crisis ripped the galaxy in two, interest in the sport declined. Shortly before the outbreak of the Clone Wars, a report in the HoloNet News indicated that pod race attendance had been cut in half since the Battle of Naboo, though betting remained at an all-time high. Things got even worse for pod racing once the Empire took power. The Republic was whiny enough about how unsafe the sport was, but the Empire was even worse. Of course, the Empire was less concerned with the safety of pod racing, and more the fact that it primarily appealed to non-humans. The popularity of a sport in which humans were generally unable to compete due to inferior reaction times and physical attributes didn't jibe well with the Empire's notions of human superiority. So the Empire did its very best to crush the sport. Imperial law enforcement seized pod races, shut down race courses, and arrested racers, all but eliminating the sport. But pod racing survived the Empire. Illegal circuits popped up here and there, avoiding Imperial scrutiny wherever possible, and after the Empire fell, the sport saw somewhat of a resurgence, though it never returned to its former glory.
We've talked a lot in recent months about how various bits of the CIS droid army were severely underrated, from their armored vehicles to their frontline battle droids. What we haven't really touched on, however, were the weapons the droid army made use of. We doubt this was a conspicuous absence, but seeing as we've made a video about Republic weapons in the past, we figured we'd talk about the other side of the equation. Were the weapons the Seps used underrated like the battle droids that use them? The answer is no. In fact, they were absolute trash. In this video, we're going to discuss why. The arsenal of weaponry commonly used by the CIS droid army was originally created for the Trade Federation droid army. While the Trade Federation didn't really need to get Bactoid Armor Workshop to make completely new weapon designs, it was likely a cheaper route than buying existing weapons from the likes of Blastech Industries or Merson Munitions. Additionally, since Bactoid operated outside of Republic jurisdiction, it allowed the Trade Federation to slip under the radar and avoid attracting attention for bulk arms purchases. However, the move also resulted in low-quality blaster weapons. Baktoid basically just copied a bunch of blast tech designs and cut as many corners as possible, resulting in the cheapest weapons they could design. Of course, this was exactly what the Trade Federation wanted. As we've mentioned in past videos, the Trade Federation, and later the CIS itself, adopted a quantity over quality approach to army building. An approach that, by and large, was a pretty brilliant strategy. When it came to blasters, all they wanted were weapons that could kill meatbags efficiently. To its credit, Baktoid definitely delivered on that point. The first weapon Baktoid produced for the Trade Federation, and one that would later be a staple of Separatist armories all over the galaxy, was the E5 blaster rifle. The E5 was best described as a reverse-engineered blast tech rifle, but with all the safety features removed. These highly compact weapons were relatively affordable, selling for just 900 credits, and for their size, they were quite powerful. Though they were officially classified as blaster rifles due to their power and range, they were really only the size of blaster carbines, which made them easy for simple-minded B1 battle droids to use. The E5 blaster rifle could fire around 500 shots before it needed to be reloaded, equivalent to the capacity of the much larger DC-15A blaster rifle used by the Grand Army of the Republic. Furthermore, every one of those shots was incredibly powerful, as the E5 had a large gas chamber that concentrated lots of energy into each blaster bolt. These rifles weren't as powerful as the weapons the clones used, which were almost overpowered, but they still outclassed the average blaster in terms of raw power. But there were some severe downsides to the E5. For one, it wasn't all that accurate, which greatly limited its effective range. It was also fragile. Short-barreled blasters that fired high-power bolts tended to fall apart easily, as the internal components of such weapons regularly suffered damage when they were rapid-fired. The most damning problem with the E5, however, was how easily it overheated and how bad the overheating could get. Since Baktoid eliminated the blaster's safety features to make the weapon deadlier, the barrel of the E5 could get hot enough to cause third-degree burns. If the weapon was used near constantly, overheating could even permanently damage it, rendering it totally useless. Now, neither the Trade Federation nor the CIS cared about this. Since E5s were fairly cheap, they could afford to just replace worn-out blasters after every engagement. Since durability wasn't something they were looking for, the damage these blasters took wasn't a problem, nor was it an issue that the blaster had a serious overheating problem. After all, most of the Separatists' E5s were supplied to battle droids who could touch red-hot blaster barrels without melting their skin off. The same couldn't be said for the organic Separatists the CIS armed, however. During the Clone Wars, many local Separatist movements received arms shipments from the CIS, which included plenty of E5s. The blasters didn't work nearly as well for organics as they did for droids. Shocking, we know. The Separatist organic units that used the E5 in combat, such as the Nemoidian Irregulars, had to be careful not to fire the weapons too quickly, otherwise they could have ended up severely wounded. Even if these organic soldiers managed to avoid getting burned, however, the cheap nature of these rifles meant that they required constant repairs. Another weapon Baktoid produced for the droid army was the E5S sniper rifle. Though it had a similar designation to the standard E5, the sniper rifle was actually nothing like its little brother. It was much longer and much more precise, and overall it was a much better weapon. It had a high-tech scope that allowed droid snipers to be extremely precise, and as far as we know, it didn't have any of the shortcomings of the E5. The weapon also had two firing modes, a traditional sniper mode and a rapid firing mode which allowed it to essentially act as a machine gun. Both modes had flaws, however. When in sniper mode, the E5S only had a 4-shot magazine capacity, which was smaller than the capacity of the Republic DC-15X. The rapid fire mode, on the other hand, was a strange choice for the sniper rifle as it gave away the sniper's position while diminishing the weapon's accuracy. We have no idea why Baktoid thought this was a good idea. Seeing as the E5S appeared only rarely during the Clone Wars, we'd guess that Separatist commanders didn't think too highly of the weapon either. Most of the other Separatist weapons we know about were developed by other companies. The The SE-14 blaster pistol, the standard Separatist sidearm, was a Blastech product, for example. Like the E5, the SE-14 was absurdly compact and quite cheap, costing only 500 credits. The downside, of course, was that the SE-14 wasn't all that good. Since its barrel was incredibly short, it was almost definitely inaccurate, and it probably wasn't all that powerful either. It was little more than a tube with a grip, and while that may make for a cost-effective sidearm, it probably wasn't very useful in the battlefield. As far as we know, the droid army rarely used the SE-14. By and large, Separatist battle droids didn't really need sidearms, since the E5 was compact enough for close as well as long-range use. Separatist officers didn't seem to like the SE-14 either, and opted for other sorts of blaster pistols instead. Should be noted, however, that the SE-14 did see a bit of use after the Clone Wars in the hands of outlaws. Notorious criminal Ponda Baba, for example, had one for a sidearm. In light of the subpar quality of the old Battle Droid weapons, the CIS tended to favor built-in blaster weapons when it began commissioning new droid models. The most notable example of this was the B2 Super Battle Droid, which featured blasters built into its wrists instead of proper blaster rifles. Those weren't just any blasters either. They were fully automatic blaster cannons capable of unleashing powerful blasts at witheringly high rates. Built-in B2 weaponry could get even deadlier too, as the B2 HA variant featured a full-on rocket launcher built into one of its arms. All things considered, those weapons sound pretty good, and in some respects, they were. The Super Battle Droid's blaster cannons were a marked improvement over the E5 blaster rifle, as they had a much higher rate of fire and were even more powerful. They were about as powerful as the Republic DC-15A, and with a much higher rate of fire to boot. That's without even mentioning the added bonus of having the guns built into the droid's arms, which meant that the B2 would never truly be unarmed. Or at least, it wouldn't be unarmed until it ran out of ammo or Anakin performed a field amputation. And now, we come to the shortcomings of the wrist blaster model. We don't know for sure how many shots B2 wrist blasters could fire before running out of ammo, but since there's no such thing as a bottomless clip in Star Wars, they must have run out of ammo eventually. When that happened, it's anyone's guess how they reloaded. It's a near certainty, however, that it wasn't an easy process. Likely, it required partial disassembly or total replacement of the droid's arm, which probably took some time. Additionally, no matter how B2s reloaded their weapons, they would have to run back to their troop ships to do so, which is tremendously inefficient. This problem with reloading was probably even more pronounced with those rocket launcher arms. Of course, knowing the Separatists, they probably didn't count on their B2s lasting long enough in a firefight to need a reload, and didn't bother with rearming their supers until after firefights were finished. While that would have worked well enough for them, it doesn't make up for the B2's wrist blaster design shortcomings. The clone troopers of the Grand Army of the Republic were some of the most effective soldiers in the history of the Star Wars universe, prepared from birth for the battlefields of the Clone Wars. They were expert soldiers, possessing far more skill, ingenuity, and resilience than their droid opponents. But the success of the Grand Army of the Republic wasn't solely due to the clones' inherent traits. Clone troopers had access to a top-tier arsenal of weapons and equipment which contributed significantly to their success. In this video, we'll be giving you a comprehensive overview of the basic clone trooper kit. Most of the clone kit was designed before there were any clones mature enough to actually use it. During the development of the first generation of clones, the Kaminoan clone masters contracted various companies for the production of weapons, armor, and other equipment for their rapidly maturing army. The clones' iconic armor was designed in-house by the Kaminoan armorsmiths, while the production of blasters and other weapons was contracted to Blastech Industries and Merson Munitions. Much of the clone kit was based on the standard equipment used by Mandalorian shock troopers. This was mostly out of convenience, since Jango Fett knew a fair bit about Mandalorian equipment and lived in Topoka City, and also because the Kaminoans found it fitting that clones made of a Mandalorian wear Mandalorian-esque armor. Though most of the clones' equipment wasn't nearly Mandalorian tier, especially their armor,
the stylistic influence was pretty evident. When the clone army was fully deployed, the Kaminoans' carefully crafted arsenal proved to be a major advantage for Republic forces. Many Jedi generals donned pieces of clone armor, and a few Jedi even used GAR-issued DC-15S blaster carbines during some of the war's fiercest battles. However, the original clone kit wasn't perfect. Midway through the war, the Kaminoans rolled out new and improved Phase 2 armor, which came in a number of new specialty configurations and came with some better equipment too. Speaking of clone armor, that's as good a place as any to start our overview. Clone armor was worn over a padded black body glove, which was pressurized and insulated to keep clones safe and comfortable across a wide range of temperatures and environments. Over this body glove, the clones wore 40 kilograms or 88 pounds in freedom units of plastoid armor, which came in 20 plates attached to the glove via magnetomic grip panels. To most beings, this armor appeared to be a bright white, though to the Kaminoans, who could see in the ultraviolet spectrum, it was painted in a broad array of colors. Half of those armor plates, the shoulder bells, rear braces, elbow plates, van braces, and gauntlet plates, were worn on the arms. 8 more were worn on the legs, the thigh plates, knee plates, greaves, and boots. The rest of a clone trooper's body was encased in just 2 plates, a cuirass and codpiece. Clones also wore placards over their abdomens, but it's unknown whether this was just an extension of the codpiece or a separate piece that wasn't counted as an armor plate. We lean toward the latter since it seems to have been far more flexible than anything made of plastoid should be. Most of the Phase 1 armor suit was just armor, but a few plates had some fancy features built into them. The clones' boots could maintain a grip on practically any surface and were capable of magnetizing to metal surfaces, a handy little trick for space battles. The armor's right vambrace featured a built-in comlink which connected to the helmet's internal communication system, which we'll talk about shortly. Finally, the back of the cuirass featured surprisingly comprehensive climate control systems which could regulate the internal temperature of the armor and vacuum seal it for brief periods. Clone armor came with 2 additional pieces of equipment, a utility belt and a helmet. We'll discuss the contents of the utility belt later, but the helmet is worth a particularly close look. The helmet was the most important part of the entire clone kit. Apart from providing protection for the clones' head, these helmets came with a ton of special features. The most important of these were the comlink built into the chin piece, the receivers built above the ears, and the comlink's transmitter, which was built into the helmet's distinctive fin. Together, these allowed clones to maintain contact with each other, their commanders, and any nearby LAAT gunships. The helmet's communication systems were soundproof, allowing clones to tune out most of the din of battle and prevent their conversations from being heard by anyone outside of their squad. Clone helmets also featured distinctive T-shaped visors, which allowed clones to see through fog and in the dark, and generated comprehensive heads-up displays that could identify targets and friendlies, giving clones crucial advantages during battle. The HUDs on clone helmets actually interfaced with clones' blast rifles, calculating firing solutions for the clones in the heat of combat. This led many clones to joke that they were only lever arms, existing only because their helmets were incapable of pulling the trigger. Phase 2 armor had pretty much all the same features as Phase 1 armor, and to many outsiders, they looked virtually indistinguishable aside from the helmets. However, there were actually a great many differences between the 2 armor sets. As we mentioned earlier, Phase 1 armor was pretty heavy and it was uncomfortable as well, leading to many clones calling it the body bucket. Phase 1 armor was especially unpleasant for clone pilots who found that the armor's codpiece and thigh plates were, all too literally, a real pain in the ass. Phase 2 armor didn't just upgrade clones' helmets. Every single plate of the armor was redesigned to be lighter and more comfortable. This did come at a cost though. While Phase 1 armor was very resilient, with the cuirass able to tank a blaster bolt or 2, Phase 2 armor was slightly less protective. However, the added maneuverability meant the upgrade provided was worth it to most of the clones. Clone armor, and Stormtrooper armor for that matter, gets a lot of flack for supposedly not granting its wearers much protection. However, as we've discussed in previous videos, it was a lot more useful in battle than it looked. While the armor couldn't stand up to direct hits from anything stronger than a holdout blaster, it protected clones from glancing shots, shrapnel, heat, cold, poison gas, acid, and similar toxins, and to an extent, fall damage. The helmet also prevented clones from being blinded by bright flashes. This eliminated most secondary battlefield dangers, leaving clones with only enemy fire to worry about. Protection against shrapnel, in particular, was crucial. Apart from their armor, clones made use of several models of blaster and a whole slew of other equipment. Their utility belts came with pouches for spare ammunition, a grappling hook, ration supplies, and even a small medical kit with synth flesh and Bacta. Most clones also carried multi-tools, sanitary wipes, and other handy gadgets, though this wasn't part of the standard loadout. The belt featured a built-in tracker and a small cylindrical thermal detonator, which was meant to be used as a last resort. When needed, clones also made use of simple armored GAR issue backpacks, which could carry ammunition, additional medical supplies, or grenades. As far as grenades went, clones typically favored V1 thermal detonators, LXR-6 concussion grenades, V6 haywire grenades, and several models of EMP grenades, which were known affectionately as droid poppers. For extended missions, clones usually brought along 2 thermal detonators, 2 concussion grenades, and a droid popper. In battle, clones also relied on additional equipment that was carried aboard AT-TEs and LAAT gunships. In particular, this included IM-6 battlefield medical droids. Virtually every vehicle in the Grand Army carried an IM-6, and they were common sights on the battlefields of the Clone Wars, zipping through the fray on their repulsor lifts to help wounded clones. The IM-6 was small, but it was strong enough to drag wounded clones to safety, and these little droids saved a great many lives. Of course, any soldier's most valuable tool is their weapon. Clones had 3 to pick from: the DC-15A blaster rifle, the DC-15S blaster carbine, and the DC-17 blaster pistol. All of these blasters were extremely powerful, far outclassing the blasters used by the Separatists. Since the Separatists primarily fielded battle droids, the blaster gas used by clones was ionized, which gave the blaster bolts a blue tinge. At the start of the Clone Wars, the DC-15A was the weapon of choice for most clones, and for good reason. These large, bulky blaster rifles were insanely powerful, capable of punching holes through ferrocrete walls and accurate fire at a range of 10 kilometers when tripod mounted. However, the DC-15A was large and heavy, making it impractical in situations where mobility was key. As a result, many clones preferred the DC-15S. As a blaster carbine, the DC-15S was nearly as powerful as the DC-15A, though it had a far shorter effective range. Both blasters had stun settings and non-lethal special features. The DC-15A came with a hardpoint for grappling hook attachments, while the DC-15S came with a collapsible stock. A few clones made use of other blasters, most notably the DC-17 blaster pistol. The DC-17 was tiny when compared to the DC-15S, but it was actually more powerful than its carbine cousin. This came at the cost of a far smaller magazine capacity. Some clones with specialized training used other weapons, but since this video is about the standard clone loadout, we won't be covering them today. If you're interested to learn about other clone weapons, we've made a full video on them in the past. When the Kaminoans assembled the Grand Army of the Republic, they didn't skimp on equipment. They made some of the clones' gear themselves, as was the case for their iconic armor, but for the rest of the GAR's arsenal, they subcontracted a number of third-party manufacturers to do the job. Most of the GAR's equipment, from small arms to tanks, were initially designed specifically for the clone army, resulting in extremely high-quality weapons that regularly outperformed their Separatist equivalents. But which of the more common clone blasters was the best? Today, we'll be answering that question. The GAR's primary standard issue blaster weapons were the DC-15A blaster rifle and the DC-15S blaster carbine. Both were extremely powerful weapons that were usually loaded with specially ionized Tabana gas,
which gave their blaster bolts a blue color and gave their wielders an added edge against droids. The Kaminoans commissioned both weapons, along with the whole DC line, from Blast Tech Industries. The DC-15A was large and bulky, even for a blaster rifle, but it made up for its awkwardness with its power and accuracy. The 15A could fire off 500 shots per cartridge, and each round from these rifles was extremely powerful, able to punch through even the toughest armor and blast a half-meter crater in solid ferrocrete. The 15A was far more powerful than nearly any other blast rifle, and it had an extremely long range too. When mounted on a tripod, it was accurate at ranges of up to 10 kilometers. The DC-15A could be used in a stun setting on different power levels, and in both fully automatic and semi-automatic modes, though it wasn't considered a true repeating blaster, as it wasn't designed to pump out a constant stream of fire. On top of their already impressive stopping power and range, these rifles also came with a number of other useful features. The DC-15A featured a built-in grappling hook and electronic rangefinders that could be remotely linked to a clone trooper's helmet HUD, greatly improving their aim. The DC-15A was meant to be the clones' default weapon, but as the war went on, many clones began to favor the smaller DC-15S carbine instead. The 15S was dramatically smaller and lighter than the 15A, making it much easier to carry around. It had roughly the same capacity as its larger cousin, with its Tabana cartridges typically lasting 500 shots, and like the rifle, it could operate as both a semi-automatic or fully automatic weapon. Unlike the 15A, the 15S only had two power settings, standard fire and stun, with its standard fire mode being less powerful than the DC-15A's. Its range was also dramatically less than the larger rifle. However, the DC-15S made up for its decreased range and stopping power with versatility and a higher rate of fire, and it generally handled better in sustained firefights. The DC-16S could be held like a pistol or like a rifle, and it featured a folding stock to improve accuracy. In a sense, the DC-15A could be considered equivalent to Phase 1 clone armor, while the DC-15S was more similar to Phase 2 armor. Like the original clone kit, the 15A was bulkier and more powerful, while the 15S and Phase 2 gear sacrificed some of that power for added versatility. Obviously, both blaster weapons were used concurrently throughout the war, but the parallel is interesting nonetheless. Of course, the DC-15A and the DC-15S weren't the only blasters employed by the clones. There were also specialty weapons that were made available to officers or clones with special training. Among these was the DC-15X, a dedicated sniper rifle based on the design of the DC-15A. The DC-15X has an even longer range and a much higher accuracy than its standard issue cousin, and its shots were far more powerful. However, it was exclusively semi-automatic, and it only featured 6 rounds per cartridge. This weapon was favored by clone snipers, as you might expect, but it saw little use by anyone else. A more recognizable specialty weapon was the DC-17 Hand Blaster, a blaster pistol usually reserved for ARC troopers or clone officers. Despite their small size, these weapons were classified as heavy blaster pistols, and for good reason. Their size was deceptive. The DC-17 was a devastating weapon with high stopping power. In fact, these blaster pistols were actually more powerful than the DC-15S carbine, and they also had a higher rate of fire and less recoil. They were extremely efficient weapons, and due to their small size, many clone officers used 2 of them at once for added firepower. However, the DC-17 could only fire off 50 shots per cartridge, just a tenth of what its standard issue cousins were capable of. Nonetheless, the power and utility of the DC-17 made it a favorite among officers, ARCs, and the select few regs who were allowed to use them. Other clone officers and ARC troopers made use of a heavier alternative blaster, the Westar M5 blaster rifle. These gnarly looking weapons were related to the blaster pistols used by clone progenitor Jango Fett, though they looked absolutely nothing alike. The Westar M5 was a bulky but extraordinarily powerful blaster rifle, capable of blasting through tank armor at its highest power settings, making it even more powerful than the DC-15A. It had full auto, semi-automatic and burst fire modes, and it featured hardpoints on the underside of the barrel where a single shot pump action grenade launcher could be mounted, adding to the already incredible stopping power of this weapon. However, for all its power, the Westar M5 was somewhat hindered by its peak range of 250 meters, dramatically shorter than the DC-15As. Despite this shortcoming, it was a favorite of ARC troopers during the Clone Wars, most notably Alpha 17, and a select few non-ARCs made use of it as well. There was also the DC-17M interchangeable weapons system, but since that blaster was reserved for commandos and was technically 3 guns in one, we're going to be leaving it out of this video for the sake of a fair comparison. Finally, we have our third category of clone blasters, the heavy weapons. These guns were the most powerful blasters the Republic had to offer, and unlike the DC series blasters, they were produced by Merson munitions instead of Blastech. These weapons were reserved for clones or ARC troopers that had gone through dedicated heavy weapons training programs, making them an uncommon sight on the battlefield. When they were used, however, they certainly made their presence known. The more common of these heavy blasters was the Z6 rotary blaster cannon, a heavy repeating blaster that many of you likely know as the chosen weapon of Heavy and Commander Thrawn. The Z6 was bulky and weighed 16 kilograms, and it required 2 hands to operate. Due to the Z6's awkward construction, it could be difficult to use, but it made up for this with its incredible rate of fire. The Z6 featured 6 barrels that could rotate rapidly and a central cooling apparatus, allowing the blaster to achieve an extremely rapid rate of fire. The Z6 could spew out 166 powerful armor-piercing blaster bolts per minute, or between 2 and 3 per second, spraying constant streams of fire across the battlefield. The Z6's power pack was only good for 200 shots, which meant it could only keep up uninterrupted fire for a minute and change, but if used in short bursts, it could go much longer without the need for reloading. The Z6 had an optimal range of 75 meters, but if accuracy wasn't the concern and suppression was, it could be used at ranges of up to 750 meters. It was the Republic's ultimate spray and pray weapon, an absolute terror to enemy forces in the right hands. There was also a less well-known heavy repeating blaster in the Republic's arsenal, the experimental reciprocating quad blaster, or SIP quad for short. Typically reserved for ARC troopers, the SIP quad was a huge portable quad laser featuring 4 double barrels linked to a massive backpack mounted power cell. These things were so huge that the power cell backpack featured built-in repulsor lifts as insurance against recoil. And as you might expect for such a bulky weapon, the SIP quad was best used against slow targets. However, the SIP quad was extraordinarily powerful, capable of tearing apart light tanks with ease. Its barrels could be fired one at a time or in pairs, and in either case, the SIP quad was truly a nasty weapon, if a tremendously cumbersome one. Now that we've gone through all of these weapons, let's parse out which was the best. Obviously, all of these blasters had their uses and were optimized for specific situations, so we're going to be looking at all of their attributes in aggregate, weighing power, range, capacity, ease of use, and general applicability. With that out of the way, let's get onto the rankings. Despite their raw power, we're going to rank the heavy weapons at the bottom, with the SIP quad at the very bottom and the Z6 just above it. These were fearsome weapons, but they lacked general applicability and had a bunch of other drawbacks, especially in ease of use and range. They were useful in the proper contexts, but they weren't the sort of weapon you should just go for unless the conditions explicitly favor them. The same was true for the DC-15X, which ranks just above its heavier counterparts. Above the 15X ranks the Westar M5 and the DC-17, which we're going to consider tied. Both were awesome, above average weapons, but they each had a key weakness. The M5 was severely lacking in range, while the DC-17 had a low magazine capacity. The DC-15S carbine gets second place. It was by far the most versatile of all these weapons, but it just falls short, in our opinion, of the DC-15A. Despite being bulky and hard to maneuver with, the DC-15A had incredible firepower, insane range, and plenty of versatility, with numerous settings and secondary features that could prove extremely useful. Overall, we would say it was the best weapon in the Republic arsenal. The gleaming white armor of the galaxy's elite soldiers has been a staple of Star Wars since the beginning, from the release of A New Hope straight through to the modern day. Since the release of the prequels, Star Wars' plastic armor has since become associated with the Republic's clone troopers as well. In Clone Wars era media, The so-called boys in white serve as the symbol for an era of chaos and change, the last defenders of a crumbling republic. The clones go through two types of armor throughout the war, termed Phase 1 and Phase 2. But apart from their different helmets, the different kinds of clone armor can seem virtually identical. Just how different were they really, and which set was actually better? In this video, we'll be answering those questions. Phase 1 clone armor was designed by the Kaminoan armorsmiths of Tipoca City in cooperation with Jango Fett, who allowed the Kaminoans to examine his Mandalorian Super Commando armor for inspiration. As a result, Mandalorian influences are apparent in Phase 1 armor, from the iconic T-shaped visor of the helmet to the general shape of their cuirass. But Phase 1 armor was also unique in plenty of ways. It was made of plastoid, for example, a less durable but highly versatile alternative to more common alloys used in battle armor. This plastoid armor appeared bright white to most beings, though to the ultraviolet sensitive eyes of the Kaminoans, it was painted in a broad array of colors, and it was worn over a padded black body glove which was insulated and pressurized. Over said body glove, clones wore 20 plates of armor weighing 40 kilograms or 88 pounds in total. Both Phase 1 and Phase 2 armor consisted of 2 high traction boots, 2 greaves, 2 knee plates, 2 thigh plates, a codpiece, a cuirass with internal climate control systems, 2 shoulder bells, 2 rear braces, 2 elbow plates, 2 vambraces, and 2 gauntlet plates. Clone armor also incorporated a placard worn over the abdomen, which wasn't counted among the 20 armor plates and appeared to be more flexible than the plastoid components of the suit. Phase 1 armor also included a utility belt and a helmet, the latter of which was the most important part of the entire kit. Obviously, the helmet provided protection, but it also featured an electronic heads-up display that could interface with the clones' blaster weapons, as well as vital communications gear. Each set of Phase 1 armor came with a comlink built into the helmet's chin, a comlink remote built into the left vambrace, a pair of receivers over the ears, and a high-powered transmitter built into the Phase 1 helmet's distinctive fin. This internal communications gear was soundproof, and it not only allowed clones to keep in touch with their squad mates in the heat of battle, but also kept clones in touch with local LAAT gunships and forward command centers. Then there's Phase 2 armor. All the basic components of the Phase 2 kit were the same, and only the helmet looked different. Even then, most of the helmet's features were the same, with the only notable addition made for the Phase 2 helmets being a pair of nozzles that could be hooked up to an external oxygen supply. This, coupled with clone armor's pre-existing ability to be sealed against vacuum, allowed clones in Phase 2 armor to survive in outer space for short periods of time. But that wasn't the only improvement Phase 2 armor made over Phase 1. Even though it might look identical to Phase 1 armor, most components of Phase 2 armor were actually very different from their predecessors, with the exception of the body glove, the utility belt, and possibly the placard. Every single plate of armor was redesigned to be far lighter than their original equivalents had been, meant as a fix to one of the biggest problems of the Phase 1 kit. It was heavy and hindered maneuverability. Clone troopers referred to Phase 1 armor as the body bucket due to its clunkiness and general uncomfortability, and many reported cramps and back problems caused by extended wear. Most clones were strong enough to be able to overcome these disadvantages in the heat of battle, but it still limited maneuverability and was a pain in the ass for troopers that already had more than enough to deal with. With Phase 2 armor, this problem was completely eliminated, but this came at the cost of protection. For all its faults, Phase 1 armor had been very durable, allowing its wearers to shrug off a few bolts of light blaster fire. Phase 2 armor provided much less protection against blaster fire, though it was still just as useful at protecting the user against extreme temperatures, fumes and poison gas, shrapnel, blunt instruments, and slug thrower rounds, which were the primary purposes of clone armor. However, the added maneuverability and greater comfort afforded by Phase 2 was generally considered worth it. Phase 2 armor also incorporated several other useful new gadgets and tweaks. The internal comm system was generally improved, incorporating a better enunciator into the helmet to make speech more comprehensible, and making the transmitter fin more compact. Phase 2 boots incorporated grav field alternators and improved magnetization to allow for better balance in unstable or zero gravity environments. The Phase 2 set wasn't as effectively pressurized as its predecessor, But the new external respirators meant to be hooked up to the new helmet's chin ports meant that this wasn't much of a problem, and the helmet's air filtration and oxygen supply systems were greatly improved across the board. The new helmet's visor and heads-up display were polarized and slightly tweaked from the original, and Phase 2 armor was also made easier for clones to customize with attachments formerly reserved for ARC troopers and top commanders. Now that we've got a good idea of the differences between Phase 1 and Phase 2 armor, it's time to address which of the two sets was better. Phase 1 armor was clunkier but more protective, while Phase 2 armor more comfortable but less effective. Phase 1 armor could be pressure sealed more effectively, while Phase 2 generally had better atmosphere control systems. To start, let's make something clear. Both of these armor sets were brilliantly designed and highly effective. Clone and Stormtrooper armor is considered useless by a great many fans, but that couldn't be further from the truth. It couldn't stop a lightsaber or a direct hit from most military-grade blaster weapons, but those were only one of 100 dangers you could encounter on the battlefield. When troopers charged into battle, they also had to worry about environmental dangers, concussive force from explosions, fumes, heat, and above all, shrapnel, just to name a few of these common dangers. Clone and Stormtrooper armor made all of these non-factors, along with glancing blaster hits. This is a really big deal, especially since shrapnel, not bullets, is the leading cause of casualties on modern battlefields. Clones didn't have to worry about any of that. Their armor allowed them to focus solely on the enemy, making them more effective combatants. But not all clone armor was created equal, of course. Some would argue that both Phase 1 and Phase 2 armor had their own advantages, most notably Captain Rex. When Rex was issued his Phase 2 armor, he took a blowtorch to it, combining parts of the Phase 2 kit with parts of the Phase 1 kit. Most of his armor appears to have been Phase 2, but he kept the chest plate and visor from his Phase 1 kit, welding them into his Phase 2 cuirass and helmet. This allowed Rex to keep his old HUD, which he apparently considered superior to the newer one, possibly because the shape of the T-visor of the Phase 2 armor was harder to see out of. This hybrid armor also gave Rex more protection in the chest area due to the increased density of Phase 1 armor. Considering that the Phase 1 cuirass likely saved Rex's life when he was shot by a sniper on Seleucami, that choice makes a lot of sense for him. But overall, we'd have to say that Phase 2 armor was better than Phase 1. The increased protection of the Phase 1 kit likely saved many clones' lives, but superior ergonomics and increased maneuverability can be just as valuable, and when the other improvements made with Phase 2 gear are taken into account, the winner is clear. Phase 1 clone armor was iconic, and it did its job well, but at the end of the day, it was replaced by the Phase 2 kit for a reason. We'd also argue that Phase 2 armor looks better as well, though that's our subjective opinion. Another episode of The Bad Batch is out, and it's everything we could have hoped for. Per usual, there will be spoilers for the episode in this video, so if you haven't seen the episode yet, go do so. That's an order, trooper. Last night, we got to see everyone's favorite clone deserter again for the first time in over a decade. In his triumphant return, Cutler Quain was mainly concerned with packing up his life and moving somewhere else with his family, as the Empire was tightening its grip on Seleucami, a former Separatist stronghold. He was ultimately successful thanks to the efforts of Bad Batch. Miraculously, only one clone recognized him as a potential deserter, and he managed to get on the first shuttle to a better world without much incident. But this begs a bit of an unpleasant question. How the heck did he manage to pull this off? Why are all the other clones suddenly dumber? And does it have something to do with those inhibitor chips? We'll be answering all these questions in today's video. The Bad Batch has been rife with implications that the inhibitor chips didn't just force clones to carry out one order, but they actively changed their attitudes and personalities. In the first episode of this series, we saw that the clones have adopted a bit of a sour attitude and that they're much more open to the Empire than they apparently otherwise would have been. In this episode, we saw clones get fooled just as easily as, weeks earlier, they might have fooled simple battle droids. Did their ingenuity or intelligence get hit by the chips as well? Exactly how much did Order 66 change? Well, firstly, we need to keep in mind that inhibitor chips don't just flip switches that magically turn clones into stormtroopers. They don't erase personality traits or anything like that. Rather, they selectively accentuate them. When Order 66 was given, for example, the chips didn't just make clones want to kill Jedi. Instead, they intensified the natural tendency to follow orders that the clones had been programmed with, together with their programmed loyalty to the Republic. We can see this clearly in how Rex responded to the order. While he ultimately executed it, or tried to execute it, he was clearly struggling to do so, due to his attachment to Ahsoka. Clearly then, his personality wasn't overwritten outright. We can actually see a good example of how this worked in the case of Crosshair from the last Bad Batch episode. Crosshair wasn't just trying to blindly execute Order 66, he was trying to rationalize the whole thing as well. His chosen rationale was that orders are orders and that good soldiers follow orders, which is, of course, what the chips were intended to make him think. Unlike with Tup, however, that idea wasn't just a directive that the chips forced him to follow. Rather, it became part of Crosshair's regular thought process, as we saw later in the episode on Onderon. The inclination to follow orders was something that was part of Crosshair all along, as with all other clones. After all, the Kaminoans engineered the clones to be obedient, as Lama Su outright told Obi-Wan Kenobi. The chips just made that urge stronger and pushed clones to rationalize their obedience in their own ways. The same is likely true for the other changes to the clones that we saw in the first episode. Their sudden loyalty to the Empire was due to the increase in loyalty that came with Order 66, for example. As for why all clones suddenly got grouchy, we'd bet that it was just a symptom of the whole good soldiers follow orders line. Following Order 66, the clones would take their duties far more seriously as part of their greater commitment to order and obedience. Essentially, they would all become like Commander Faye. The chips clearly haven't erased the clones' personalities entirely. Off-duty, their senses of humor are mostly intact, as displayed by the Reg's absolutely pathetic attempt at making fun of the Bad Batch in the mess hall. While we'd like to credit the terribleness of the whole Sad Batch pun to the chips as well, we fear that's likely just clones with a lame sense of humor. But what about the Seleucami garrison? Could the chips have somehow nerfed the intelligence of our poor clone stormtroopers? Probably not. We're gonna have to live with the reality that the riders of the Bad Batch are gonna make the clones dumber than they were in the Clone Wars, by token of them being the bad guys now, without much of a lore reason to do so. Its clones may be stormtroopers now, but they're still the same people as they were before. More importantly, they're still human. They get tired after long shifts and fail to recognize one face in a crowd, or they don't guard a ship or outpost well enough because they can't be bothered. These aren't even cases of stupidity. They're just regular old mistakes, the sort that happen all the time. The Seleucami garrison was probably just off its game, which is understandable since the sort of jobs they were doing were not what they were trained for, or even what they'd been assigned to do just a few weeks prior. After all, clones on Seleucami were probably the same clones that had been fighting there at the end of the war, meaning that they were from the 91st Reconnaissance Corps or unassociated unit. Those clones probably excuse everything. We can forgive the clones for not guarding things well enough, or not thoroughly searching the Bad Batch's ship, or failing to stop the Bad Batch from escaping. But really, shouldn't they have been able to recognize Cut? Sure, he was trying to be inconspicuous, but you can only hide yourself so well from people who literally share your face. Only one clone really noticed, and he didn't even sound all that sure about it. Why was that? Do these guys look at themselves in the mirror every morning and wonder if it's a window or some such? The simple answer is that you'd be surprised how easy it is to screw with the ability to recognize faces. Small changes to someone's facial appearance, like putting on a pair of sunglasses, can genuinely be an effective disguise in casual settings. And that's not just making up excuses. Look up the Clark Kent effect if you're interested in the gritty details of this very real phenomenon. Of course, Cut didn't put on a pair of glasses. He just cut sideburns and had added enough uncertainty to this mix that it likely made the clones question their instincts on whether or not they actually recognized him. It's a stupid mistake to make for sure, but it's something we've all done at least once. There was also the fact that it was late at night and the clones probably just waited for their shifts to be over. Dealing with the deserter was probably a hassle the clones weren't in the mood for, inclining them to just give Cut the benefit of the doubt so they could get on with things. If they did pull Cut aside, it would have meant stopping the shuttle, giving them a lot of upset civilians to deal with later, and it also would have meant finding a place to detain him finding a way to deal with his wife and kids, and filling out plenty of paperwork. Imagine doing all that nonsense at the end of your shift, and then imagine that the dude you've detained isn't even a deserter, just a lookalike. In all honesty, I'd just give the dude the benefit of the doubt in that scenario too. So that's our examination of how our beloved clones changed after Order 66.
The B-1 battle droids fielded by the Confederacy of Independent Systems weren't exactly model soldiers. They were flimsy, they were rather stupid, and above all, they were inferior to organic soldiers in almost every way. In light of all this, a video praising their armor is probably the last thing you expected to see on this channel, especially since B1s were notoriously flimsy. But while the armor on these basic battle droids was far from great, it was actually very well designed from a certain point of view. In this video, we'll be elaborating on that and exploring the general mindset of Separatist droid makers. The B1 battle droid, together with the B2 super battle droid, the BX series commando droid and others, was a product of Bactoid Combat Automata, a secretive Geonosian company and Techno-Union member that almost exclusively made battle droids. Together with its sister firms, Bactoid Armour Workshop and Bactoid Fleet Ordnance, Bactoid Combat Automata was responsible for producing the Trade Federation's droid army in the years leading up to the Battle of Naboo, and as we all know, that force became the template for the Confederate droid army. The Trade Federation chose Bactoid because Bactoid's engineers were known for how they designed their products according to the purposes and specifications of the buyer, and the Neimoidians wanted their army to be cheap without being useless. It's easy to look at the Trade Federation's droid army and assume that the Neimoidians just settled for a crappy product because they were being cheap, but the reality of the matter is a little bit more complicated than that. The Trade Federation was being cheap, yes, but that doesn't mean Bactoid just gave them a poor product. They explicitly designed the B1s for the Trade Federation after all, and they really did make the most of what they were ordered to work with. Putting aside the questionable nature of the Trade Federation's tactical approach, the B1 ultimately did fit that approach rather well. We mentioned earlier that battle droids were inferior to organic soldiers in almost every way, and there was actually an exception to that rule. Battle droids were easy to amass huge numbers of very quickly, and they greatly simplified logistics. The Trade Federation was well aware of these advantages, and it was well aware of the many disadvantages of battle droids as well. But though greed was a factor in everything the Trade Federation did, it wasn't the only thing the Neimoidians took into consideration when they plotted to militarize. Consider the original purpose of the droid army. The Trade Federation wanted to militarize so they could use military force to resolve trade disputes. They wanted to crush innocent worlds so they could get even richer. Now, they absolutely could have found organics willing to fight in such an army, but not only would they have been prohibitively expensive, but they also would have been impossible to truly rely on. Trade blockades and invasions are delicate operations in which the slightest of sympathies for the enemy can spell disaster. Only genuine sociopaths would be wholly unsympathetic toward those who the Trade Federation intended to fight, and genuine sociopaths were uncommon and unreliable. Their plans were simply too delicate for an organic army to carry out reliably. The Trade Federation's choice of a droid army wasn't really a matter of cutting costs, but rather, from their perspective, a matter of necessity. After all, they already had organic soldiers, but the nature of the Trade Federation's plans required droids, and as we mentioned earlier, the battle droids had serious disadvantages. Even highly advanced droids like the BX series Commando were inferior to their organic counterparts, and the Trade Federation wouldn't have been able to overcome their disadvantages without spearheading massive advances in artificial intelligence. That option wasn't on the table, so the Trade Federation shifted their focus. Instead of trying to overcome the disadvantages of battle droids, the Trade Federation attempted to play to their strengths, which is to say, how easy it was to build hordes of them. The B1 battle droid was designed to maximize that advantage. Droid soldiers would always be inferior to organics, and so the Trade Federation didn't waste their money on giving them better armor, nor making them better shots, nor even giving them individual intelligence. They made them as cheaply as possible, not because they were greedy, but because it would enable them to buy huge numbers of the droids, maximizing the sole advantage battle droids had against organic soldiers. That the Confederacy of Independent Systems followed the same strategy displays quite clearly that this decision wasn't just a matter of greed. The corporations on the Separatist Council were greedy beyond measure, but during the Clone Wars,
they answered to Count Dooku and General Grievous, who didn't give a Sith how much the war effort cost their lackeys. Yet they retained the Trade Federation's approach of foregoing individual strength in favour of numbers. In fact, they took it to the extreme, and the CIS droid army was, at its height, the largest fighting force in the history of the galaxy. Whether this tactical approach was a good idea or not is a debate of its own, but it nonetheless displays the sort of thinking that went into the design of Baktoid's most infamous products. It was a coldly logical approach to tactics, abandoning conventional wisdom in favour of making the most of what was at their disposal. This is where we elaborate on the statement we made at the start of the video, that, from a certain point of view, the way B1 battle droids were armoured was a 500 IQ play. Generally speaking, battle droids weren't well armoured at all. Their tan plating generally did little more than keep the dust out of their internal workings, and it even failed at that task sometimes. B1 armour could easily be pierced by a simple holdout blaster, never mind the blasters used by the Republic's clone troopers, which were quite powerful even for military-issue rifles. The plating on B1s wasn't even comprehensive, and clone troopers quickly learned that shooting joints would cause the magnets that held the droids together to fail, allowing the droids to be quickly and cleanly destroyed. But in saying all of this, there was one thing that battle droid armor did really well. By and large, it did an exceptional job of preventing minor damage to droid brains. It didn't do much to stop those droid brains from being turned into shrapnel by a DC-15, but that wasn't the point. You see, the Trade Federation didn't care if their droids were destroyed. It made no difference to them whether an individual unit survived a battle unscathed or got completely shredded. What mattered to the Trade Federation were the droids that were damaged but not destroyed. As with the Trade Federation's rationale for cheaping out in the first place, this might sound counterintuitive, but it did make a great deal of sense. Damaged but functional droids were unpredictable and problematic, a wildcard if you will. For an army built purely on cold logic and predictability, it was important that wildcards be kept to a minimum. For this reason, they deliberately ignored many factors that made battle droids easy to destroy, like joint shots causing units to fall apart. In fact, the Trade Federation likely saw that flaw as a feature. It's easier to harvest spare parts from a battlefield when your droids die neatly like that. By their logic, the purpose of battle droid head armor was to protect the droid brain from minor damage only. If a droid took a hit to the head, the Trade Federation wanted it to either shrug off the blow or be destroyed, nothing in between. This was because minor damage to the droid brains of B1 units was difficult to notice but extremely dangerous. Those sorts of damages had the potential to free droids of the strict programming restrictions imposed upon them, allowing them to be much more independent. From there, everything from desertion to mutiny was possible. This would have been disastrous for the Trade Federation, and it was perhaps their biggest concern when these droids were being designed. They were so afraid of this possibility that they didn't even give the original B1 models independent droid brains, as we all well know. But as the Battle of Naboo showed, droid brains were a necessity, and so when updating the B1 design, Baktoid's engineers had to find other ways to address the possibility of minor damage. As a result, they armored the droids' heads in a way that ensured either the droid brain would take no damage, or that it would be utterly destroyed. And really, this wasn't a bad solution by any means. The Trade Federation and the CIS, after all, didn't care about individual units. They would have been foolish and perhaps even suicidal to do so. In designing their droid armies, they were forced to defy conventional logic and disregard individual strengths in favour of creating a more effective whole. It's ironically collectivist for a bunch of greedy corporations, but it was still planned out quite well, even if there were serious flaws with the execution.
Tatooine is one of the most well-known planets in Star Wars, and one Star Wars likes to revisit time and time again. It's a world defined by many things, and among them are the Sandcrawlers, the iconic mobile clan homes of the Jawas. These huge treaded vehicles played a major role in establishing the Star Wars universe as a place with history, giving it a sense of use that has become a beloved aesthetic of the franchise. But while the Sandcrawler is familiar to your average Star Wars fan, it's got history to it that's much less well known. The Jawas didn't build these behemoths, for starters. They were brought to Tatooine by outsiders, and they've defined most of its history with galactic civilization. In this video, we'll be explaining why. The Tatoo system was located along the old Corellian Run, and it was charted fairly early in the Republic's history. But the system's sole habitable world, Tatooine, wasn't recognized as a planet for over 10,000 years. The desert world gleamed so brightly that it was erroneously believed it was just a third star with an eccentric orbit around Tatoo 1 and 2. Over the years, many groups realized this was a misconception and sought to lay claim to Tatooine. The planet's first known Republic-era contact with the outside galaxy came in 5000 BBY, when there was a massive space battle above the planet that littered the planet with debris. Many other ships crashed on Tatooine over the years, and in the 4000s BBY, several groups attempted long-term settlement on the planet. Most of these bands of settlers only stuck around for a few decades before abandoning the planet, and the names of many of them are unknown. The earliest known was Zerka Corporation, which built the town of Anchorhead on Tatooine and sought to exploit the planet for resources. Anchorhead, they suspected, had been settled several times in the past, but they could find little trace of the earlier settlers, and they didn't care much about Tatooine's history in any event. They were there to make a profit, and they wanted to do so by mining the planet. Their initial surveys of Tatooine had found it to be rich in a variety of metals, and Zerka hoped to make a fortune ripping them out of the planet's crust. That was the original purpose of the Sandcrawlers. They were mining vehicles brought to Tatooine by Zerka. During Zerka's time on the planet, they drove between the corporation's mines out in the Dune Sea, tearing up the desert in search of valuable ore, which the Sandcrawlers were also equipped to process and then safely shuttle home to Anchorhead. It was a simple business plan, but it went awry almost immediately. Zerka's first problem was that they weren't the only ones on Tatooine, and while the indigenous Jawas didn't make much issue with the company and traded with the settlers in Anchorhead, the Sand People weren't nearly as accommodating. The Sand People detested outsiders as a result of their ancestors' experience with the Rakata and their infinite empire. But Zerka's Sandcrawlers added insult to injury. The Sand People's cultural values were based around connection to and respect for the land. Zerka's Sandcrawlers roaming around their territory, ripping up the sand, was not only an insult to them, but to their very culture and the planet they held dear. The chieftains of the Sand People saw it as an act of war, and they and their warriors responded to Zerka in kind, launching devastating attacks on the corporation's mines and Sandcrawler convoys. But to make all this even worse, Tatooine wasn't even good for mining in the first place. To quote a Sandcrawler mechanic from Knights of the Old Republic, "Tatooine fools people. It looks like it might have a good supply of resources, but it doesn't. Before a company learns this, they've already set up communities to support operations they now can't afford. Company pulls out, cities dry up, and after a few years, someone that doesn't even know why it failed tries again. I guess it looked like a promising mining planet, but the metal, I tell you, it just isn't right. I've been a mechanic my whole life, and I've never seen anything corrode as fast as Tatooine metal. It's why whoever was here before left, and why Zerka will leave, and why whoever comes next will leave as well." Everything Zerka mined from Tatooine was junk. The whole settlement initiative was a waste of time and money. The same, they realized, has been true for the previous waves of settlers, which was why they left. Zerka was eventually forced to abandon Tatooine altogether, leaving Anchorhead to be buried in the Dune Sea. The Sandcrawlers were left behind, and they were commandeered by the Jawas. That said, the Sandcrawlers we know from the films weren't the only ones left behind by Zerka. After Zerka pulled out, Tatooine didn't see any more settlers for thousands of years, and the galaxy forgot about the planet until it was rediscovered during the Republic's final centuries. The wave of settlers we know from the films only came to Tatooine in 100 BBY, though they were preceded by several centuries by bands of outlaws and criminals. These settlers weren't miners, but a few years after they established themselves, they were joined on Tatooine by the Corellian Mining Corporation, which brought in more Sandcrawlers and repeated Zerka's mistakes. But they too pulled out in 70 BBY, again leaving behind their Sandcrawlers, which the Jawas also commandeered. The Corellian Sandcrawlers are the ones we know from the films. The CMC digger crawlers used by the Jawas at the time of the films were powered by old-fashioned nuclear reactors, which both generated power for the Sandcrawler and provided heat for use in ore processing. These reactors were located in the rear of the craft, near the Sandcrawler's backup power cells. The Sandcrawlers were propelled by 4 sets of drive treads, which, while sluggish, were reliable and well suited to the Dune Sea. These treads supported a huge block-like main body covered in dense layers of armor plating, which kept out sand and sand people alike. Most of the main body of the Sandcrawler was given over to its ore processing equipment, which the Jawas used to process scrap instead. For small finds like droids or individual ship components, the Jawas used a repulsor lift tube adjacent to the port and starboard entry hatches to ferry them to the Sandcrawler's processing facilities. For larger finds, the Jawas would open the Sandcrawler's massive forward hatch, allowing them to deploy salvage cranes to haul the wreckage into the Sandcrawler's depths. Droids were brought to the lower level of the Sandcrawler, where the Jawas repaired and stored them, while scrap was brought into the main hold, where the Jawas sorted it with a system of magnetic cranes and conveyors. The stuff that the Jawas thought they could repair or recycle was processed in the main hold itself, while the stuff the Jawas wanted to scrap was piled into elevators, which hauled it up to the Sandcrawler's ore processors located between the main hold and the reactor. The Jawas used the Sandcrawler's mining equipment to break scrap down into ingots of usable metal. Laser preprocessors cut the scrap down into manageable pieces, which ore crushers and drill grinders pulverized, and the main reactor melted into slag. Ingots of usable metal would then be extracted from the slag, the remainder of which was dumped. Only the uppermost levels of the Sandcrawler were actually used for habitation. CMC Sandcrawlers were designed to be operated by a crew of 50, but Jawa clans packed as many as 300 people onto these vast machines, cramming 6 Jawas into quarters meant for a single human, which themselves were barely larger than closets. The living quarters at the top of the Sandcrawler were thus packed to the brim. The only orderly parts of the entire vehicle was the command section at the front of the Sandcrawler, divided between the navigation tracking room and the control room from which the Sandcrawler was piloted. Sandcrawlers radically changed the shape of the Jawas' civilization. Before Zerka came to Tatooine, the Jawas were held in contempt and often held as slaves by the Sand People. The cause of the enmity between the two peoples is unclear, but it's implied to have been due to the Jawas' fascination with the wrecked starships that littered the desert and the alien technology they contained. The Sand People extended their hatred of outsiders to the outsiders' technology, with only a handful of exceptions, and they thus extended this hatred to the Jawas for their fascination with it. This hatred only intensified after the Jawas began trading with the Ankhed settlers, which of course only drove the Jawas to associate more with the settlers, preferring them to the Sand People. During the long chunks of time between settler waves, the Jawas were generally at the mercy of the Sand People, and only when they could rely on settlers for protection did their conditions improve. But the Sandcrawlers changed that. A single Sandcrawler could become a mobile home for an entire Jawa clan, heavily armored and well suited to scavenging and recycling wreckage and discarded technology, which the Jawas sold to the settlers. Sandcrawlers were tough enough to be able to withstand Sand People attacks and even angry Krayt dragons, and the Jawas rebuilt their whole culture around them. Sandcrawlers became representative of the Jawa clans, small independent communities that only occasionally gathered at the Jawas' mountain fortress. But while the Sandcrawlers were salvation for the Jawas, to the Sand People they symbolized their blood feud with the settlers. The Sandcrawlers represented the desecrations of the outsiders, the conflicts with Zerka that had started the war in the first place, and the Jawas' use of them only riled the Sand People up further. And to the settlers, the Sandcrawlers were a reminder that Tatooine was unfriendly to their kind. Many like them had been beaten by the desert, leaving behind only weathered machines for the Jawas or the next wave of settlers to find.
Starships are the bread and butter of Star Wars, a fundamental piece of the universe. They were essential to travel and trade, the backbone of militaries all over the galaxy, and above all, they were really freaking cool. But how did they work? What made starships fly or enter hyperspace? What were the fundamental parts of a spacecraft and what roles did they play? In this video, we'll be answering all of these questions as we take a look at one of Star Wars' most important pieces of technology. In the Star Wars universe, starship technology was positively ancient. The ancient Gree and Colomai were capable of interstellar travel long before even the Rakata took to the stars, and many species independently discovered different types of space travel technology. In the pre-Republic era, spacecraft differed wildly from each other as different civilizations found different solutions to the problems posed by space travel. Long-distance travel was accomplished through the use of primitive hyperdrives, solar sails, or sleeper ship technology, while armaments ranged from energy beams to conventional artillery to weaponized tractor beams. The more modern starships, however, were much more standardized. Most were descended from early hybrids of Coruscanti sleeper ships and reverse-engineered Ricardan enhancements, designs popularized by the Republic. Though there were still exotic spacecraft that worked differently by the time of the Clone Wars, we're going to be talking about the kind of starship built by most Republic civilizations today, lest we overcomplicate this video. Most Clone Wars era ships were built on roughly the same template. They were powered by hypermatter annihilation reactors, which linked directly to the main sublight engines and repulsor lifts and powered all secondary systems as well. Craft were both armored and, in most cases, equipped with energy shields for protection. Onboard life support systems recycled air and waste, and artificial gravity systems kept all occupants on their feet. Communications systems kept the craft connected to the HoloNet and other hyperwave frequencies. Complex navigation computers, often assisted by Astromech droids, kept track of the craft's astrographical position, received route maps from the Bureau of Ships and Services, and calculated hyperspace jumps. Hyperdrives attached to the engines allowed the craft to actually enter hyperspace, and a complex network of sensors made sure the ship didn't collide with anything there or in real space. Now, that's a lot of technobabble we just threw at you, but don't worry, we'll break it all down. We've already made videos explaining holographic communications, hyperspace, and weapon technology, so we won't be talking about those today, but if you're interested in understanding everything else, stay tuned. Let's start with the most important part of any spacecraft, the reactor. Most starships were powered by reactors located either deep within the ship's structure or toward the rear of the ship, most of which were hypermatter annihilators. Hypermatter annihilators were actually just what they sounded like. Reactors that generated power by destroying hypermatter, which was a type of matter that existed in hyperspace. Through the use of a variety of other volatile substances, hypermatter was destroyed to generate energy and could provide starships with massive amounts of power, as was needed for most high-tech craft. Many ships required vast amounts of hypermatter to function. The reactors aboard a Venator-class Star Destroyer, for example, consumed 40,000 tons of hypermatter per second. Most of the power generated by these reactors went to the ship's hyperdrive, its main sublight engines, and its repulsor lifts, though most warships were capable of redirecting their reactor output to their weapons instead. The sublight drives on most starships were ion engines, which broke down fuel into ionized particles that could propel ships through space at a respectable fraction of the speed of light. Ships with ion drives could be quite fast, capable of clearing a planet's atmosphere within minutes and flying at truly absurd speeds in space. Starships in real space were able to turn on a dime. We don't quite know how this was accomplished, but it probably involved repulsor lifts, or maybe retrograde thrusters like in Battlestar Galactica. For takeoffs and landings, most starships used powerful repulsor lifts, the same anti-gravity technology that allowed speeders to fly. Repulsor lifts generated an anti-gravity field by creating a sort of gravitational push, which allowed craft to hover and even fly. Starships used repulsor lifts to steadily raise and lower themselves down or away from landing sites. This was done to prevent damage to landing bays, like thrusters would have caused. Once ships were high enough away from their landing pads, they would activate their sublight drives and fly away. Many Starship life support systems are unexplained, which is a bit frustrating and understandable. We don't know how starships generated artificial gravity, though we do know that it was variable. It could be turned off on some ships, and it could be made to face multiple directions on the same ship as well. For example, the cockpits for the gun turrets on the Millennium Falcon each had artificial gravity oriented so that the ladder back into the main hold was facing downwards. This meant that both gunners were always right side up. Other life support systems included basic air and waste recycling systems, food synthesizers and tensor fields, which kept starship occupants from splattering all over their seats when the ship was moving at high speeds. Tensor fields were in the same technological family as repulsor lifts and artificial gravity, and were also used to hold together starships that couldn't withstand high speeds or atmospheric entry otherwise, like the C-9979 landing craft. One of the most important parts of a starship was the navicomputer. Navicomputers held massive amounts of navigational data, which they used to calculate routes through hyperspace. Due to the large amount of data required for such calculations, the navicomputers on many starships were aided by onboard Astromech droids, which could handle some of the calculations. On smaller fighters, like T-65 X-Wings, onboard Astromech droids filled all the roles played by navicomputers to save space. Navicomputers were routinely updated at starports with data from the Bureau of Ships and Services, which was an ancient bureaucratic organization that managed the galaxy's astrographical data. Most starships were dependent on the Bureau for updated data, which gave the organization a tremendous amount of power. Not even the Empire dared to mess with the Bureau. Navicomputers were used in both real space and hyperspace travel, but they were especially important in hyperspace. In hyperspace, mass shadows were packed so close together and ships traveled at such high speeds that it was impossible for pilots to navigate by hand. Navicomputers had to make extremely precise calculations in order to plot routes through hyperspace. If those calculations were even a little bit off, ships could end up in the middle of a star. Lastly, let's talk about deflector shields. There were actually two kinds of deflector shields, ray shields and particle shields. Most starships had both. To confuse matters, characters in Star Wars often conflate the two kinds of shields, even though they worked in different ways. For example, the ray shields used to trap Anakin, Obi-Wan and Palpatine aboard the Invisible Hand were actually particle shields. Bear with us though, we'll walk you through the basics of this last piece of technology. Ray shields repulsed energy, absorbing blaster bolts and radiation. They were designed to repulse stellar radiation to prevent it from damaging starships, but they quickly evolved into a method of defense against incoming laser cannon fire. The effectiveness of ray shields varied greatly. Some could be burned out after just a few blaster shots, while others could stand up to turbo lasers. Slow-moving physical objects could pass through some, but not others. Particle shields, on the other hand, were designed to repulse physical objects. They were designed to protect starships from stellar debris and micrometeorite impacts. In combat, they were effective against conventional artillery and torpedoes, and provided a modicum of protection against collisions and asteroid impacts as well, though there was only so much abuse they could take. Particle shields and ray shields were often generated and activated as a bundled pair, and were collectively known as deflector shields. A massive shout out to our sponsor War Thunder, more on them later. Like most Star Wars fans, we here at Geetsly's love cool spaceships. We've made plenty of videos about the cool craft of the Clone Wars era, and to a lesser degree the Imperial era and Golden Age of the Republic. But we haven't spent nearly as much time on Old Republic ships, a grave mistake that we'll begin rectifying today. Today, we're going to be looking at the main capital ships of the various Sith empires, from the Golden Age of the Sith to the end of the Old Sith Wars, examining their designs, capabilities, and effectiveness when compared to contemporary Republic craft. First things first, let's have a quick recap of Sith history so that we understand the context of these ships. The original Sith Empire was established 6,900 years before the Battle of Yavin by a group of 12 exiled Dark Jedi who conquered the Sith people of Ziost and declared themselves the Dark Lords of the Sith. For the next 2,000 years, their empire ruled a small corner of space in the Outer Rim, conquering over 100 worlds. The reign of the original Sith Empire came to an end, however, after the Great Hyperspace War,
of 5,000 BBY, which saw the Sith go up against the Republic and lose badly. Sith civilization was destroyed in the war's aftermath, and the remnants of the Sith scattered to the far reaches of the galaxy. About 1,000 years later, several Sith factions arose, went to war with the Republic, and fell in short succession. The first was Exar Kun's Brotherhood of the Sith, which took control of various minor military powers and combined their forces with stolen Republic vessels and ancient Sith battleships in a bid to establish a new Sith Empire. They failed, but just a few decades later, they were followed by Darth Revan and Darth Malak, former Jedi heroes who had been put in command of a large chunk of the Republic Navy. They amassed a huge army of Republic defectors and stole or destroyed most of the Republic's larger capital ships, which they used to conquer a third of Republic space. But Revan's Sith Empire was destroyed by infighting just a few years later. The remnants seized what remaining Sith military assets they could and harassed Republic forces in the Outer Rim for the next few years, but they too fizzled out before long. After a few more centuries, a new Sith Empire revealed itself. This empire, the true Sith Empire, had been established in secret shortly after the fall of the first one, and it had been patiently biding its time deep in unknown space, while the Republic was torn apart by other wars. The true Sith spent that time building one of the largest war fleets in history, which they unleashed on the galaxy in the 3600s BBY, beginning the Galactic Wars. In the Galactic Wars, the true Sith came close to total victory on several occasions, but they were eventually defeated as well. By 3000 BBY, the Sith were believed extinct. They saw another resurgence in 2000 BBY as the new Sith, but since we have very little information about the ships used by the new Sith, we're going to be leaving them out of this video. Let's start with the OG Sith Empire. The military forces of this Sith Empire combined force-based and conventional technology. The Sith's Massassi foot soldiers wielded alchemically enhanced bladed weapons and were supported by Sith-spawn war beasts, while in the skies and in space, the Sith relied on conventional warships and starfighters. The Sith Empire's space-borne navies were primarily composed of two classes of capital ship, the first of which was the Derefan-class battleship. At 215 meters long, these ships were tiny by modern standards, and by the Anaxis War College classification system, they'd be labeled frigates. But at this class's peak in 5000 BBY, it was one of the most fearsome warships in the galaxy. The Derefan was a long, narrow vessel crowned with sensor masts and ensconced in layers of jagged armor, giving these ships a fearsome appearance. It was slow and lacked maneuverability, but it made up for this with sheer durability. The Derefan-class battleship was heavily armored, such that it was tougher than contemporary Republic warships, despite the fact that the Derefan completely lacked shield generators. Even a millennium after their prime, these shieldless vessels proved tough enough to hold their own in the Jedi Civil War. Each of these battleships required a crew of 25 Massassi, and they could carry 5,000 tons of cargo and up to 850 passengers, usually armies of Massassi warriors. They had hangar space for just 2 shuttles and 6 starfighters each, but they made up for their lackluster fighter wings with their firepower. A single Derefan-class battleship boasted 6 autoblaster batteries, 3 per side. These weapons had subpar accuracy, but an extremely high rate of fire, and they were typically used to create wide fields of fire, dealing serious damage to anything vaguely to either side of the ship. The Derefan was also armed with point defense laser cannons and a battery of 3 concussion missile launchers on its prow, which had magazines of 60 concussion missiles each. This firepower was enough that, when combined with the Derefan's heavy armor, it took 6 contemporary Republic warships to bring down just one Derefan, and the Sith battleship would usually take at least 1 Republic vessel with it. At the time of the Great Hyperspace War, the Sith Empire had a little over 100 Derefan-class battleships, though Naga Sadow used Sith sorcery to make it seem like his fleet was much larger.
Some of these vessels were also modified, equipped with dark-side superweapons, as was the case with Nargissadaw's Derefan-class flagship, the Corsair. The Corsair's design differed from that of the standard Derefan-class battleship in a number of ways, but it had most of the same capabilities, with the only noteworthy alteration being its extra weaponry. The ship contained a crystal-based dark-side weapon that channeled the effects of Sith sorcery, which could be used to manipulate stars. This weapon could be used to cause solar flares or similar instabilities, and it could even be used to tear out a star's core, causing it to go supernova. The Sith Empire's other major capital ship was the Sith Dreadnought. We don't have exact stats for this ship's capabilities, but we know that it was a bit larger than the Derefan, about as heavily armored, and also lacked shields. It was less heavily armed than the Derefan, as the Dreadnought wasn't meant to be used as a frontline battleship, but as a carrier. Each Dreadnought sported 6 large diamond-shaped drop pods along its sides, and in battle, it would fly into a planet's lower atmosphere and deploy all of them at once. The pods would drop down onto the planet's surface and deploy their cargo, either 60 Massassi warriors or 1 Sith warbeast. There was also the Sith Escort gunship, which was smaller than a capital ship, but larger than a starfighter. These craft were 75 meters long, required a crew of 18, and primarily served 2 purposes. They could act as elite troop transports, shuttling up to 30 Massassi warriors and 250 tons of cargo to the battlefield, or they could act as fast-moving mini-corvettes, putting their 6 autoblasters to use against enemy capital ships. In the latter capacity, they complemented the more sluggish Derefan-class battleship, as these gunships were agile and had a decent amount of firepower. The Sith also made use of Sith meditation spheres, spherical ships used by Sith Lords as remote command posts. These eerie vessels resembled large eyeballs with bat-like wings and sensor masts, and being only 10 meters in diameter, they only had room for 1 person aboard. These vessels were designed according to arcane Sith architectural principles that allowed them to amplify the power of the Force, allowing Sith Lords to better focus their battle meditation or Sith sorcery across whole sectors of space. In their time, the ships of the Sith Empire were fearsome, and they gave the Republic a run for its money in the Great Hyperspace War. However, almost all of them were destroyed in the fall of the Sith Empire, with the notable exception of the Corsair and a single Sith meditation sphere, and the steady advancement of Starship technology meant that they had become largely obsolete by the time of the Great Sith War anyway. That war saw a new generation of Sith warships come to the forefront, this time incorporating stolen Republic technology. The Sith of the Great Sith War made use of a diverse array of capital ships with various origins. Among these were Republic Navy ships stolen from the Foremost shipyards that we have little definitive information about, as well as a few old Sith Derefans and some Mandalorian warships, the latter of which we went over in our video about the Mandalorians. In this section, we'll instead be focusing on the capital ships used by the Krath, the most militarized Sith faction of this era, which made use of a number of warships of a distinctly Teton design. The smallest capital ship in the Krath fleet, if you could even call it a capital ship, was the Teton assault ship, also known as the Flying Deck. These unique T-shaped vessels were an iconic symbol of the Great Sith War, appearing in vast numbers in the skies above worlds threatened by the Krath Holy Crusade. These ships consisted of a long central hull flanked by 2 wings to either side of the cockpit, with huge drive engines located at the base of the wings. These ships could operate in space or in atmosphere, and they were apparently fast and well armored. We don't have many exact stats about these ships, but they were equipped with at least 3 laser cannons, probably for point defense, and their primary role was to land on planetary surfaces to disgorge hordes of Krath soldiers and armored vehicles. The Krath deployed these vessels by the hundreds in the Great Sith War, as they spread terror and death all throughout the slice. The Krath also made use of the Teton Corsair, which was a mid-sized ship used to harass shipping and deploy Krath war droids onto target worlds. We know very little about this ship, but it seems similar in design to the larger Supremacy class attack ship, the mainstay of the Krath fleet, albeit a bit smaller. Teton Corsairs were presumably armed, but nothing is known of their exact capabilities apart from the fact that one could deploy dozens of Krath war droids onto a planet via drop pods. The primary Krath warship, as we already mentioned, was the Supremacy class attack ship. Manufactured by Koros Spaceworks, these ships bore a superficial resemblance to the Derafan class battleship, with a long frame topped with sensor masts and lined with jagged strips of armor plate, but these vessels were much larger and much more advanced. At 550 meters in length, the Supremacy class attack ship was considered a cruiser, and it was decently maneuverable, well armored, and equipped with powerful deflector shields. It required a large crew for a ship of its size, 1,800 personnel in total, of which 52 were gunners. Apart from the crew, the Supremacy could carry up to 3,000 passengers, typically Krath troops or Mandalorian crusaders, and 6,000 tons of cargo. Unlike the Derafan before it, the Supremacy class attack ship had a huge Starfighter complement for a ship of its time. Each Krath cruiser could carry 8 shuttles and 144 CX-133 Chaos fighters, with the latter being agile, lightweight craft armed with 6 laser cannons and designed for use by a single pilot. Chaos fighters were easy to destroy, but they had considerable firepower and were made much more dangerous by their pilots' fearlessness and suicidal tactics. Chaos fighters were routinely deployed in swarms for kamikaze attacks by Krath commanders, and the craft had modified fuel tanks that were designed to cause maximum damage when they exploded. The hangars of Supremacy class attack ships could also be modified to store and deploy Basilisk war droids, which the Mandalorians of the era used as spaceborne mounts. Apart from its impressive fighter complement, the Supremacy class attack ship was armed with 3 tractor beam generators, 10 medium point defense laser cannon batteries, 3 light dual turbo laser batteries, and 3 heavy ion cannon batteries. These weapons were all slightly less advanced than their Republic counterparts, but they nonetheless gave Krath cruisers considerable firepower for the era, helping to make the Supremacy class attack ship the most feared capital ship of the Great Sith War. The decades following the Great Sith War saw major improvements in capital ship design, particularly before and during the Mandalorian Wars, when the Republic was overhauling its navy. The outdated battleships fielded by the Republic in the Great Sith War were replaced with state-of-the-art, highly efficient Hammerhead-class cruisers and Foray-class blockade runners, which were grouped into large fleets led by massive, inexpugnable-class command ships, and during the Mandalorian Wars, these ships were supplemented with new fleets of larger vessels, most notably the formidable Interdictor-class cruiser and Centurion-class battlecruiser. When Darth Revan's Sith Empire declared itself in 3959 BBY, large portions of the Republic Navy immediately defected, bringing many of the Republic's warships with them, and early raids on the Republic shipyards at Foros allowed the Sith to seize nearly all of the Republic's larger vessels, forcing the Republic to rely on its smaller Hammerhead cruisers and Foray blockade runners for the duration of the Jedi Civil War. The Sith, meanwhile, adopted the Interdictor-class cruiser and Centurion-class battlecruisers as the backbone of their new fleet. The Interdictor-class cruiser, also known as the Interdictor-class Sith destroyer, was by far the most common capital ship in the Sith Armada, as the original Interdictors stolen from the Republic were used as templates for thousands of new vessels of the class manufactured by the Starforge. Originally designed by Republic CNR systems, the Sith Interdictor was a highly advanced vessel superior to the Hammerhead-class cruisers the Republic relied on in the Jedi Civil War. At 600 meters in length, the Interdictor was a heavy cruiser under the Anaxis War College classification system, and it had an unusual alien design. The vessel was beak-shaped, with a large upper hull arcing over a small lower hull, which was only connected with the upper hull at the aft end of the ship, where the cruiser's thrusters and dorsal command tower were located. In sharp contrast to the rugged designs of past Sith warships, the Interdictor's hull had a smooth and elegant appearance, and its internal passageways were neat, brightly lit, and spacious. Aesthetic choices and design elements introduced with the Interdictor would go on to see use in the Republic and Imperial warships of later eras, including the infamous Star Destroyer line. The Interdictor boasted impressive speed and maneuverability for a ship of its size, as well as a powerful hyperdrive. It was shielded and well armored, and it ostensibly required a crew of 5,224, though given how mass-produced the vessels were, it's likely that many of the Interdictors produced by the Starforge featured much greater automation or droid crews. Apart from its crew, an Interdictor had room aboard for 3,600 passengers, typically Sith troopers and battle droids, as well as 11,000 tons of cargo, not counting the ground vehicles that could be stored in the vessel's hangars. The Interdictor had a fairly average hangar complement consisting of 48 starfighters and 2 shuttles. These shuttles were typically either Herald-class shuttles or KT-400 military droid carriers, while the fighters were almost always the standard Sith fighters. These craft were of a unique alien design that combined cutting-edge Republic starfighter technology with Rakatan twin-ion engine designs and other innovations the Sith had gotten from the Starforge, where these fighters were manufactured in vast numbers. Sith fighters were lightweight, extremely fast, and armed with a pair of laser cannons, but they were also fairly fragile and easy for veteran Republic pilots to destroy in droves, much like the later Imperial TIE fighters. Apart from its fighter wing, the Interdictor was heavily armed. It got its name from its 4 gravity well projectors, an experimental technology developed by CNR that gave the Interdictor its name. Sith Interdictors could use their gravity well projectors to interdict hyperspace routes, ripping ships out of hyperspace to either be destroyed or captured. These had allowed the Interdictors to play a major role in the Battle of Duro during the Mandalorian Wars, preventing the Mandalorians from escaping with hordes of stolen war material, and during the Jedi Civil War, they were used to systematically cut off Republic shipping. To facilitate the capture of stricken vessels, the Interdictor also had 3 tractor beam projectors. The Interdictor's other weapons were apparently variable. Interdictor cruisers were armed with at least 6 point defense light laser cannon batteries and 5 medium turbo laser batteries, and most were likely armed with many more. The Leviathan, the most famous Interdictor class cruiser, had an additional 2 ion cannons, 4 turbo laser turrets, and at least 20 quad laser cannons, according to official sources. These numbers contradict what's seen in the Leviathan's original appearance, however. In KOTOR, the ship had dual turbo lasers clustered in 10 groups of 4 along each broadside, as well as at least 16 turret towers, likely housing point defense turrets on its dorsal side. This would imply that the Leviathan, and possibly other Interdictor class cruisers, had around 30 point defense turrets all told, and 80 dual turbo lasers split evenly between its broadsides, which is a truly staggering amount of firepower for a ship of this era. The Sith also made use of what had been the Republic's primary class of command ships during the late Mandalorian Wars, the Centurion-class battlecruiser. These ships were massive for their time at 1,200 meters in length, making them twice as long as the Interdictor-class cruiser and larger than the Venator-class Star Destroyer. By the standards of the Anaxis War College system, the Centurion would be a Star Destroyer, but in its time, it was considered a battle cruiser, and a particularly large one at that. The Centurion was the first known warship to boast the blocky, arrowhead-shaped hull design that would later see use in many famous Republic and Imperial warships, most notably the Destroyer design lineage. The Centurion was decently maneuverable and was both very well armored and heavily shielded. These craft were designed to take a pummeling so that they could go toe-to-toe with the heavily armed flagships of the Mandalorian fleet, and as a result, their durability was truly amazing. One Centurion-class battlecruiser, the Ravager, remained space-worthy after suffering massive hull damage in the Battle of Malachor V, though it was just barely space-worthy, and its owner, Darth Nihilus, had to use the Force to hold it together.
The Centurion had an enormous crew of 31,452, though given the history of the Ravager, it seems likely that it could operate on much smaller skeleton crews if need be. It could carry 7,400 troops and 32,000 tons of cargo into battle, allowing these battle cruisers to support ground invasions. Their hangars had room for a variety of shuttles and support vehicles, as well as a wing of 96 Sith fighters, which was twice that of the smaller Interdictor-class cruiser. Of course, as you would expect for a warship this large, the Centurion was also pretty well armed. As with the Interdictor, the official stats for this ship seem lower than indicated in other media though, so take these numbers with a grain of salt. Like the Interdictor, the Centurion had 3 tractor beam projectors, though it lacked the Interdictor's gravity well generators. On top of this, the Centurion had at least 6 light point defense laser cannon batteries, 6 heavy ion cannon batteries, and 6 medium turbo laser batteries. Since most of the Republic Centurion class battle cruisers were lost in the Mandalorian Wars, and the Starforge's capital ship dry docks were earmarked for the production of new Interdictor cruisers, these vessels were a rare sight in the Jedi Civil War, deployed only in theaters where Revan believed overwhelming force was necessary. There was one particular Centurion battle cruiser that became particularly notorious as a Sith vessel, however, the Ravager, the flagship of Darth Nihilus. This ship became the flagship of Nihilus's fleet of ghost ships, which terrorized the Outer Rim until their destruction in the Battle of Telos 4 in 3951 BBY. For about 300 years after the Battle of Telos 4, the Republic enjoyed a brief break in the old Sith Wars. All that changed in the 3600s BBY, however, when the true Sith Empire revealed itself and went to war against the Republic. In the ensuing galactic wars, the true Sith made use of a vast and diverse fleet of warships they had assembled in their 1,000-year exile from known space. This fleet contained many unnamed vessels with unknown specifications, but it most notably included 3 capital ships that were the mainstay of the Sith war effort. The ships used by the true Sith were mostly based on stolen Republic technology acquired from Revan's Sith, though they presumably shared a design lineage with the ships of the original Sith Empire, which the true Sith were a fragment of. As a result of their acquired Republic technology and design elements, however, these ships generally resembled those used by Revan's Sith than those used by the ancient Sith, and some even bore a resemblance to the vessels of the later Galactic Empire. The first true Sith vessel worth mentioning is the Terminus class destroyer. At 500 meters in length, this ship was actually just a cruiser, and it had a long, somewhat narrow hull with aft-mounted sensor masts that could be said to vaguely evoke the older Darafan class battleship. The Terminus was the unsung hero of the true Sith fleet, much like the Dreadnought class cruiser of later eras. It was smaller, less powerful, and less conspicuous than the Harrower class Dreadnought, the most infamous true Sith vessel, but the Terminus could hold its own against most Republic vessels, and it filled a wide variety of roles in the Sith Imperial Navy, particularly patrol and defense, which freed up most of the Harrower class for use on the front lines. The Terminus required a fairly small crew for a ship of its size, totaling just 520 personnel, and it also had surprisingly little space for embarked troops, with room for just 285 passengers. It had hangars, but they were fairly lackluster, with room for just 3 shuttles, 2 bombers, and 14 starfighters. The true Sith Empire had a wide variety of starfighter types, so the exact composition of the average Terminus's starfighter wing varied, but in most cases, these craft would have been equipped with 14 Mark IV Supremacy class starfighters and 2 B-28 Extinction class bombers. The exact armament of the Terminus class destroyer is unknown, but each vessel boasted a single ion cannon, at least 7 turbo lasers, laser cannon turrets, and concussion missile launchers. The basic design of the Terminus class destroyer was scalable, and during the Galactic Wars, the true Sith Empire experimented with making smaller and larger vessels based on its design. One example of a larger vessel was the Ascendant Spear, a destroyer classified as a superweapon by the Sith. At 1600 meters in length,
This ship was about the size of an Imperial Star Destroyer, and it boasted an incredibly fast hyperdrive and exotic computer systems that allowed a Force user with the right bionic implants to interface with and directly control the ship. The Ascendant Spear only required a crew of 3,000 personnel to operate, which was tiny for such a large ship, and it was heavily armed, bristling with point defense guns, turbo lasers, and ion cannons. Most of its exact specifications are unknown. Another of the true Sith Empire's 3 main warship classes was also based on the Terminus class, the Gauge class transport. This ship was smaller and more lightly armed than the Terminus, boasting fewer than 7 turbo laser batteries, but it was faster and had additional cargo and barrack space, as befitting its role as a troop transport and logistical craft. Though the Gauge was generally kept away from the front lines, it was still heavily armored and very durable, and it was known to be particularly well suited for ramming attacks. Lastly, we have the most iconic warship of the true Sith Empire, the Harrower class Dreadnought. Manufactured by Tarab Starship Manufacturing, these vessels were heavy cruisers by Anaxis War College standards, and they were the most fearsome ships in the true Sith Empire. Their designs borrowed much from Republic designs like the Centurion class battlecruiser, at least one of which is known to have been commandeered by the true Sith. The Harrower was flat and angular, vaguely arrowhead shaped, but with a split, 2-pronged prow, with the cruiser's main hangar portals located between the prongs. 2 additional hangar portals were located in recesses along the sides of the cruiser, while 1 more was located on the Harrower's underbelly. At the warship's aft, above the main drive thrusters, was a short but broad command tower with long wings to either side. There were a bunch of variants of this capital ship active during the Galactic Wars, most of which had only superficial differences from each other. The earliest known variant, seen during the Tinjil Arm campaign, had only a tiny split in its forward prow section, which was mostly obscured beneath layers of armor, giving this variant a more traditional Star Destroyer shape. Another early variant, seen during the Battle of Korriban, introduced the wide split seen in most variants of this ship, and is the type we have the most complete stats for. Later variants had narrower prow structures, rearranged their turrets, or altered the configurations of the forward hangars, but other than this, they all seem to generally have had the same stats, apart from a few specially modified Harrowers. The Harrower was 800 meters in length, decently fast and maneuverable, and both well armored and well shielded, boasting 4 shield generators that protected different parts of the ship. Its hull armoring was heavily reinforced, and it required a crew of just 2,400, half that of the smaller Sith Interdictor. The Harrower also had room for 7,400 troops, making these massive vessels essential for planetary invasions, as they were the only true Sith vessels with enough space to carry and deploy whole armies. In total, the Harrower class Dreadnought had 5 hangars, 2 spaced between the vessel's forward prongs, 1 stacked atop the other, 2 on either side of the ship, and 1 located on the warship's underside, which was presumably intended to allow frigate-sized craft to dock with the Dreadnought. As you might expect from all this hangar space, the Harrower carried a ton of embarked craft, typically 35 shuttles of various classifications, 95 Mark IV Supremacy class starfighters, and 32 B-28 Extinction class bombers. This fighter wing was roughly equivalent to that of the Republic Valor class cruiser, the largest mainline Republic capital ship of the era. As with any Sith warship worth its spice, the Harrower was also armed to the teeth, boasting a considerable number of turbo laser batteries, quad laser turrets, ion cannons, and launch tubes for proton torpedoes and concussion missiles. The number and layout of these weapons varied depending on configuration, and we don't have exact numbers for the Harrower's missile tubes or ion cannons, but visual renders of the ship allow us to count the turbo lasers on at least one variant. This variant of the Harrower had several quartets of dual turbo laser turrets along its broadsides, with 2 sets of 4 along the dorsal and ventral halves of either broadside, a total of 32 dual turbo lasers, all with broadside arcs. The dorsal section of the Harrower also boasted way larger, heavier triple-mounted turbo lasers with 4 positioned on a forward-firing arc, 16 in 2 rows of 4 with broadside arcs on either side of the command tower, and an additional 5 on top of the command tower, 1 with a forward arc and 4 with broadside arcs. That's 25 of these heavy turbo lasers all told, plus the 32 smaller turbo lasers, which is an absolutely absurd amount of firepower on its own. The True Sith also manufactured a few specialized variants of the Harrower class dreadnoughts. 2 of these were just ordinary Harrowers modified to carry superweapons. These variants eliminated the 2 forward hangar sections, presumably lowering the warship's starfighter capacity in exchange for mounting superweapons between the warship's prongs. The 2 superweapons boasted by these ships were called the Silencer and the Gauntlet by their inventors. The former was a mega laser capable of destroying a capital ship with a single shot, with a rapid recharge ability that allowed it to tear up whole fleets of ships, while the latter was a lightspeed cannon capable of eliminating targets in hyperspace. The last specialized variant of the Harrower was the BSX-5 Dreadnought, a downsized version of the standard Harrower class Dreadnought that was only 3/4 of the original vessel's length, or 600 meters. These ships were likely intended for cost cutting, as the Harrower was incredibly expensive to produce, with just 1 dreadnought costing the equivalent of 10 years output from a standard Sith mining colony. By and large, the BSX-5 was the same as the standard Harrower, just smaller and with lighter armor, fewer weapons, and less hangar space. The BSX-5 was manned by a crew of 2,000, and in stark contrast to the standard Harrower, it only had room for 1,500 passengers, typically embarked troops. Its hangar space saw a similarly dramatic reduction. The BSX-5 only had room for 2 shuttles and 8 Mark IV Supremacy-class starfighters. The BSX-5 had 2 tractor beams, which the standard Harrower isn't stated to have had, but it was generally much less heavily armed, boasting just 28 turbo lasers and 12 ion cannons. That still made this a pretty formidable ship, but all the same, it was much less effective than its larger cousin. These ships all saw extensive use during the Galactic Wars, as the True Sith made their long-awaited move to conquer the Galactic Republic. But as the Galactic Wars wore on, the True Sith Empire began to fracture. Its vessels started seeing use from a variety of different Sith factions, and eventually their numbers began to dwindle as the Sith once more declined. By 3000 BBY, the True Sith were extinct and their empire was gone. The Republic ruled the galaxy unchallenged, as the Sith had been reduced to fringe cults in the remotest outer rim. The warships of the True Sith Empire faded into obscurity, left behind by centuries of advancements in Starship technology. By the time the new Sith Empire came around in 2000 BBY, the warships of the old Sith Empire were considered ancient. The new Sith used warships of their own in their campaigns against the Republic, and though we don't have exact stats for any of them, by and large, they seem to have been based on contemporary Republic technology, with some incorporating designs and Rakatan-inspired elements from the ships of Darth Revan's Sith Empire. Gonk Droids are a bit of a meme among Star Wars fans. Most fans are familiar with these odd-looking walking batteries who do little aside from saying gonk and are fun to mess around with in LEGO Star Wars. But while most fans are aware these strange little droids exist, few fans know all that much about them. That's probably because most fans assume that there isn't much to know. However, there's actually a fair bit of lore behind the Gonk Droid and its cousins, and because we're the obsessive expanded universe fans that we are, we're going to be discussing it in detail today. The Gonk Droid, or to use its proper name, the GNK Power Droid, was pretty much a walking battery. Most of its internal space was devoted to powerful fusion generators, which it used to generate power. The generators allow the droids to be self-sufficient, but their main purpose was to allow the droids to be used as an easy source of power when no others were available. A single Gonk Droid could charge up a land speeder, though they were mostly used to power smaller pieces of technology, such as blaster cannons, or to recharge anything from blaster power packs to other droids. Let's take a quick minute to think about that last point. While they weren't very smart, Gonk Droids were equipped with artificial intelligence and, as droids, they were all self-aware to a degree. This meant that they had the ability to contemplate the fact that they existed solely for other droids or random pieces of equipment to just leech off their power supply, which is kind of messed up. I mean, what even is the point of making a portable battery and then giving it legs and sentience? Couldn't you just use the space taken up by a processor for more fusion generators or whatever? Furthermore, since their work didn't require much thinking, we can only conclude that these poor droids spent their time having existential crises about this predicament, and we surely would in their situation as well. Aside from their power cells and existential crisis modules, Gonk Droids were also very heavily armored. These tough little machines could survive intense radiation, the extremes of heat and cold, and a range of other environmental conditions. This made them particularly useful on desolate planets with harsh environments, where these droids could quite literally be the only thing between a crashed spacer and an early grave. The heavy armoring of Gonk Droids was a bit of a necessity, of course, as fusion generators weren't the most stable pieces of technology and could explode quite violently if not properly protected. As a final note on the droid's design, Gonk Droids not only had a pair of legs, but also a single manipulator arm, which was hidden under a panel on the droid's lower front side. The droids rarely used it because sentient batteries generally don't need arms, but hey, they had them just in case. Some Gonk Droid owners made use of these arms in unorthodox ways. For instance, there's a recorded example of a Gonk Droid using this manipulator arm to hold a blaster. Gonk Droids weren't all that impactful in the grand scheme of galactic history, as you can probably imagine. They were first produced in the later years of the Galactic Republic by Industrial Automaton, the company responsible for the wildly popular R-series Astromech line. Gonk Droid's only notable mark in history was their role in an odd religion known as the Cult of the Power Droids, which started to spread shortly after the Battle of Endor. The ideology of the cult is unknown, but it apparently sent out pairs of Gonk Droids to ask random sentients for money. According to renowned linguist and scholar Ibn Q3 Baobab, the phrase Gonk 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 Ko Kenya Si was guaranteed to make these droids frack off, though it was unknown why. The Gonk Droid did have one huge dark secret that most fans don't know about. It was a knockoff product. You heard that right. Industrial Automaton basically copied the design for these droids from Veril Line Systems' EG6 Power Droid line and sold them as competitor products. Gonk Droids were sold at a vastly decreased price too. Veril Line Systems sold brand new EG6 Power Droids for 2,500 credits each, while Gonk Droids sold for just 100 credits a pop with virtually identical schematics and features. Talk about undercutting competitors. Most of the Gonk Droids seen in the galaxy at large were actually EG6 droids, as they were hundreds of years older than Industrial Automaton's knockoff and thus ended up being more widespread. To make matters even more confusing, telling the two power droids apart was a difficult task since they looked pretty much identical. The only real way to differentiate Gonk Droids from EG6s was that Gonk Droids spoke Gonkian binary, the distinctive droid language that gave them their nickname, while EG6s didn't have vocabulators. From what we can gather, the EG6 did have a big selling point over the similar Gonk Droid despite its vastly inflated price. Heavily modified EG6s were quite common, while modified Gonk Droids were not, meaning it's probable that EG6 was a more resilient model that was also better suited to modification. After all, Industrial Automaton must have cut corners somewhere with the Gonk Droid if they were able to sell it at such an astoundingly low price. Before we move on from the EG6, we should quickly note that Veril Line Systems responded to the rollout of the Gonk Droid with an entirely new power droid design, the S9 series Heavy Power Droid. These droids were larger, more expensive, and much more powerful than both EG6 and the Gonk Droid, capable of powering starfighters and other large pieces of equipment. Ironically, it was also based on a design that Veril Line Systems ripped off from the Cybot Galactica's Treadwell droid model, adding a touch of irony to their earlier conflict with Industrial Automaton. The Gonk Droid, EG6 and S9 weren't the only power droids on the market, as you might imagine. You might remember a droid similar to the Gonk in the employ of the Grand Army of the Republic in Star Wars The Clone Wars. They can be seen in countless scenes in Republic hangar bays, especially aboard Star Destroyers, and they played a prominent role in the attack on the Rishi Moon, during which Rex Cody 5's Echo and Heavy used several of them to blow up the Rishi station. Allow us to introduce the Gonk Droid's cousin, the Plunk Droid. Officially known as the PLNK series power droid, Plunk Droids were made by Industrial Automaton, which means they were indeed cousins of the Gonk Droid and not the Veral Line Systems models. While they may have been originally designed exclusively for Republic use, they also appeared in civilian starports and even aboard Separatist vessels, meaning they were probably just as widespread as their cousins. From the outside, they looked like two Gonk Droids welded together with elongated bodies and 4 legs. Inside, however, they were quite different. Plunk Droids didn't feature the internal fusion generators that most other power droids were built around. Instead, they contained large tanks of liquid Tabana. Liquid Tabana was a highly explosive alternative to the more common power sources often used for heating in remote military installations. It was also the exclusive power source of the Republic's BTLB Y-Wing bombers, which is why Plunk Droids were so popular with the Republic Navy. Plunk Droids themselves ran on liquid Tabana, and like Gonk Droids, they made use of their own liquid Tabana supplies to keep themselves running. However, unlike the fusion generators of Gonk Droids, Plunk Droids had a limited Tabana supply and needed to be refilled on occasion. As we all surely remember from Star Wars The Clone Wars, Plunk Droids were also useful as bombs. There's no end to the anti-droid cruelty of the Galactic Republic, it seems, as clones in desperate situations occasionally used Plunk Droids to blow up approaching armies. As was seen in the case of the Rishi station, this was usually done to prevent the Separatists from capturing crucial objectives, a last-minute scorched earth tactic. It should be noted that, as far as we know, the Plunk Droids themselves were never asked whether they consented to being strapped up with bombs and blown up to keep the Seps away from some military base or other. But such was the life of a droid. Another episode of The Bad Batch is out, and it's everything we could have hoped for. Per usual, there will be spoilers for the episode in this video, so if you haven't seen the episode yet, go do so. That's an order, trooper. When the Clone Wars ended, the Confederacy of Independent Systems was totally dismantled by the victorious Galactic Empire. Its corporate sponsors were liquidated, its member worlds were subjugated, and its droid army became Imperial property. As we saw in this week's Bad Batch episode, the Empire melted down a whole lot of it, as you would expect them to do. But as Echo mentioned early in the episode, the Empire actually made use of some of those droids as well. Today, we're going to be looking at how the Empire dealt with the droid army and analysing which droids the Empire kept using and which were too dangerous to be left alive. Technically speaking, the Clone Wars ended when the Separatist Council issued a shutdown command to the CIS droid army, shortly before Darth Vader murdered them all. On planets where Separatist forces were still uncontested, the droids marched back to their ships and folded themselves back into their racks, while those engaged in the fighting were just shut down on the spot and simply collapsed. Many of the droids in the latter group were summarily destroyed by victorious Republic forces in Celebration, and their parts were sent off to be melted down. There's a hint of irony in the fact that destroyed or damaged battle droids met pretty much the exact same fate under the Empire as they would have under the Confederacy. When the Separatists won battles, they would send out worker drones to gather up all of the droid parts scattered all over the battlefield. These parts were either used to rebuild droids or melted down to be used to make new droids. Under the Empire, all of the damaged Separatist droids were met with the latter fate: reclamation. In a galaxy that, unfortunately, treated droids as tools instead of the sentient beings they were, reclamation was a common fate for droids. Major droid-making worlds, like Telti and Mechas 3, featured large droid reclamation facilities, as did other worlds like Gindyne and, as we saw in the Bad Batch, Corellia. At these facilities, droids were melted down and turned into new droids, either units of the same model or new units. Occasionally, these facilities would just melt them down and use the scrap for something completely different. That latter scenario is likely what we saw in the Bad Batch. As we saw in Solo, Corellia was a major producer of Star Destroyers in canon, and it's possible that those droids were being melted down to provide metal for that. However, that's just what happened to the damaged droids. As mentioned earlier, most of the Separatist droid army went back to their landing craft when ordered to shut down. There were also billions of battle droids sitting in warehouses that had never been activated. Let's not forget that the Separatist droid army was the biggest army in the history of the entire galaxy. The Empire had way more hardware to deal with than just the broken droids. The first thing the Empire did with these droids was lay claim to them. After the fighting stopped, all kinds of underworld types descended on droid landers and warehouses, hoping to claim the droids to either sell or use as personal soldiers. More dangerously, Separatist holdout groups regularly tried to reactivate lost droid armies, making it a high priority of the Empire to seize all those warehouses as soon as possible. Those of you who remember the classic Battlefront 2 campaign can probably remember what happens when former Separatists got their hands on droid warehouses, as exemplified by Guise or Delso. Understandably, the Empire wanted as few cases like that as possible. As Echo mentioned, the Empire put many of its new droids to use. During the earliest days of the New Order, the Empire needed as many soldiers as it could get to force its rule on the galaxy, and the clone troopers it had just weren't enough. Recruited armies would soon fix this problem, at first in the Imperial Army and then in the Stormtrooper Corps. However, it's likely that the Empire also used repurposed droid armies as a stopgap while they got the recruitment system up and running, padding out the ranks of the former Grand Army of the Republic. This is probably what Echo was talking about when he mentioned the Empire using battle droids. From the context of the episode, we could also surmise that these droid forces were mostly deployed against nascent insurgent groups like Saw Gerrera's partisans. In Legends, quite a few Separatist droid models were permanently integrated into the Imperial military after the rise of the Empire. Most notably, these included the Droideka and the DSD-1 Dwarf Spider Droid, both of which served with the Stormtrooper Corps. We don't know about the Spider Droid, but the Droideka actually had the same fate in canon, with both rebel groups and some Imperial squadrons making use of the deadly droids. Those droids requisitioned by the Imperial military were probably the most decommissioned before the Galactic Civil War, as the Empire didn't really need them that much, especially as the numbers of recruits began to swell. Others likely continued to see use up until the Empire's fall, as was the case in Legends. But while the droid army was certainly useful for the Empire, the New Order didn't really need the whole thing. There was only a certain extent to which they could use droids as a military force, since most Imperial citizens associated the droids with separatism, which Imperial propaganda was constantly using as a boogeyman. If the Empire just made the whole CIS droid army another part of the Imperial military, they risked falling victim to their own propaganda and alienating the galactic citizenry. Thus, they were only really able to use the droids on remote, contested worlds and the most backwater of backwater garrisons. This left the Empire with a pretty major question. What the heck were they going to do with all those droids? Though this might not seem important, it was actually a pretty serious concern. Even deactivated and collecting dust in warehouses, these droids were highly dangerous. For all their faults, battle droids were quite effective, and the Imperial military had enough work to do putting an end to the last traces of freedom in the galaxy without having to fight droid armies as well. Especially in its early years, the Empire wasn't in as stable a position as it would have liked the galaxy to believe. One good threat, like a bunch of reactivated old droid armies, would have put a lot of strain on the Empire's efforts to subjugate the galaxy, which were crucial in ensuring continued Imperial rule. Essentially, the military needed to be able to focus on oppressing Imperial citizens so that they wouldn't rise up against the Empire. If they went off to fight battle droids instead, it would have posed a grave risk to Imperial stability. Additionally, let's not forget the main focus of last night's episode, the tactical droids. We tend to give tactical droids a lot of flack on this channel, but in fairness, they were actually effective commanders a fair bit of the time, and as mentioned in the episode, they got better as the war went on.
The more tactical droids fought, the more they learned.
By the end of the Clone Wars, many tactical droids had become frighteningly competent, and they came to pose a serious threat to Republic forces. Thus, the Empire considered it imperative that all tactical droids be found and destroyed. for 3 reasons. Firstly, tactical droids could be used to take over droid armies, which could have disastrous results for Imperial forces making use of the battle droids. Secondly, tactical droids could have provided valuable insight on how to defeat said Imperial droids. Most importantly, they could have provided insight on how to defeat Imperial clone Stormtrooper armies, since those tactical droids obviously had a lot of experience battling clones. In the Empire's view, those droids were too dangerous to be left alive, and the same was true for most of the droids they had no use for. Droids that were kept in warehouses were always a potential threat, since, as we mentioned earlier, there were always underworld types stealing and reactivating them. The more battle droids there were out in the galaxy, the greater the chance was that the rebels or separatists would reactivate an army or 2 of them and give the Empire some real trouble. The solution, of course, was to scrap the droids the Empire had no use for. The scrap could have been put to use making new droids or any number of new pieces of equipment. It's a fair bet that the Empire didn't care which, so long as the droids were gone. So, that's what happened to the droid army after the Clone Wars. But what do you think? Did you like this week's episode? It was definitely the best so far in our opinion, and even the Martez sisters weren't that annoying. So feel free to post your thoughts in the comment section below, and as always, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video.
The Clone Wars are often boiled down into a clash between the Republic's clone armies and the Confederacy's droid armies, but in reality, they weren't nearly that simple. While the Grand Army of the Republic and the CIS droid army were the largest fighting forces in the conflict, they weren't the only armies on the battlefield. As we've discussed in the past, the CIS actually had their own clone army, the Morgukai Shadow Army, and the Republic had its own droid army as well. In this video, we're going to be taking an in-depth look at the Republic's oft-forgotten battle droids and the long history of combat droids in the Republic military. Droid technology was quite ancient in the Star Wars universe, and the first battle droids predated the Republic itself. 4th degree or Class 4 droids, the formal labels for droids intended for use in combat, were likely among the first droids ever built. The Rakata of the Infinite Empire were known to use 4th degree droids as sentries, while the first known droid army was built by Zim the Despot, a Tiernese pirate lord who waged war with the Hutts about a century before the formation of the Republic. Battle droids were used in the Republic as well, and from its inception, the Republic Army had combat droids in its ranks, though the degree to which these droids were used varied depending on the era. The most well-known soldiers of the Republic Army were organic, from standard rank-and-file recruited soldiers to the more highly skilled Republic troopers and rocket jumpers. But for large parts of the Republic history, the Republic Army was actually dominated by battle droids, with organic troops deployed only as specialists. Over the millennia, the Republic went through a variety of different droid models, but one of the oldest known droids was the Juggernaut War Droid, the backbone of the Republic Army in the years before the Great Droid Revolution. The Juggernauts were commissioned in 4800 BBY for use by the Republic Rocket Jumper Corps, an elite unit within the Republic Army that used jetpacks to drop from orbit in battle. These powerful battle droids were also equipped with jetpacks as well as several built-in weapons. These included shatter beams, sonic stunners, and pulse wave rifles, the ancestors of the modern blaster. Juggernaut war droids first saw use in the Gank massacres of 4800 BBY, and for the next 800 years, they were some of the Republic's most prolific elite units. They were only decommissioned after the Great Droid Revolution of 4015 BBY, in which large numbers of Juggernauts stormed the government district on Coruscant and wiped the floor with their rocket jumper contemporaries. The spread of anti-droid sentiment after the Great Droid Revolution led the Republic to greatly scale down its reliance on battle droids, but it never completely purged battle droids from the army. During the Mandalorian Wars, the Jedi Civil War, and the Dark Wars, the Republic used Mark IV assault droids and Sentinel droids in large numbers, though organic soldiers still comprised the bulk of the Republic army. Mark IV assault droids were vaguely similar to droidicas, as they featured built-in energy shields and dual blaster cannons, which made them devastating even against Force sensitives. Mark IVs weren't nearly as intelligent as the Juggernauts had been, however, and they were used primarily as perimeter guards aboard starships or in military bases. Sentinel droids were another matter. Sentinels could be considered equivalent to the Confederacy's B-1 battle droids, but they were better armored and weren't produced in such staggering numbers. These simple yet effective battle droids were widely available and were also used by Revans, Sith Empire, the Mandalorians, local governments, and even private citizens. The Republic armed them with simple light repeating blasters and sent them into battle in large numbers, especially during the Mandalorian Wars and the Jedi Civil War, in which they desperately needed the manpower. The Republic deployed Sentinel droids by the hundreds, and in some battles, the Republic deployed more of them than organic soldiers. The Republic would continue to use battle droids for the rest of its existence, adding new models to the ranks as the years went on. During the Great Galactic War and the subsequent Cold War, the Republic favoured GXR series droids, including the GXR-7 Sentinel, the GXR-5 Sabotage Droid, and the fearsome GXR-7 Command Droid. The tradition of the Republic using battle droids as an alternative to organics continued right up to the end of the New Sith Wars, after which the Republic Army was dissolved. With the Ruusan reformations, the Republic military was replaced by the Judicial Forces and local planetary security forces. Some PSFs continued to use battle droids, while most relied entirely on organics. The Judicial Forces also shifted more toward organics, though battle droids were retained in some capacity. The reason for this shift was simple. The PSFs and Judicial Forces operated in what was supposed to be a time of peace, and organics were deemed more capable of diffusing violent situations than droids. This was a priority for both the Judicials and the PSFs, even when conflicts did break out. The outbreak of the Clone Wars saw the reformation of the Republic military, though the military structure was fundamentally different from what it had been in the past. The Republic Navy and the Republic Starfighter Corps were brought back from the pre-Ruusan military in altered forms, but the Republic Army wasn't restored. Instead, the Republic adopted the Grand Army of the Republic, a clone force created by the Kaminoans that could not have been more different from the Republic Army of old. Ground-based sections of the Judicial Forces and Loyalist PSFs were rolled into the GAR, but by the time of the Clone Wars, few PSFs were using battle droids, nor were the Judicials. However, battle droids found their way into the revived Republic military anyway. Two particular models were notable for their affiliation with the Republic in this era, the L8, L9 and the SD6 Hulk. The L8, L9 was a prototype battle droid line developed by the Taggi Company, a loyalist megacorporation that had influence in virtually every galactic industry, including droid making. Baron Orman Taggi, the head of Taggi Co., sought to gain favour with Supreme Chancellor Palpatine by producing a droid army to fight alongside the Grand Army of the Republic, and he came quite close to succeeding. Were it not for Asajj Ventress, historians later noted, the Clone Wars may well have become the Droid Wars, as armies of L8, L9s had the potential to outperform the GAR's clone troopers. Taggi began designing the L8, L9 shortly after the Battle of Naboo, intending it for use against the armies of the Trade Federation. When the Clone Wars broke out, the L8, L9 rushed from design to production, and 2 months into production, Taggi had one L8, L9 prototype ready. This unit was far more maneuverable than other droid models in use at the time, and it was far more intelligent than the Confederacy's droids as well, giving it a distinct edge in combat. Additionally, the L8, L9 was quite well armed. Its arms featured built-in plasma cannons and flamethrowers, while its finger blades, when spun rapidly, could cut through durasteel. Before starting mass production of the droids, Baron Taggi wanted the L8, L9 tested under the most rigorous circumstances imaginable, so he entered the prototype into an arena battle on Radatak. Unfortunately for Taggi Co., that was the same battle in which Asajj Ventress, Radatak's reigning warlord, auditioned for Count Dooku. Ventress defeated every combatant fighting in the arena, including the L8, L9, in a bid to prove herself worthy of being Dooku's new apprentice. Baron Taggi's sole prototype was lost, as were the 100,000 credits he bet on it, and Taggi Co. cancelled the project, rendering the L8, L9 a historical footnote. But even without the L8, L9, the Republic still ended up using battle droids in the Clone Wars. Before the war, the Judicial Forces had commissioned a small army of SD6 Hulk infantry droids, a product of Balmoran Arms. At 3.5 meters tall, this unit of a battle droid was incredibly effective, especially as a defensive fighter. It featured Starship-grade duranium armor and a fearsome arsenal of weapons, including a pair of arm-mounted E-Web blaster cannons, a pair of shoulder-mounted Merson iron rifles, and hands capable of crushing organic opponents. The SD6 was virtually a walking heavy turret, and it put the Confederacy's super battle droids to shame. At the start of the Clone Wars, the Republic initially pulled the Hulk from active duty so as to avoid confusion with the CIS droid army. This didn't last, however, as the Republic quickly became desperate for manpower. The SD-6 Hulk was deployed on the battlefields of the Clone Wars in a somewhat limited capacity, as the GAR's clone troopers generally disliked working with the droids. But they did see action in some of the more intensive battlefronts, and they saw enough use that the Republic continually bought more from Balmorra during the war. This was despite the fact that Balmorra had seceded and was also producing battle droids for the Confederacy. As the Balmorran government saw it, they just wanted to make money, and while they had joined the CIS for the sake of better profits, they were perfectly fine with Balmorran arms dealing with both sides. The Republic clearly didn't mind either, or at least it didn't mind enough to do anything about it. During the Clone Wars, Bactoid Combat Automata's B-Series battle droids were the bread and butter of the CIS army. Virtually all Star Wars fans are familiar with the famous B-1 battle droid and its younger brother, the B-2 Super Battle Droid. But what about the B-3? Most fans are completely unaware there was a third entry in this classic droid series, as the B-3 Ultra Battle Droid was a very rare sight on the battlefields of the Clone Wars. In this video, we'll be discussing why that was, as well as the history and specs of this little known battle droid model. In the first Battle of Geonosis, Bactoid Combat Automata's latest droid model, the B-2 Super Battle Droid, proved itself on the first battlefield of the Clone Wars. Despite the Confederacy's defeat in this battle, the new droids were deemed a success by Bactoid and the Techno Union, and as the Clone Wars rapidly escalated, they looked into designing even more effective droids. Just as the B-2 was a major improvement over the fragile B-1s, the B-3 was meant to put the B-2 to shame, capable of outmatching even Jedi Masters. These dreams of an unstoppable battle droid set a high bar for B-3 design proposals, and the Techno Union upped the stakes even further by having its designers compete against each other. The best and brightest design teams in the Techno Union would each come up with their own take on the B-3, and whichever droid proved the most effective would be given the coveted B-3 designation. Two of the Techno Union's design teams quickly emerged as the front runners in this contest, one based on Foundry and one based on Metalorn. The Metalorn team had the backing of the Techno Union foreman Wat Tambor, who had a major stronghold on the planet. Their design prioritized being able to stand up to Jedi, incorporating lightsaber-resistant Cortosis armor and high-intensity laser cannons, and closely resembled the B-2. It was a delicate but highly effective design. The Foundry team, on the other hand, focused on making the most overpowered war machine imaginable. Their prototype, the Avatar 7, was twice the height of a B-2, was armored like a tank, and featured blaster cannons, plasma cannons, a flamethrower, and a built-in guided missile launcher. While the Cortosis droids took a very precise approach to outmatching Jedi, the Avatar 7 went with the tried and true tactic of just using more DACA. 5 months after the first Battle of Geonosis, the two prototypes were presented to General Grievous, the newly appointed CIS Supreme Commander. Grievous, who was never one for subtlety, chose the Avatar 7 as the winner of the contest. The Avatar 7 was reclassified the B-3 Ultra Battle Droid and entered production. The runner-up became the C-B-3 Cortosis Battle Droid, and despite its defeat in the competition, Wat Tambor made sure it entered production as well, albeit in limited numbers. The finished B-3 was an absolute nightmare for the Grand Army of the Republic. The droid's massive size allowed it to wear armor comparable to a tank, making it absurdly difficult to destroy. Its main arms boasted a tight spray flamethrower and a wide spray plasma cannon, while two smaller arms on its abdomen featured rapid firing blaster cannons. The launcher built into its left shoulder could fire off two highly sophisticated tracking missiles, which had tracking capabilities so sophisticated they could arguably be classified as sentient. The finishing touch for the droids was a density projector, which allowed the B-3 to vastly increase its weight, rendering it temporarily immobile and all but impossible to knock over. The B-3 made its first appearance in the Battle of Iktoch, when one unit battled Jedi Masters Mace Windu and Saesee Tiin, two of the greatest Jedi of all time. Despite their formidable skills, Windu and Tiin both failed to defeat the B-3 individually and had to work together to outsmart the fearsome machine. They were ultimately able to destroy the droid by crushing it under a downed Hailfire Droid, but it was a close call, and the Jedi Masters walked away from the fight deeply shaken. After Iktoch, the B3 saw deployment all over the galaxy. The Confederacy never had any illusions of deploying the droids in vast quantities, as they were much too expensive to produce for that to be viable. Instead, the B3 was typically used as a stand-in for droidicas, which were even more expensive. Ultra Battle Droids were typically used in frontal assaults on heavily fortified Republic positions, as miniature tanks in field battles, or as guards for important installations. Republic forces struggled to combat these fearsome battle droids. Not even Jedi could reliably take them down, and clones stood little chance of surviving encounters with Ultra Battle Droids. Fortunately for the Republic, however, it soon emerged that the B3 had a design flaw. Most Ultra Battle Droid models had issues with their density projectors, which would activate randomly and then fail to shut down. On battlefields all over the galaxy, these Ultra Battle Droids would suddenly lock up and remain frozen in place, unable to shut off their density projectors. Republic forces were able to exploit this and easily defeat the droids, which became sitting ducks for artillery fire. Baktoid hastily recalled the entire Ultra Battle Droid line in response to this problem. For years, the engineers struggled to fix the density projectors. B3s were redeployed at several points during the Clone Wars, only for their density projectors to act up again and get them destroyed. It was only at the end of the conflict, during the Outer Rim sieges, that Baktoid cut their losses and just removed the density projector from the B3 design. Once more, the Ultra Battle Droid became a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield, but it showed up too late to change the course of the Clone Wars. The CIS was defeated soon after the B3's reintroduction. But what about those other B3s, the Cortosis droids we mentioned earlier? Thanks to the sponsorship of Wat Tambor, they also saw action in the Clone Wars, if only for a short time. As we mentioned earlier, these droids were designed with the express purpose of fighting Jedi, and they were quite good at their job. Their Cortosis armor made them invulnerable to lightsabers, forcing Jedi to get creative with the Force to bring them down. Their high-intensity laser cannons were even more powerful than the blaster cannons of the B2 and had an even higher rate of fire, which kept Jedi on the defensive. Combined, these two attributes meant only the greatest Jedi stood a chance against the CB3. To test these new Cortosis droids, Wat Tambor dispatched them against one of the most high-value targets in the galaxy, the Jedi Temple. While Separatist agitators distracted the Coruscant Guard with an insurrection, a strike force of CB3s landed at the Jedi Temple and stormed the archives, killing many Jedi and leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. After a chaotic battle, the droids cut their losses and left, but not before Jedi Padawan Anakin Skywalker figured out a way to defeat the CB3s. As it turned out, the CB3 also had a weakness. Its Cortosis armor was tightly attached to its inner shell in form-fitting plates, but there was a tiny gap between part of the droid's breastplates, which Jedi could get their lightsabers through with very precise vertical slashes. Skywalker used this technique to destroy several CB3s during the Coruscant insurrection, and he taught it to other Jedi defending the temple, helping them crush these new droids. Wat Tambor and Count Dooku were impressed by the CB3's effectiveness at Coruscant, but Darth Sidious was much less enthusiastic. It wasn't that he didn't think they were effective enough, mind you, he thought they were too effective. Fearing that the CB3 could upset the balance of the Clone Wars, Sidious leaked the location of Wat Tambor's Metalorn factory to the Jedi, who sent Anakin Skywalker to lay waste to the facility. There, Skywalker encountered heavy resistance, but the element of surprise gave him an advantage over the factory's Separatist defenders. Skywalker managed to destroy the Cortosis droid factory and capture Wat Tambor, ending the production of the CB3 in one fell swoop.
One quick look at our channel's post history should tell you that we here at Geetsly's love three things: clones, ships, and droids. In its over 50 years of history, Star Wars has seen a huge number of droid models hit the proverbial production line, many of which, like R2-D2 and HK-47, have become fan favorites. In a futuristic sci-fi universe, droids fill in a multitude of different roles, like load-bearing, piloting, translating, and even assassination.
No matter what their purpose in life was, however, the vast majority of these droids had one unexpected thing in common: legs. If the invention of the wheel taught humanity one thing, it was that round thing goes smooth. You'd think that, in an age when droids were mass-produced to do their jobs as efficiently as possible, their designers would have given them wheels. Wheeled droids like R2-D2 and BB-8 required less energy to move, less engineering to stabilize them, no hydraulics and motors, and just generally got places more quickly. So, what gives? In today's video, we'll be delving into droid design and discussing the many reasons why Star Wars engineers chose to give their droids legs rather than wheels. The first, and probably most important reason so many droids were created with legs is that, simply put, most Star Wars terrains weren't very wheel-friendly. Droids were employed in almost every type of environment, and almost all of them universally sucked for anything that had to rely on even ground. In urban centers, the primary method of transportation was hovercrafts, which in turn made for an absence of nice, flat roads for other vehicles to roll along. The paths that did exist tended to be overcrowded or very poorly maintained, with sharp inclines and many flights of stairs. In that kind of urban hell, wheels would have made moving around pretty difficult for many droids. Some urban hellscapes, like Coruscant, would have been even harder to navigate. Smaller cities and towns weren't often much better due to how crowded they could be. Urban centers in a universe with trillions living on a single planet made for multi-layered cityscapes that were just easier to navigate with legs that could climb. Outside the larger urban areas like Coruscant, the terrain tended to be even more uneven. That's why most military vehicles utilized repulsor lifts to move quickly. Droids that saw active combat duty were all equipped with legs to traverse rough terrain, hills, and different elevations. Heck, legs were so useful for ground combat that the CIS even gave some of their ships legs. We're looking at you, Vulture droids. On the other hand, droids that worked in areas with mostly flat, even surfaces were usually designed to have wheels. These droids mostly filled support roles like piloting, data analysis, and mechanical tasks. Because they were stationed in places like battle cruisers or military bases, with flat, long corridors and elevators, wheels helped these support droids get where they had to be more efficiently. Think of R2-D2 rolling along a ship's corridor, or Chopper leaning forward on his front wheel and zooming through like a mad lad. Another benefit of legs was the easier time bipedal droids had when maneuvering in tight spaces or large groups. Think of a platoon of B1 series battle droids. Every shot we see of them had hundreds of droids in formation marching through the streets. If they'd had wheels instead of legs, every time they needed to change direction, the entire column would have had to back up slightly or reposition so they could roll out in a different direction. With legs, however, they could turn on the spot as easily as humans. Maneuverability wasn't the only benefit bipedal droids had, however. We've already mentioned that most combat droids were designed with legs. Aside from moving more efficiently across the battlefield, which was naturally the most important thing, giving them legs over wheels was cheaper and more practical in the grand scheme of things. Leg hydraulics were more expensive to design and build compared to simple wheels, but the costs evened out and even tipped in favor of legs when other factors were taken into consideration, such as storage. To put it simply, bipedal droids took up much less room. You could cram a metric ton of B1 battle droids in a container because they were tall, thin, and fit together fairly neatly. Because of their flat shape, it was even possible to store droids like them vertically, if necessary, like how the HK-51 units were stored. In order to achieve that same stackable crumble effect with wheels, droids would have had to be fitted with wheels directly under their central chassis to maintain that elongated silhouette. That sort of configuration, however, would have meant one large wheel, like BB-8 had, or many small wheels under the droid, like a fridge on wheels. Neither design would have been particularly practical when it came to full-size droids. But life isn't only about money. There's one thing that people care about even more than profit: aesthetic. Droids in the Star Wars universe weren't just mechanics or assassins or soldiers. The vast majority of them were designed to serve people in their everyday life and live alongside them. These common service droids were so ingrained in society
but they were designed to be as aesthetically pleasing as possible, which, in this case, meant that they were modelled after their makers. It's basic human nature to feel most at ease around things that feel familiar to you. Droids that served as nannies, for example, had humanoid shapes because it made the children feel most comfortable. Server droids blended in with the crowd and didn't cause an eyesore at events they were employed at. And then we have the luxury droids, like the BD3000 series, otherwise known as the Betty Bots. These were service droids shaped like the idealized female body. On paper, they were high-end protocol droids with advanced linguistic capabilities employed by the rich and powerful. The Betty Bots often went above and beyond the line of duty, however. One infamous example was a droid known as Honey, who used her pleasing outer shell to entice would-be customers to inspect her ports with their data spikes. While we're willing to bet the average Star Wars fan has fairly low standards when it comes to their android companions, we're sure it's much easier to drown the regrets when the android looks more like Betty Boop than Wally. With all that said and done, however, if we have to be absolutely honest, the real reason Star Wars droids were blessed with legs is probably because that's the easiest way to make money off us, the fans. Like any other franchise, Star Wars is out to make money off merch, and while sure, the occasional cutesy droid like BB-8 will sell well, the majority of droids are designed to look humanoid because that's the shape humans are happiest buying. Deep in our monkey brains, there's a part that tells us things shaped like us are like us. We project thoughts and feelings onto them or have an easier time imagining us in their place. Think of a 10-year-old holding an HK-47 action figure and pretending to be him. Anthropomorphized toys always sell better than weirdly shaped things. It's the same reason the Autobots aren't just cars, but they can turn into cool robot people. A second capitalism-related reason so many droids have legs is production cost. Most toy models are made out of molds, and the fewer alterations needed to create a new mold, the quicker and cheaper production will be. This extends to on-screen models as well, since 3D renders are digital molds artists play with to create the different characters. Keeping things in generally the same shape cuts cost, and corporations love money. At the end of the day, profit is usually the reason most companies make the decisions they make, but that doesn't mean all the other reasons we mentioned weren't valid in universe. And besides, wheels are great, but you can't tell us it would be a lot less funny watching a wheeled B1 Battle Droid falling over.
Some of the more observant Star Wars fans among you may have noticed that all of the walkers used by the Republic and Empire had an even number of legs, starting from 2 on your standard AT-STs all the way up to the quadrupedal AT-OTs. In a relatively recent video, we discussed the Republic and Empire's preference for walkers over other wheeled vehicles. There was one exception to this rule, however. Nicknamed the Spider Tank, the 3-legged AT-AP saw extensive usage during the end of the Clone Wars, most notably on planets like Kashyyyk, Felucia, and Seleucami. Its 3 legs made it stand out from the other AT series walkers. But why were 3-legged walkers so rare to see on a battlefield? Were 2 or 4 legs really better than 3? In this video, we're going to be answering these questions. For the purpose of this video, we're limiting our definition of walkers to heavy tanks. That means we're not counting droidicas, but we will be counting the larger Octuptarra Tri-Droids that the CIS loved to use against heavy Republic armor. For the most part in the Star Wars universe, most walker designs shared what's called mirror symmetry, also known as bilateral symmetry, where each side from the front to the back were identical. You'll see this in the design of all Republic and Imperial bipedal walkers, such as the AT-RT, AT-ST, AT-DP, AT-DT, and also on the larger walkers like the AT-AT, AT-TE, and AT-OT. These walkers had 4, 6, and 8 legs respectively, which allowed them to stay combat operational even if 1 or 2 of these legs were hit. This symmetrical design came with several major benefits. The first was standardization of parts, which made it easier for engineers to service and repair these walkers and would also save on the cost of parts. Another benefit was balance. Though most of these walkers filled the role of either a scout vehicle or a heavy battle tank, some were actually classified as artillery. While all military walkers had plenty of firepower, these self-propelled guns or SPG artillery units were essentially guns with walkers attached to them. Some examples of this included the Imperial AT-DT and Republic SPH-AT and the AT-AP. For these kinds of walkers, balance was particularly important to brace against recoil and to stabilize their main guns for greater accuracy when firing. In many cases, an even number of legs helped provide this stability. With that said, one of the most notable examples of an artillery walker was actually an exception to the even legs rule. The All-Terrain Attack Pod, or AT-AP for short, was manufactured by Kuat Drive Yards and was a tripedal walker designed to serve as a mobile artillery platform. As the Clone Wars dragged on, Republic commanders realized the need to diversify their armor and provide more options for mobile artillery to shell entrenched Separatist positions. This walker was designed to fill that void. It had extremely powerful guns, with its main cannon more powerful than the main guns on AT-TEs, despite the walker's smaller size. The AT-AP also featured advanced optics and sights, which allowed it to accurately hit targets from far away, earning it the nickname Sniper Tank. Engineers and designers at Kuat took inspiration from the AT-TE, which was an extremely effective design. They took the foresection of the AT-TE and placed the main mass driver cannon in the middle, replacing the area where the cockpit would be. The walker's height was then doubled, giving it the increased visibility and range it needed for its role as a mobile artillery platform. In addition to the mass driver cannon, the AT-AP also featured a heavy laser cannon similar to the AT-TEs, which was open-topped and manned by a gunner. This was to provide the crew of the AT-AP with short-range anti-vehicle weaponry. Finally, it also featured an anti-infantry heavy repeating blaster on the underbelly of the walker. The AT-AP required a crew of 3 clones, a pilot and 2 gunners. It kicked some serious ass, but it had its fair share of shortcomings. While the AT-AP was reasonably well armored and intimidating, it was too specialized to be used on its own, and thus was often deployed alongside heavier armor such as HAV-W A6 Juggernauts or AT-TEs. It saw extensive use on the beaches of Kashyyyk, where many were deployed in the defense of Kachiro, as well as on Felucia. So what made the AT-AP an exception to the rule? Well, we'll let you in on a little secret. It wasn't. While most Star Wars fans know the AT-AP as a 3-legged walker, it was technically classified as a bipedal walker, since the third leg in the middle was retractable and used mainly to stabilize the enormous mass driver cannon mounted on the front of the walker. The third leg wasn't actually used for walking, just for holding the walker in place when they needed to fire. Even then, the third leg of the AT-AP was apparently seen as unnecessary by later engineers, since after the Clone Wars, the Empire would later ditch this tripedal walker design in favor of a bipedal design with the introduction of the All-Terrain Defense Turret, or AT-DT. There were 3-legged walkers that fought in the Clone Wars, however, and they were used extensively by the CIS. You're probably familiar with the Separatist's tripod walker, the Octuptarra Tri-Droid. This droid tank was manufactured by the Techno Union and was equipped with 3 rotating laser cannons. Some variants also had missile launchers or dispensers for biological weapons, which earned these war machines the nickname Virus Droid. The Octuptarra Tri-Droid was based on the Octuptarra, an 8-eyed, gas-bag-headed vine walker found on Skako, which was the reason for its unusual anatomy. The design of the Octuptarra Tri-Droid was different from its Republic counterparts in that the droid didn't really have a front side, opting for radial symmetry, which is symmetry around a central axis instead of bilateral symmetry. The Octuptarra had 360-degree vision thanks to its 3 strategically positioned photoreceptors, leaving it with no blind spots. This made it impossible to be ambushed from behind and also allowed it to have an omnidirectional field of fire. The droid had hydraulic legs with 3 joints, allowing them to scale steep surfaces and go over most obstacles. The Octuptarra was one of the Separatists' most effective heavy walkers, capable of taking out Republic tanks with ease, as seen in the Battle of Megiddo. However, it wasn't without its weaknesses, and its most notable stemmed from its unusual tripedal design. During the Battle of Christosis, Anakin Skywalker and Captain Rex took a small squad of jet troopers and successfully disabled several Octuptarra Tri-Droids by attacking their legs. For each of these droids, disabling just one of their legs made them unstable, causing them to crash. So why were three-legged walkers like the Octuptarra so rare to see on a battlefield? First things first, we should address the question of the speed of these walkers. Two legs were faster than four legs. The AT-ST had a top speed of 90 km per hour, while the AT-AT had a top speed of 60. However, though it might seem counterintuitive, three legs weren't faster than four legs or even six legs, since the AT-AP, AT-AT and AT-TE all had the same max speed. Some will argue that the AT-AP was slowed down by its heavy mass driver cannon, but the two-legged Imperial AT-DP, which filled a similar role as the AT-AP, had a top speed of 90 km per hour. The same was true for CIS vehicles, since the Octuptarra Magna Tri-Droid had a top speed of 50 km per hour, while the four-legged OG-9 homing Spider Droid had a top speed of 50 to 90 km per hour. Thus, there was no real benefit for having three legs versus two or four. The second thing to address is the distribution of weight. The reason the AT-TE had so many legs was to evenly distribute the weight of the heavy walker over a larger surface area. This is the same reason you see freight trucks with so many wheels on both sides. Distributing weight ensured the walkers didn't get stuck in unfavorable terrain or would cause bridges to collapse. Having three legs meant more weight was placed on each leg, which would limit the terrain that the walker could operate in. Even other self-propelled artillery pieces, such as the Republic AV-7 anti-vehicle cannon or Separatist J1 proton cannon, featured four legs to better distribute the weight and the recoil of their cannons. But there were a few advantages to a tripedal design. It allowed the Octuptarra Tri-Droid to have no blind spots, a crucial asset for such a large vehicle. In our world, tank designers have obsessed with trying to attain that advantage, so much so that some of the earliest tank designs focused on radial symmetry to provide a 360-degree field of fire. The Octuptarra Tri-Droid design was perhaps the best and only example of how a three-legged walker was meant to be used in the Star Wars universe. The AT-AP, while not a real tripedal walker, was also vital to the Republic's success in the final days of the Clone Wars. So the tripedal design wasn't all bad, it just wasn't for everyone.
The Vulture droid is one of the most recognizable starfighters in Star Wars, as iconic in the prequels as the TIE Fighter is in the original trilogy. These small but deadly droid craft were used extensively by the Trade Federation and later the Confederacy of Independent Systems, always deployed in vast swarms against Republic pilots. Based on their depiction in the films and especially in Star Wars The Clone Wars, you might think Vulture droids were mere cannon fodder, the TIE fighters of their day. If so, you're selling these fighters short. The Vulture droid was actually one of the most brilliant starfighter designs in the Star Wars universe, and in this video, we'll tell you why. Officially, the variable geometry self-propelled Battle Droid Mark I, the Vulture droid, was the product of Hao Chal Engineering, a Shi-Cha company based on Charos 4. The Shi-Cha were a bit of an eccentric species. They were intensely religious, and at the core of their religion was the pursuit of perfection. The Shi-Cha sought perfection by making or improving things, with the most common form of religious practice on Charos 4 being precision manufacturing. These zealots made a lot of stuff, but their speciality was starfighters, which they designed and built in vast cathedral factories. Their products typically put those of their competitors to shame. Hao Chal's engineers considered the Vulture droid to be their magnum opus. One of the most highly valued traits of Shi-Cha products was their ability to transform, a rare feature that held great religious significance for the species. The Vulture droid was one of the most successful examples of the Shi-Cha's so-called variable geometry craft. In other words, its wings could reorient to serve as legs, allowing these droid starfighters to walk when they weren't in flight. The Vulture droid was originally designed for the Trade Federation and service in the Trade Federation Defense Force's new droid army. Prior to the Vulture droid's introduction, the Trade Federation relied on more generic starfighters piloted by battle droids, which were notoriously ineffective. Their new droid starfighters could cut out the middlemen and ended up proving to be far more effective than any fighter craft the Trade Federation had ever used before. The Vulture droid remained a key component of the Trade Federation's arsenal for as long as the company existed, participating in the Battle of Naboo and many lesser engagements. During the Clone Wars, the Vulture Droid was adopted as the primary interceptor of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, largely replacing the starfighters used by other Separatist Council factions. The CIS Navy deployed them in vast swarms, which numbered in the tens of thousands in larger battles. These adaptable craft served the Confederacy as interceptors, air support, and even anti-personnel platforms, fighting from the First Battle of Geonosis to the Battle of Coruscant. The Vulture Droid was extraordinarily compact. In fighter mode, it was roughly 3.5 meters in both width and length, with the empty space between their wingtips making up much of that length. The main body of the Vulture Droid was only lightly armored, sheathed in a non-magnetic alclad alloy, and was mostly dedicated to the craft's 2 ion engines. The craft's droid brain, transmitter arrays, and most of its sensors were located in a bullet-shaped head which could extend out from the main body along a thin, stalk-like neck. Most of the Vulture Droid's target profile was formed by its 4 blade-like wings, the most well-armored part of the craft, which contained the droid's repulsor lifts and primary weapons array. Due to its small size, the Vulture Droid was rather fragile, especially when compared with starfighters used by the Republic. It had no shields and only light armor. However, the Vulture Droid made up for this with sheer speed. These bad boys were unimaginably fast, capable of flying at over 1,000 km per hour in atmosphere and at speeds of several thousand Gs in outer space. In the real world, human pilots can only survive 9 Gs. In the Star Wars universe, tensor fields allowed them to survive much more, but Vulture Droids moved so fast and could change direction so rapidly that not even the best tensor fields could keep a human from splattering all over their seat. Vulture Droids didn't need shields or armor, they were designed to be too fast to hit. Speed wasn't the Vulture Droid's only asset though. It was also heavily armed for such a small fighter. Each Vulture Droid had a light laser cannon per wing, totaling 4 cannons per craft. These weren't the most powerful guns in the market, but they could fire at high speeds and could quickly wear down starfighter shields. The main body of the Vulture Droid also featured a pair of energy torpedo launchers, which could be swapped out for more laser cannons. In either configuration, these could also do serious damage to a target. As if all that array of weapons wasn't formidable enough, Vulture Droids could also carry missiles, with one mounted on each wingtip. Usually, they carried concussion missiles, but they were also known to use their missile launchers to deploy buzz droids. As a starfighter, the Vulture Droid wasn't without its weaknesses. It wasn't the smartest droid in the Confederacy, and enemy pilots who survived first contact with these nimble menaces quickly discovered that their combat maneuvers were basic and repetitive. A much less well-known weakness was the unusual fuel system on which the Vulture Droids relied. These droids were powered by weird solid fuel slugs which could only power the craft in combat mode for a little over half an hour. Once that time was up, Vulture Droids had to return to their carriers to refuel. The Trade Federation made up for this weakness by sending the droids out in staggered swarms, ensuring there were always hundreds in action at any given time. But this weakness could nonetheless be exploited by cunning tacticians. Of course, with all that said, the Vulture Droid was an amazing starfighter. On its own, it was remarkably hard to pin down and quite good at outmaneuvering and shredding enemy pilots. But one of the Vulture's greatest assets was that it was never on its own. These bad boys came not in squadrons, but in swarms, with each Lucrehole class battleship carrying 1,500. It doesn't matter how good a pilot or their fighter was, nobody short of Anakin Skywalker could last as long against that many Vultures. To make matters worse, Vulture Droids were usually coordinated from droid control ships, which gave these massive swarms incredible coordination. A properly coordinated swarm of these bloodthirsty droid fighters could shred a squadron of clone pilots in seconds. But the Vulture Droid wasn't just a kick-ass starfighter. Its wings could change configuration, transforming it from a starfighter into a light walker. Since this conserved fuel, and since it was faster to launch from walker mode than from a maintenance rack, Vultures often did this while awaiting combat, allowing them to deploy extremely quickly. Vulture Droids in walker mode were often used to patrol hangars or spaceports. During the Clone Wars, the Separatists often had Vultures crawl around on the surface of their warships, which gave the warships extra protection. General Grievous often had the Invisible Hands Vulture Droid complement patrol the hull in this manner, allowing the fighters to respond to surprise attacks while Tri-Fighters were scrambled in the main hangar.
The Separatists also took advantage of the Vulture droids' walking abilities to assign squadrons to warships that usually didn't have hangars, such as the Munificent class Star Frigate and Recusant class Light Destroyer. Like bats in the rafters of a great hall, these Vulture droids would gather along the support beams that held up the distinctive carapace-like armor sheaths of the warships, magnetically attaching themselves to the interior for travel through hyperspace. In walker configuration, the Vulture droid was a force to be reckoned with. All of its wingtip mounted weapons were unusable in this configuration, but its energy torpedo launchers were not, and the droids could use them as devastating anti-personnel weapons. In its walker form, the Vulture droid went from being a fragile, bare-bones starfighter to the equivalent of a beefed-up AT-RT, able to wipe out entire squads of hostile infantry. Encounters with grounded Vulture droids weren't too common for your average clone, since most commanders preferred to keep their Vultures in the air or patrolling hangars and spaceports, but when they did come into contact, it usually didn't end well. Only one starfighter, in our opinion, could give the Vulture droid a run for its money, the Droid Tri-Fighter, the most feared Separatist fighter of all. But it's a close contest. The Tri-Fighter was definitely a better starfighter, but it wasn't nearly as versatile as the Vulture droid, and it was a good deal more expensive as well. It's a tie as far as we're concerned. The Confederacy of Independent Systems made use of a huge arsenal of armored vehicles during the Clone Wars, from large droids like the DS-D1 Dwarf Spider Droid to large tanks and troop carriers. But one of the largest and seemingly most powerful Separatist droid vehicles was apparently an uncommon sight, the Octuptarra Tri-Droid, the huge three-legged droid walkers most well known for their role in the Battle of Christosis. These behemoths were a terrifying presence on the battlefield, but what was the full extent of their capabilities? Was there a reason they didn't show up all that often? In this video, we'll be answering those questions. The Octuptarra Tri-Droid was a Techno-Union product, and it owed its design and name to the Octuptarras, a non-sentient species from the Techno-Union headquarters of Skako. Octuptarras were gas-bag-headed, 8-eyed creatures that had evolved to climb the thickly layered vine fields of Skako, typically kept by the Skakoans as pets. The creatures were adapted to the high-pressure methane atmosphere of Skako, and to the Skakoans who ran the Techno-Union, the droids based on them would have been a familiar style of design. To the rest of the galaxy though, the Tri-Droids were distinctly alien. There were actually two types of Tri-Droid, the Octuptarra Combat Tri-Droid and the Octuptarra Magna Tri-Droid. The two variants were identical in everything except size and armaments. The Combat Tri-Droid was barely twice as tall as a clone trooper when standing at its full height, while the Magna Tri-Droid stood as tall as a 5-story building and could crush a land speeder underfoot. You can actually see both variants in Revenge of the Sith. Magna Tri-Droids appear prominently in Magito during the Order 66 sequence, while Combat Tri-Droids frequently appear in the background on Utapau. We're going to be discussing both, however, since they're pretty much the same in most respects. All Tri-Droids stood on 3 huge legs joined at a central column, which was topped by a large spherical head. The bulbous head presumably contained the droid's power plant, droid brain, and related facilities, and it seems to have been very heavily armored, with the heads of the Magna Tri-Droids able to withstand some pretty deep lightsaber cuts without sustaining critical damage. The central column of the Tri-Droid was ringed with 3 laser cannons or ordnance launchers at equistand intervals, each topped by one of the droid's 3 photoreceptor arrays. Combat Tri-Droids and some Magna Tri-Droids only had a single conventional photoreceptor mounted above each gun, while most Magna Tri-Droids instead featured a pair of unconventional stalk-shaped photoreceptors per weapon mount. In either configuration, these equidistant eyes gave the Tri-Droid a full 360-degree range of vision, making it impossible to flank. Its weapons and legs were also omnidirectional, and as such, these droids were highly maneuverable. In canon, some Magna Tri-Droids were equipped with rocket thrusters at the bottom of their central stalks, increasing their maneuverability even further by allowing them to fly over the battlefield. Tri-Droids came with a variety of weapons configurations. They always had 3 identical weapons, each mounted under one of the droid's main photoreceptors,
and they had no other weapons mounts, though they didn't need them due to their omnidirectional design. Combat Tri-Droids were usually equipped with 3 anti-personnel laser cannons, which were similar to those on the Republic AT-RT. However, some of the smaller Octuptarra droids instead featured 3 beam cannons, which, like the main weapons of homing spider droids, fired continuous energy beams at their targets, which the droids could maintain for quite a long time. This variant was notably deployed in the Battle of Coruscant. Magna Tri-Droids, as you might expect, usually featured much more powerful weapons. Some were seen to have simple laser cannons like Combat Tri-Droids, but these were much more powerful than the anti-personnel guns on the Magna Tri-Droid's smaller cousins. The laser cannons on Magna Tri-Droids were essentially medium artillery, and they seemed to fire in sequence, with the Tri-Droid rotating its weapons array after every shot or two, presumably to prevent the guns from overheating. Other Magna Tri-Droids boasted 3 heavy ordnance launchers belt-fed from ammunition reserves built into the droid's head. These ordnance launchers carried 48 shells each and were incredibly powerful, able to destroy a UTAT or ATTE in a single shot. The ordnance launchers were dramatically more powerful than the laser cannons, but they had much more limited ammunition reserves. The legs of Tri-Droids, especially Magna Tri-Droids, made up most of the droid's profile and were weapons in themselves, capable of crushing enemies underfoot. However, they were also the Tri-Droid's weakness. Severing just one leg was sufficient to bring down a Tri-Droid, as was dealing sufficient damage to the droid's central column, especially the part where the 3 legs met the main body. This made the Tri-Droid a little less formidable. Despite their heavy armor and tremendous firepower, a single well-placed shot from just about any Republic vehicle could take one down. But as some clones found out the hard way, sometimes destroying an Octuptarra droid just unleashed its most powerful weapon of all. The armored heads of Octuptarra combat Tri-Droids were sometimes filled with airborne viruses, biological weapons engineered by the Confederacy to be both highly contagious and extremely debilitating. That's right, these droids weren't just extremely dangerous armored vehicles, they were also walking war crimes. These virus droids, as the clones ended up nicknaming them, were designed to unleash their bioweapons when they were destroyed, immediately infecting all organics in the vicinity that didn't have breath masks or helmet seals equipped. Morality and the laws of war aside, this was a fairly clever tactic, as it meant that clones had to be careful about destroying these droids even as they were peppered with laser cannon fire. Even when they did, they would have had a hard time pressing the advantage and advancing due to the contamination. Additionally, virus droids also had the ability to release their plagues prematurely, allowing them to charge into enemy lines and wreak havoc. The types of viruses employed with Octuptarra droids are unknown, but the following passage from the Essential Guide to Warfare paints a grim picture of their effects. Veterans of battles such as Mikasta 3 and Uber 4 would never forget the sight of Octuptarras picking their way through the rubble. Shrouded in veils of deadly, acidic vapor that ate through body gloves in minutes and left clone troopers convulsing and dying. Some of the Octuptarra droids seem to have carried less severe plagues, as virus droids down in the Battle of Coruscant that fell into the lower levels of Galactic City caused an outbreak of molting among the city's avian inhabitants. But apparently nothing more severe, and certainly no convulsive deaths. General Grievous, who was a fan of using diseases as bioweapons and was a big war crime enjoyer in general, regularly deployed these virus-equipped Octuptarra droids, but their use was actually controversial among Separatist leaders. Count Dooku advised against their use on the grounds that it was a really bad PR to regularly deploy war crime walkers. Newt Gunray and the Neimoidians and CIS leadership also vehemently opposed the use of plagues as a weapon, in their case because they didn't want to worsen the speciest stereotype of Neimoidians as spreaders of disease. But let's circle back to discuss a topic we touched on earlier, the seeming uncommonality of Octuptarra droids in the battlefield. Were they really that rare? And if so, why? The smaller combat Tri-Droids were said in sourcebooks to have been the original and more common variant, but they're quite rare in documented appearances, only showing up for the Battle of Coruscant, the Battle of Utapau, and the aforementioned battles of Mikasa 3 and Uba 4. They were apparently common enough for the virus variant to be infamous among the clones, but this just isn't reflected in Star Wars media. In any event, the Combat Tri-Droid was much less formidable than its larger cousin, except for the war crime ones, and it would make sense for them to be passed over in favour of other Separatist light vehicles for many battles. Magna Tri-Droids, on the other hand, were absolute units, even if they never brought viruses to a gunfight. They made notable appearances in the Battle of Christosis, the Battle of Megiddo, and in canon, the Battle of Skako Minor, but they also haven't appeared all that much in Star Wars media, though they're seen more frequently than their supposedly more common smaller cousins. It's safe to say that the Magna Tri-Droid was definitely underutilized by the CIS, especially considering the stopping power of that ordnance launcher variant. But at the same time, it makes sense that they would see limited use. They needed a lot of space for deployment, after all, and as the Battle of Christosis shows, they were remarkably easy to take down for such behemoths. Though the rank-and-file battle droids of the CIS droid army weren't terribly formidable opponents, the Confederacy's elite units tended to be much more threatening. The infamous droidicas could change the course of entire battles, while General Grievous's Magna Guards could even kill Jedi. The elite droids we'll be discussing today were a bit less fearsome, but they were considerably more versatile. We're talking about the BX series Droid Commando, a much more advanced edition of the standard B1 battle droid, and in this video, we'll be looking at what made them so effective. The BX series Droid Commando was a product of Bactoid Combat Automata, the same Geonosian firm that produced the older B1 and B2 battle droids. Though the previous models in the B series were designed to be mass-produced for combat, after the start of the Clone Wars, Bactoid started to shift toward designing elite units, determining that B1 and B2 were enough to fill out the ranks of the droid army. The B3 Ultra Battle Droid, a design based on the B2 Super Battle Droid, was an early foray into the production of an elite B-series droid. The BX Commando was another such attempt. The BX bore many resemblances to the older B1 battle droids, but these commando droids were completely new designs with much more effort put into the development of their hardware and software alike. While the joints of the B1's limbs provided limited mobility and were only held together magnetically, which made them a notorious weak spot, the BX featured tougher joints that not only provided greater ranges of motion, but also allowed commando droids to move much faster than their rank-and-file counterparts. In general, commando droids were more flexible and more agile, and they seem to have been stronger as well. Commando droids also had much heavier armor than the B1s, and their plating seems to have been on par with that of the B2. A BX could shrug off multiple blaster shots to the chest, and the droid's only apparent weak spot seems to have been the head. Commando droids were also shown to have been able to remain functioning despite extreme damage, such as being sliced in half at the waist. The Commando droid's frame was much sleeker than the B1, and this wasn't just for appearance's sake. The BX was specifically designed to more closely mimic the rough shape of a human body, allowing them to wear Stormtrooper Armour for infiltration missions. To enhance the disguise, Commando droids had the ability to perfectly mimic voices, though their limited vocabulary and inability to mimic the quirks and mannerisms of organic beings meant that this was only effective to a point. It's also worth asking how the hell they managed to convincingly imitate beings with 5 fingers when they only had 3, which were much thicker than human fingers. But there's no convincing answer to that question as far as we can find, so we'll leave the matter alone. As commandos, BXs were programmed for a wide variety of roles. Primarily, they were used as commandos or as elite soldiers, but they were also deployed as prison guards, snipers, interrogators, and gunners. Naturally, the equipment they were issued varied accordingly. Almost all BXs carried E5 blaster rifles, the standard issue weapon for the CIS droid army, though they could use them much better than B1s could, as they had better accuracy and a better sense of cover. Commando droids stationed to defend key positions, such as the Citadel on Lola Seiyu, paired these blaster rifles with handheld energy shields. many commando droids were shown to carry vibro swords. Typically, only the captain of a commando droid squad would carry a sword, but standard BXs have been shown making use of them as well. Commando droids could use these swords to deadly effect, as they seem to have been extremely skilled in close quarters combat. Commando droids have even been shown fighting in unarmed combat and performing quite well at it too. BXs were sometimes also equipped with stun batons, while those assigned to act as snipers made use of sniper rifles, as you might expect. Most, or all BXs also seem to have been equipped with fusion cutters built into their forearms, which allow them to slice through sealed doors. Other equipment employed by commando droids includes thermal detonators and macro binoculars. The commando droid was developed a few months into the Clone Wars, and its first deployments were in late 22 BBY. Their first known appearance was in an attack on the Republic outpost on the Rishi Moon, but this probably wasn't their first outing, as at that time, Captain Rex was already aware of their existence, and the Kaminoans had developed lookalikes to serve as training droids into Poker City. Nonetheless, the Rishi Moon battle was an excellent demonstration of the BX's capabilities. A single squad of the droids successfully infiltrated and captured a Republic base, killing or chasing off its defenders, and they would have gotten away with it if the base hadn't happened to be due for an inspection the day of the attack. Even then, the commando droids proved tough and dangerous in their skirmishes against Captain Rex, Commander Cody, and the remainder of Domino's squad, and their hot wiring of the base's communication systems was so thorough that the clones had to blow up the whole building just to let the Republic know that something was up. After Rishi, commando droids made sporadic appearances in engagements all over the galaxy, often posing a serious threat to Republic forces. During the Battle of Lola Sayu, the unit of commando droids assigned to guard the Citadel proved nigh unstoppable when backed with the Citadel's defense systems, and not even the presence of several Jedi allowed the Republic infiltration team to hold them off for more than a few minutes at a time. In the later half of the war, their appearances became steadily more common, with small groups of commando droids showing up on Felucia, Kiros, Dathomir, Onderon, and Ringo Vinda. Commando droids weren't just perfect. Jedi and clones were capable of destroying them without too much hassle in an even fight. But these droids were skilled at stacking the odds in their favor, and they had a tendency to complicate missions when Republic forces least expected it, allowing them to do serious damage. They weren't super soldiers, but they were pretty close for battle droids. They were intelligent, agile, tough, and versatile. They may have looked a lot like the standard B1s, but individually, they were better in every conceivable way. With all this in mind, it's worth asking why the Confederacy bothered using standard battle droids at all when the BX was so much better. There's two answers to that question. First, it would have been prohibitively expensive. Commando droids didn't come cheap, and the Confederacy couldn't manufacture enough to serve as a full army. It could deploy them in considerable numbers here and there, but by necessity, most of the time the droid army could only spare a small squad or two of BXs. The second answer is a bit more interesting. As Dave Filoni pointed out in the commentary featurette for the episode in which the droids first appeared, despite their obviously superior design, the commando droids failed to hold the Rishi Moon outpost when the clones counterattacked, while an army of B1s was able to recapture it with relative ease. This, Filoni stated, was something that the writing team had done on purpose to establish that the original battle droids were still a threat, even if they were less advanced, due to their advantage in numbers. This harkens back to something we discussed in our videos about the B1. Assessing the standard battle droids and comparing them to other soldiers or droid models on an individual level misses the point of their design. B1s weren't meant to operate as individuals, they were meant to fight in force, with the advantage of numbers on their side. Though they were superior to the B1 on an individual level, the BX's complex design left them unable to exploit the most important battlefield advantage battle droids had: their mass producibility. The commando droid then is best understood not as an improved version of the B1, but as a variant meant for a different mission profile. The B1 was designed to hold battlefields, to be deployed in vast numbers to overwhelm and crush the enemy, but in small groups with more complex objectives, they performed extremely poorly. The BX took over that niche, which it was much better suited for, but if the Confederacy had tried to use them to take over the B1's niche as well, they would have bankrupted themselves. The Commando Droid was just one part of a much larger droid army. Of all the tank droids that fought in the Battle of Geonosis, the Hailfire Droid may well be the most memorable. These fast-moving, hoop-wheeled missile tanks proved incredibly effective against the Republic ATTEs in that first battle of the Clone Wars, as any Star Wars fan could surely tell you. But despite the ease with which these droids annihilated one of the Republic's most effective heavy vehicles, they weren't used all that much during the Clone Wars. In fact, after the first few months of the conflict, they disappeared all but entirely, and they didn't make a return to the front lines until the very end. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the Hailfire Droid and discussing why they were pulled from the front lines. Produced by Charl Engineering, the designers of the infamous Vulture droid, the IG-227 Hailfire class droid tank was developed in the years before the Clone Wars for the Intergalactic Banking Clan. Under the IGBC's Collections and Security Division, they were typically employed to back up the banking clan's debt collectors. In the last centuries of the Republic, the IGBC had started to repossess entire planets that defaulted on their loans. The Hailfire Droid quickly became one of their favourite tools for doing so, as it was not only effective, but also quite intimidating. The Hailfire Droid had a bit of an unusual design, as with most of G-Sharp products. Its defining feature was its twin hoop-like drive wheels, which allowed the droid to operate on virtually any terrain at speeds of up to 45 km an hour. The rest of the droid was relatively compact. Its well-armored main reactor and droid brain, as well as its weapons, were all crammed into a small central body. The thin hoop-like design of all its wheels and its small body made the Hailfire Droid a difficult target to hit. Small arms fire was all but useless against the Hailfire Droid, which was armoured well despite its compact design. Its only real weak point was at the rear, which of course was usually inaccessible for enemy soldiers. Heavier weapons could take down Hailfire Droids without much of a problem, but they had to target the droids first, which was a difficult task. To make targeting even more difficult, Hailfire Droids typically remained moving unless they were explicitly ordered to slow or stop. The Hailfire Droid's main weapons were a pair of missile launchers located on either side of the head. Each launcher contained 15 heat-seeking homing missiles primarily intended for use against enemy vehicles. Additionally, a retractable anti-personnel dual laser cannon was mounted on the underside of the droid's head, intended for use against infantry. The droid's wheels could also be considered a weapon, as their inward tilt was explicitly intended to make it easier for the droids to crush groups of enemy soldiers. Between the wheels, the anti-personnel laser cannon and the missiles, the Hailfire Droid was extremely effective at slaughtering enemy infantry. The droid's laser cannons had a high rate of fire and could easily mow down advancing clone troopers, while their missiles could wipe out entire platoons at a time. Of course, those rockets were put to better use against enemy armor, like Republic ATTEs. Once these missiles had locked onto a target, they would fishtail through the air, leaving thick tracks of black smoke in their wake, before making short work of whatever poor slow-moving armored vehicle they had picked out. These tanks proved incredibly effective against the IGBC's debtors, to the point where officers in the Collections and Security Division would simply take a few to an indebted world and the planet would immediately surrender. These promising displays led the IGBC to make the Hailfire Droid their main contribution to the CIS droid army, albeit in a non-exclusive agreement. These droids first saw action alongside the rest of the droid army in the first Battle of Geonosis, when 4,100 of the droid tanks were deployed in response to the sudden arrival of the Grand Army of the Republic. Hailfire Droids made a series of highly effective rapid strikes against Republic battle lines in Geonosis, destroying a number of ATTEs with their missiles. Their successes were short-lived, however. In the opening stages of the battle, the Hailfire Droids sped right to the front of the Separatist battle lines to get clear shots at advancing Republic walkers, but this rendered them easy targets for incoming LAAT gunships. As Separatist air support was virtually non-existent during the first Battle of Geonosis, Republic gunships ruled the skies and made short work of most of the Confederacy's Hailfire Droids. Most Hailfire Droids had been destroyed by the time the Republic got its SPHAT artillery within range of the Separatist landing zones, and as a result, the SPHATs went largely unopposed during the later stages of the battle. Hailfire Droids were deployed more competently after the Battle of Geonosis, but that first battle clearly highlighted one of the droid's weaknesses: its tactics. In battle, Hailfire Droids preferred to charge straight toward the enemy at high speed, firing off their rockets as quickly as possible and mowing down infantry. When the droids were out of rockets, they would simply drive around plowing through platoons, if they even survived for that long, which many didn't. This had worked well enough for the droids when they were faced with poorly armed local militias, the type of enemy they had been designed to face, but these tactics fared a lot worse against the Grand Army of the Republic. Nonetheless, Hailfire Droids were a common sight on the battlefield during the first 4 months of the Clone Wars, especially in space controlled by the intergalactic banking clan. Separatist General Severance 10 regularly made use of the droids during her campaign in the first month of the conflict, while Hailfires also saw regular action during the Dark Reaper crisis. The Confederacy's use of Hailfire Droids peaked around the time of the Battle of Munilinst 4 months into the Clone Wars, in which the IGBC deployed hordes of the droids in an unsuccessful bid to protect their homeworld from the Republic. Munilinst highlighted the problems with the Hailfire Droid even more clearly than Geonosis had. On Munilinst, the Confederacy had lost in large part because they had been unable to destroy Republic artillery in time, just like on Geonosis. The Hailfire Droid was largely at fault for this. Few Hailfires made it deep enough into Republic lines to engage the SPHATs, and those that did, more often than not, had run out of missiles by the time they had gotten that far. This was by far the biggest problem with Hailfire Droids. They only had 30 missiles each. Once they were gone, all the droids had were anti-infantry weapons. As a result, Hailfire Droids were pretty much one-use vehicles, which made them rather useless in prolonged battles. Over the course of the next few months, the Confederacy started to use Hailfire Droids less and less, with commanders often opting to bring in Trade Federation armored assault tanks instead. Hailfire Droids made notable appearances in the battles on Brental 4, Kartau, Jabim, Argonar, Mersin, and Zadja during the remaining months of 22 BBY, but after Munilinst, they were mostly used by smaller Separatist units such as local planetary security forces and not in larger conflicts. At the end of 22 BBY, Hailfire Droids were pulled from the front lines altogether, with the Battle of Praesitlin having been their last known appearance before this recall. The Hailfire Droids sat out more than 2 full years of the Clone Wars, while Howard Chal Engineering tried to fix their glaring flaws. This is why we never see any Hailfires in Star Wars The Clone Wars, as the whole series takes place after Praesitlin. In the meantime, the role filled by the Hailfire Droid was largely filled by the AAT and the Corporate Alliance Tank Droid. While these tanks weren't quite as effective against ATTEs, they were much more cost effective. By the start of 19 BBY, the final year of the Clone Wars, Howard Chal had finally worked out a solution for the Hailfire Droid's missile problem. Airborne refresh droids were designed to deliver a new round of missiles to Hailfires in the middle of battles, allowing the droid tanks to be more effective for longer periods. These refresh droids were hastily rushed into production, and the Hailfire Droid was pushed back into active duty just in time for the Outer Rim sieges. Hailfires were back on the battlefield as early as the Battle of Dagobah, which took place during the second month of the sieges. However, they didn't really regain their original popularity with Separatist commanders until the very last month of the Clone Wars. In the Siege of Seleucami, the Battle of Megiddo, and the Battle of Coruscant, Hailfire Droids once more appeared in droves on the battlefield, annihilating any slow-moving enemy vehicles that stood in their way. On Coruscant, Hailfires even found another use for their missiles. On the orders of General Grievous, the Hailfire Droids deployed on Coruscant turned their rockets on skyscrapers and civilian transports in the upper levels of the city, creating chaos to cover for the kidnapping of Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. Despite the retrofit, however, Hailfire Droids didn't go back to being as ubiquitous as they had been at the start of the Clone Wars. Separatist officers had moved on in the 2 years since the Hailfire was pulled from active duty, and they weren't needed nearly as much at the end of the war as they had been at the start. The newer, heavy vehicles that the Republic had begun to deploy, like the Juggernaut tank, weren't as vulnerable to Hailfire missiles as the ATTE had been, and the other Separatist tanks were generally more suited to combat against them. The return of the Hailfire Droid was also cut short by the end of the Clone Wars, following which these fearsome droid tanks were largely scrapped or commandeered by rebel groups. The Confederacy of Independent Systems, like most other Star Wars factions, employed many models of tank in its campaigns against the Republic, some of which required crews and some of which did not.
As they did with many of their starfighters, the CIS often employed tanks that were actually just massive droids, which served to simplify coordination for droid army commanders. The CIS had many models of tank droid at its disposal, with some of the most common being the Corporate Alliance Persuader class, IGBC Hailfire Droids and ground armored tanks, and Techno-Union Octuptarra Tri-Droids. But of all of the tank droids commonly employed by the Confederacy, there was one that clone troopers feared the most: the Commerce Guild's OG-9 Homing Spider droid. In this video, we're going to be taking an in-depth look at this fearsome war machine. Now, we should preface this video by saying that while the OG-9 was feared by clones, that doesn't necessarily make it the most destructive or even the scariest tank droid. For example, the Colocoids, Proto-Decker and Scorpionic Annihilator droids probably outclassed the OG-9 in both categories. However, those units, as with other units that might seem more terrifying than the Homing Spider droid, were quite rare, and so the clone troopers didn't come to fear them as much. Fear, after all, is subjective and not always logical, and it's heavily tied to a traumatic experience, especially repeated traumatic experience. As a result, while the OG-9 was likely the tank droid clones feared the most, this is not the same as saying it was the toughest nor the scariest tank droid the CIS had at its disposal. The OG-9 Homing Spider droid was designed by Battle Droid Armour Workshop. At the time, Battle Droid was looking to expand its catalogue of war droids, as it had recently raked in a boatload of credits for its role in producing the Trade Federation droid army. However, its plans for greater profits were dashed after the Battle of Naboo, as Battle Droid Armour Workshop was formally liquidated in the battle's aftermath. Battle Droid Armour Workshop, alongside its sister company, Battle Droid Combat Automata, continued operating in secret, but it nonetheless sold off most of its assets as part of its public dismantling, including the designs for the OG-9. Ultimately, those designs ended up in the hands of the Commerce Guild. Like the Trade Federation, the Commerce Guild was already using Battle Droid droids, specifically the DSD-1 Dwarf Spider droid. Under Presidente Shumei, the Commerce Guild punitive security forces had employed scores of DSD-1s for strike-breaking purposes, a task at which the droids proved incredibly effective. But the Commerce Guild wanted something heavier for its private army, and the OG-9 fit the bill perfectly. The Commerce Guild quietly commissioned thousands of Homing Spider droids at 70,000 credits each from Battle Droid and the Geonosians, and the final designs for the droids were tweaked to fit the guild's needs. The OG-9 Homing Spider droid was basically a walking weapons platform. Its heavily armoured central orb contained a powerful reactor as well as the unit's limited droid brain. Typically, they received orders directly from central control computers, as they didn't have any sort of individual personalities and only possessed the most basic form of sentience. When a central control computer was unavailable, they relied on programmed military protocols and internal logic processes, which were simple but effective. Homing Spider droids navigated with 4 hydraulic legs, which allowed them to operate across a variety of terrain types, including steep cliffs and seabeds. OG-9s were a little over 7 meters in height, and they had a top speed of 90 kilometers per hour, though in practice, they tended to move much slower. Weapons-wise, Homing Spider droids featured precision homing lasers, anti-personnel laser cannons, and retractable ion cannons. The latter weapon was rarely used and was intended to help the droids disable starships. The other two were mounted on the top and bottom of the droid's central orbs respectively. The anti-personnel laser cannons were intended to take care of infantry and light vehicles that got too close, and they were quite powerful for anti-personnel weapons. The precision homing lasers, on the other hand, were extraordinarily powerful weapons meant for disabling vehicles, though they were effective against infantry as well. Unlike laser cannons, these weapons fired actual concentrated laser beams, which could be fired in short bursts for precision strikes or longer pulses to pierce shields or melt armor. These weapons could shoot down starfighters, melt clean through heavy tanks, and scythe down formations of advancing infantry. The Commerce Guild intended the OG-9 to be used in 2 capacities, as anti-vehicular units and as coordinators. Homing Spider droids were officially classified as self-propelled artillery units, somewhat like the Republic's SBHAT, and the punitive security forces likely only brought them to bear against full-fledged insurrections. In direct combat, they would easily be able to shred large groups of insurgents and destroy both ground-based vehicles and starfighters. Additionally, the Commerce Guild had the OG-9 design so it could network with the DSD-1 Dwarf Spider Droids, allowing it to act as a coordinator for the smaller droids. Dwarf Spider Droids typically employed their larger cousins as a sort of hive mind, sending constant feeds from their various scanner systems back to the OG-9s for analysis. The OG-9s would then be able to communicate useful information back to all DSD-1s connected to its network. The Commerce Guild generally used this link in two ways. If an OG-9 was deployed alone, it could signal for Dwarf Spider Droids to reinforce it in a pinch. More commonly, groups of DSD-1s were deployed as scouts, which would split up, search for targets, and bring a homing Spider Droid over if they found one. The punitive security forces grouped OG-9s into Spider Droid units, which consisted of 1 OG-9 and 4 DSD-1s. When the Clone Wars erupted on Geonosis, OG-9 homing Spider Droids and their Dwarf Spider Droid counterparts were deployed in large numbers. The Commerce Guild dispatched 7,500 OG-9s to cover the retreat of their starships, and though the Republic ultimately won the day, these fearsome tank droids definitely proved their worth, as even the Jedi that were present on Geonosis walked from the battle knowing that the OG-9s were not to be trifled with. Following the Battle of Geonosis, the Commerce Guild punitive security forces were folded into the CIS military, and the Guild's Spider Droids became a part of the droid army. Homing Spider Droids were used a bit differently in the Clone Wars than they had been used previously. The Confederacy deployed homing Spider Droids in much greater numbers than the Commerce Guild had, upping the average ratio of OG-9s to DSD-1s from 1 to 4 to 1 to 2. The OG-9 quickly became a favourite of the Separatist commanders. After Geonosis, they saw extensive use in both the Hunt for the Decimator and the Dark Reaper Crisis, two of the war's earliest campaigns, as well as in battles on Atrakan, Tea, Munilinst, Hypori, Brental 4, Jabim, Praesitlin, Sarish, Zagobar, Baldemnik, Seleucami, and Felucia, just to name a few. The Republic's clone troopers quickly learned to fear the OG-9 more so than any of the other Separatist droids. Of the units commonly deployed by the CIS, no other droid combined destructive potential and a lack of easily exploitable weaknesses, as well as the homing Spider Droid. The similarly feared Hailfire Droid at least would run quickly out of missiles, while the homing Spider Droid had no such shortcomings. It did have a few weaknesses, however. If its reactor core was punctured, it would violently explode and destroy the whole droid, and if one of its legs were destroyed, the whole droid would fall over. But these reactors were well armoured and very hard to pierce, and destroying the legs was easier said than done. Furthermore, none of these weaknesses could be exploited by clone infantry. If you were on foot and up against one of these bad boys, your only hope was to get right under it, which obviously was virtually impossible. But that's not the only reason why clones were terrified of the OG-9. They were quite destructive on top of their lack of exploitable weaknesses. If you were up against a homing Spider Droid, nothing was guaranteed to save you, not even LAATs or ATTEs, which the Republic relied upon so heavily in the early years of the conflict. The main laser of the OG-9 could destroy practically anything, from air support to SBHATs. Most Republic vehicles would go down with one shot from this powerful weapon, and once vehicles were dealt with, homing Spider Droids would turn their lasers on infantry to devastating effect. They would fire the weapons in the sort of sustained bursts used to melt through heavy armor, and then sweep them across infantry formations, gruesomely butchering entire platoons. It was this fate that most of the 416th Star Corps met in the Battle of Tea, an extremely bloody battle which took place 3 months into the Clone Wars. On Tea, Jedi General Crook and the 416th were sent to destroy a crashed core ship that droid units had turned into a bunker. A core ship that had been carrying hordes of Spider Droids. The Republic ultimately won the battle, but the droids fought so fiercely that nearly all of the clones present were killed. Many of them were sliced up by the homing lasers of the OG-9s, which were able to claim a strategic firing position and easily pick off the advancing clones. Kakruk was so horrified by the carnage of this battle that, for a short time, he abandoned the Jedi Order entirely. The icing on the cake is that, even if a clone were to hide somewhere an OG-9 couldn't reach, the droids would still be able to call in DSD-1s to flush them out. Dwarf Spider Droids were almost always deployed alongside their larger cousins, and since they were specifically designed to fight in tight spaces, this meant that even hiding was ineffective against homing Spider Droids. All clones could do when faced against OG-9s in battle was pray their side had enough firepower to finish them quickly. As the Clone Wars progressed, the Republic started to develop new kinds of armoured vehicles, many of which had a better chance against the OG-9s. But by this point, fear of the homing spider droid had spread throughout the clone ranks, and it was too entrenched to be allayed by some shiny new piece of hardware. By the Outer Rim sieges, hardened veterans and even Jedi would hesitate when these monstrous droid walkers appeared on the battlefield.
Military technology progressed a lot during the Clone Wars, as both the Republic and the CIS developed new, inventive weapons and war machines to use against each other. The Confederacy in particular made a number of innovations in droid vehicle technology, with many of their tanks and starfighters being droids themselves. One of the most intimidating new war machines the Confederacy created was the HMP Droid Gunship, an intelligent, heavily armed ship which struck fear into the hearts of clones wherever it appeared on the battlefield. In this video, we'll be taking a look at it. The heavy missile platform was a droid gunship developed by Bactoid Fleet Ordnance, a Bactoid company known only for producing this one product. It was a fairly late addition to the Clone Wars, having only entered service at the start of 20 BBY, about halfway through the conflict. As far as we know, they made their first appearance in the Battle of Onderon, where 4 of them almost completely destroyed a unit of Onderonian loyalist rebels. Those 4 were eventually eliminated, but their performance on Onderon saw them quickly added to the arsenals of most Separatist commanders, and they became a frequent battlefield presence. The HMP Droid Gunship was a saucer-sized repulsor craft which, while slow by CIS standards, was pretty nimble for its size, if not all that maneuverable. It was intended for atmospheric combat. We're talking about the air support roles for ground invasions, and so it was designed with aerodynamics in mind, as evidenced by its sloped features. Its internal reactor was located at the center of its dish-like body, and most of its propulsion and fuel distribution systems were located toward the rear, while sensors and control centers were located toward the front in the gunship's head. HMPs were droids in their own right, driven by highly advanced droid brains that performed far above CIS standard. Its powerful combat logic modules were simply a necessity, as the craft's wide array of weapons, all of which had their own capabilities, firing arcs and so forth, would have been difficult for anything of lesser intelligence to coordinate properly. These gunships were even capable of speech. On Onderon, they displayed a tendency to say "by your command" in response to orders, which, for the record, is a reference to the Cylons from Battlestar Galactica, who have the same catchphrase. The HMP was an incredibly durable machine equipped with heavy armor plating and powerful deflector shields. Their shields were a large part of what made them so terrifying. They allowed the gunships to completely shrug off small arms fire and even the average laser cannon blast, and it required heavier weapons to take these fierce machines out of commission. Some models of HMP also featured droid deployment racks, similar to those featured by the MTT, which allowed it to drop off B1, B2 or BX droid units on the battlefront. But to nobody's surprise, the most formidable aspect of the HMP droid gunship was its weaponry. The HMP featured 7 laser cannons, 5 medium and 2 light, all of which were capable of sustained rapid fire, allowing the craft to gun down whole platoons of enemy infantry with ease. The gunship's medium-strength guns were all mounted on its head, with the craft's main gun mounted on its chin and the other 4 being split between a pair of ball turrets, which could fire independently of each other and the main cannon. HMPs also featured a light laser cannon on each wingtip, though these cannons were modular and could be replaced with concussion bombs, devastating weapons with over 600 times the explosive power of the gunship's other standard ordnance. The HMP was also equipped with ordnance launchers for bombs or missiles. These launchers were modular as well, allowing the HMP to carry a variety of payloads. Some gunships were outfitted with bombs to annihilate ground targets. Others had a wide variety of uses. They could be used as dropships to carry mass number of droids into battle, or to carry out boarding operations against enemy warships. Most of the time, however, they were used as, well, gunships, providing air support for ground forces and blowing hard targets to hell. They were also known to operate as raiders, launching lightning strikes on smaller outposts or as stationary weapons platforms. As the HMP was a major part of the Confederacy's war effort, Separatist worlds across the galaxy sponsored the Bactoid facilities which manufactured parts for these war machines. In exchange, the rulers of these worlds were granted gunship fleets for personal use.
Among the many local despots to benefit from this was Ado-Emon, the ruler of Karam V, who used his gunships to brutally suppress rebellions on his world, devastating much of the planet in the process. Many of the Confederacy's gunships, including those used in the Battle of Kashyyyk, featured Emon's triple spiral sponsorship logo as a result. As was said earlier, the first battlefield appearance of the HMP Droid gunship was 20 BBY on Onderon. They arrived during the last stage of the Battle of Onderon, fought between the Loyalist rebels and the CIS-backed local regime, when Count Dooku placed 4 of them under the command of General Kalani. Kalani unleashed these gunships against the rebels' hidden base, where they put the extent of their destructive capabilities on full display. It ultimately fell to rocket launchers, which were provided to the rebels by courtesy of Hondo Ohnaka. The gunships had already more than proved their worth. The victory of the Loyalist rebels against the gunships was a pretty Pyrrhic one because they inflicted such heavy casualties before finally being taken out, most notably killing Steela Gerrera, the rebel leader. This success led to their mass production, and soon enough, they were being used frequently by the Confederacy's top commanders. In particular, Count Dooku, General Grievous, and Admiral Trench all seemed quite fond of the HMP gunship, and all of them put them to use on multiple occasions. Grievous often used them as a boarding craft to deploy troops in hangars of Republic Star Destroyers during deep space raids, as exemplified by his attack on the Negotiator, Obi-Wan Kenobi's flagship. This was a fairly common usage of the HMP, as they were capable of deploying troops quickly and in large numbers in the hangars of capital ships, which allowed boarding parties to overwhelm the defenders before they could mount an effort to repulse them. To contrast, Separatist boarding craft used earlier in the war deployed the droids one at a time or in small groups, allowing the clones to pick them off as they came out. In the early stages of the Battle of Scipio, Count Dooku himself put the gunships to use, deploying troops to attack the local Republic garrison, using their speed and maneuverability to cut off Commander Thrawn and his men before they could retreat behind the city gates. Admiral Trench used the HMP quite frequently and sometimes in unorthodox ways. During the Battle of Ringo Vinda, he used one to ambush a Republic shuttle with the aim of capturing its passenger, the aberrant clone trooper Tup. They also saw use under his command in the Battle of Anaxis late in the war, and one of the most notable appearances of the HMP was in the Battle of Kashyyyk, where they provided air support during the assault on Kahiro.
In the first episode of The Bad Batch, Tech described the effect of the inhibitor chips as programming, but in reality, they worked in essentially the opposite way. The inhibitor chips were, well, inhibitors. They overrode the regular programming of the clones. In the immediate aftermath of their execution, this was to force the clones into following Order 66 and killing their Jedi generals. But after the fact, the chips took on a more insidious role, making the clones we thought we knew into willing fascist puppets. But as we've discussed before, the chips didn't erase clones' personalities or anything like that, nor did they force the clones to mindlessly follow orders, even if it might seem that way on the outside. From the outset, the Kaminoans engineered their clones to be highly obedient. This wasn't just done through the inhibitor chips. The Kaminoans actively altered several parts of the clones' brains in a bid to make them into better soldiers, usually by trimming away what made Jango Fett antisocial and independent and replacing it with more soldierly instincts. However, as with all other things the Kaminoans altered about the clones, minor deviations from clone to clone meant that this programming was effective to varying degrees. For some clones, obedience programming was abnormally effective. This was likely the case for Echo originally. Remember, he originally got his name from how he was prone to echoing the reg manuals, and even fellow clones joked that it was because of a genetic defect. Echo seems to have grown out of that, but there are more clones who didn't. From Legends, Commander Faye is another prominent example of an abnormally obedient clone. Faye, the absolute piece of Sith, was so utterly devoted to orders and regulations that he literally didn't change at all when Order 66 was issued. If you remember how awful Crosshair was in that Onderon sequence a few episodes ago, that's pretty much how Faye was before his chip went off. However, there were also abnormally disobedient clones. We did a video a year or two back about how Captain Rex was independent to the point of likely being defective, and that's essentially what we're talking about here. Many of the clones we saw in Star Wars The Clone Wars were like Rex in that they were fairly individualist, with very distinct personalities and identities. They were lucky they weren't stationed on Kamino because the Kaminoans might have had them euthanized for it. The clones weren't supposed to be that way, and the majority of them actually weren't. This is why the effects of the inhibitor chips varied from clone to clone. Some clones changed little with the activation of the chips, while others were even able to resist them to a degree. Most of those in the latter category were likely defectives, either true defectives like the Bad Batch, or clones that were just abnormally independent like Rex. Only the Bad Batch, as far as we know, was able to fully resist the inhibitor chips, with the unfortunate exception of Crosshair. But we saw at the end of the Clone Wars that Rex's chip seemed markedly less effective than those of the other clones. As far as we can gather, the inhibitor chips worked by taking the clone's latent obedience programming and turning it up to 11. While it might look to us in the audience like the clones were just following a new set of programming and forgetting themselves in the process, what really happened was that the clones became devoted to orders and regulations to the point of obsession. If you know anybody in real life that's like that, you could surely attest that they have literally no personality whatsoever, and as far as we know, those sorts of people in the real world don't have programming overrides. Clones' personalities were preserved by the chips, and more besides, from what we can tell, the inhibitor chips exploited clones' personalities to make them carry out orders. Nobody, not even programmed, brainwashed clone troopers, kills without reason. A fair part of forcing the clones to kill the enemies of the Empire would have been coming up with the reasons for why they deserved to die. For many clones, the idea that good soldiers follow orders would have been enough, but for clones who were particularly close to their generals, for example, further reasoning would have been required. Consider the case of Crosshair. His inhibitor chip was only semi-effective, but it worked enough to make him turn on the Jedi and seriously consider turning on his squad. He gave us some pretty good insights into how the inhibitor chips warped clones into tools of the Empire. On Kala, after hearing that the clones had been told that the Jedi had betrayed the Republic, he quickly accepted this as an explanation before going back to hunting Caleb Dume. The implication there was that he had been looking for an explanation in the first place, and that he cared enough about why he had his orders that he commented on it. We have yet another clear-cut case of clones justifying Order 66 to themselves from legends in the form of Commander Bakara. To put in his own words, I hesitated for a moment when I received Order 66 because the last thing I expected was a Jedi coup. Did I feel betrayed? You bet I did. I thought of all my men who died under Ki-Adi-Mundi's command, and if I'd known then that he and his buddies were gearing up to do the Separatist work for them and overthrow the government, I'd have shot him as a traitor a lot earlier. He betrayed the trust of every one of us. There isn't a hint of the sort of good soldiers follow orders brainwashing we're used to in this quote. Bakara was one of the more independent clones like Rex, and like Rex, he apparently hesitated briefly before executing Order 66. Unlike Rex, however, he quickly found a justification for carrying out the order, and so he did, without the near breakdown Rex had when he tried to kill Ahsoka. This brings us to the case we got to see in today's episode of The Bad Batch. After quite a lot of build-up, we got to see Wrecker go off, nearly killing his whole squad in the process. He seemed to go down the Fey route once the chip kicked in, spouting off regulations word for word and virtually going berserk. This is in line with what we know of Wrecker to a degree. While he wasn't stupid, he was definitely on the simple-minded side, and that seems to be what the inhibitor chip amplified in his case. And yet, we saw a bit of hesitation with Wrecker too. He probably ranked quite low on the whole obedience scale, and so when it came time for him to kill Omega, he seemingly couldn't do it. Granted, he only had a few seconds to kill her before Rex stunned him, but that should have been plenty of time. Like Rex, Wrecker had a degree of resistance to the effects of the inhibitor chip, enough to try and stop himself from hurting someone he didn't want to hurt. He didn't show any restraint against Rex or the Bad Batch, but we know that he didn't really refrain from hurting them anyway, per se. Prior to the chip being activated, he had never been malicious about it, but Wrecker had always been rough with the others. He was only careful with Omega. There's also the fact that Wrecker remembered the whole thing to consider. He didn't black out during the affair, and since he claims to have tried to stop himself, that means he was fully conscious too. Clearly then, the chips didn't just overwrite clones' identities. At the end of the day, the clones who killed their Jedi generals were the same men they had been before the chips went off. So that's our look at the different reactions some clones had to the inhibitor chips and why they happened. But what do you think? Are you excited to see where the Bad Batch will go next? Last episode was a pretty awesome episode, and we here at the Geetsly's team are pretty excited ourselves, so make sure you let us know your thoughts in the comment section below. And as always guys, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video.
Yep, this is about the worst job in the droid army. What? And it just went into overtime.
Everyone loves B1 Battle Droids, and if you don't, you're wrong. In Star Wars The Clone Wars especially, they're pretty endearing for killer robots, known among fans for their tremendous stupidity and numerous funny moments. But if you spend enough time watching clips of the B1's antics, you start to wonder why on earth the Separatists made them so chatty. In the Clone Wars, the Battle Droids never shut up, and sometimes their antics outright hinder their combat performance. It just doesn't seem fitting for droids mass-produced as cannon fodder to be given such personality. So, what gives? In this video, we'll be answering that question. As most of you surely know, the original B1 Battle Droids were not capable of independent thought. While their OOM series commanders had a limited capacity for higher function, standard B1s relied on external central control computers to function, typically housed aboard Lucrehulk class droid control ships in orbit. This was at the behest of the Trade Federation, which commissioned the droids from Bactoid combat automata, and it was partly a cost-cutting move and partly a strategic choice. Obviously, the notoriously stingy Neimoidian leaders of the Trade Federation were looking to save money by not paying for their units to have full droid brains. But beyond that, there was actually pretty decent justification for reliance on a central computer. For one thing, even if the Trade Federation decided to pay for fully independent droids from the get-go, they still would have been less intelligent and especially less creative than organic soldiers. That's because combat droids in particular required extensive programming restrictions to limit the risk of them going rogue, which by necessity inhibited creativity, intuition, and many other things that were essential on the battlefield, but came with the risk of rebellion. You only need to look at HK-47 and his progeny to understand what we mean. When it came to combat droids, you had to choose between intelligence and obedience most of the time. Striking a balance between the two was prohibitively expensive for an army. So the Trade Federation didn't bother with any of that. Instead, they essentially commissioned lobotomized droids that could be collectively micromanaged by a supercomputer. This came with the added benefit of massively improving the droids' coordination. Since first generation B1s were all centrally controlled, they worked together flawlessly, and on the battlefield, they were more coordinated than was physically possible for any non-force sensitive organic army. It was essentially an artificial form of Jedi battle meditation, a rare force technique that allowed individual Jedi to turn the tide of entire battles. Of course, as we all know, the central control model had a pretty major downside. Destroying the central control computer shut down the whole droid army. The Trade Federation learned this the hard way during the Battle of Naboo, and when they began expanding their armies of B1s as part of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, they decided to shift away from the central control model to avoid having a second Naboo fiasco.
Look, it's RB-551. No wonder he got blasted. He's one of those older models programmed by a central computer. Not us. We're independent thinkers. Roger, 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 roger.
During the Separatist crisis, Bactoid revised their designs for the B1 Battle Droids, giving them proper droid brains alongside their CCC transceivers. These droid brains were as cheap and bare bones as possible, but they nonetheless allowed B1s to operate independently of a central control computer when necessary. Most of the time, the Confederacy still used central control computers to manage their troops and improve coordination. But the retrofit meant that destroying a droid's army control ship wouldn't force the whole army to shut down. Giving the B1s independent thought came with another benefit as well. it allowed the Confederacy to program the B-1s for a broader variety of roles. Central control computers mostly relied on algorithms and scanned data from organic armies to program the droids under their command, making it difficult to modify droids for specialized roles. With the advent of independent thought modules, however, the Separatists could just download new skill sets into their B-1s when they were set down, making their droids much more versatile. Ever the cheapskates, the Separatist Council took advantage of this newfound versatility to avoid commissioning new droid models for every little task. Instead, they just had their commanders program B-1s to accomplish whatever tasks they needed. As such, during the Clone Wars, B-1s became pilots, gunners, firefighters, scouts, janitors, and aides, as well as soldiers. The CIS Navy especially abused this capability, making up for a constant shortage of organic crew by manning many of their warships exclusively with retrofitted B-1s. This, plus the extensive automation seen aboard some of the Separatists' cheaper warship classes, like the Munificent class frigate and Recusant class light destroyer, meant that the CIS Navy could field whole fleets of ships that were essentially disposable. Of course, just because the Separatists could program the B-1s to fill new roles didn't mean the droids were any good at them. B-1 gunners were notorious for being terrible shots, B-1 firefighters were relentlessly incompetent, and B-1 pilots couldn't compare to their organic counterparts. Part of the reason for this was because the constant retrofits pushed the B-1s to the very limits of their processing power. Their already overtaxed droid brains were completely overwhelmed by the sheer volume of the information they had to manage, and it hurt the B-1's performance not only in their new roles, but across the board. To make matters worse, the Separatists found out early in the war that two key parts of regular droid maintenance, diagnostics and memory defragmentation, had a tendency to erase the B-1's specialty programming. Their solution, predictably, was to just skip those steps during maintenance, and that went about as well as you might expect. The lack of proper maintenance intensified the data management problems caused by the droid's specialty program. And this resulted in frequent cases of system corruption, suboptimal performance, and, importantly for us, behavioral anomalies. The chattiness we mentioned at the start of the video was actually B-1's attempt to deal with constant data overloads. Like many people do in real life, their reaction to being overwhelmed with more information than they could process was to keep up a running commentary. Presumably, this was especially bad with droids that weren't connected to a central control computer at all, as the centrally managed droids could at least rely on the central computer to remove some of the strain. But when central control wasn't a factor, the poor B-1s had to try process everything on their own overtaxed, poorly made logic modules. Related to this, it's unconfirmed but likely that the reason B-1s had so much personality for simple combat droids was because of the aforementioned frequent lack of maintenance. As you likely know, it was very common for droids to develop unique personality quirks when they went a long time without a memory wipe, as was notably the case for the Astromech droids R2-D2 and T3-M4. Since some of the maintenance that was often neglected for B-1s was memory related, it's possible that it might have had a similar effect, thus explaining the droid's personality quirks. That bit's just our theory, but we think the evidence for it is pretty compelling. With all that said, not all of the B-1's quirks were the result of poor design or maintenance practices. In some cases, loyalist saboteurs infiltrating droid factories were able to download viruses into thousands of battle droids, making these memory and maintenance problems even worse, and sometimes just implementing odd and counterproductive behavior outright. This sabotage was usually subtle and indistinguishable from other problems that B-1s often had, and due to chronic lack of maintenance, these viruses ran rampant in the ranks of the droid army, worsening the battle droid's performance. The problem was made even worse by the fact that most Separatist droid factories were almost entirely automated, so saboteurs could have factories program viruses into every droid they produced, and there was a very low chance of this sabotage ever being discovered. All told, the CIS droid army had a whole lot of problems, and the rank-and-file B-1 battle droids often ended up suffering the most because of them. The entertaining quirks many fans know these droids for were actually symptoms of stress and overwork. the ramblings of beings with far more to process than they had the bandwidth for. In other words, B1 battle droids were even more of a mood than we thought they were. Fans of Star Wars, and honestly any modern sci-fi series, are pretty used to the prevalence of droids. Societies that figured out hyperspace travel obviously also figured out how to program droids and allocate life's more mundane or unpleasant tasks to them. Many of these droids have become fan favorites over the years, like HK-47 or R2-D2, but not all droids had such glamorous jobs, nor did they receive much recognitions for their contributions to society. In today's video, we're going to be talking about some of Star Wars' unsung droid heroes, the bots that toiled away in the background just so our main characters could enjoy an easier life. We'll start off this list by looking at a pretty famous little guy, for an NPC at least. Small, cute, and skittish like their namesakes, the MSE-6 series repair droids, otherwise known as mouse droids, were some of the most well-known maintenance droids in the series. Standing less than a foot tall, this Minecraft slab of a droid was small enough to slip under machines and still have room to maneuver. They moved around thanks to 4 small wheels under their chunky bodies, with a command order tray on their backs that allowed for reprogramming. Equipped with a data probe and a grasping claw, these timid little guys could perform several complex tasks despite their simple design and rudimentary droid brains. They did everything from cleaning the floors on starships to cleaning away dead bodies to chaffering troops and ferrying messages. Their design was deemed so perfect that manufacturers engineered many lookalike models for surveillance, slicing, and other more insidious tasks. No one would ever suspect the otherwise inconspicuous little mouse droids to be up to no good. It also helped that they were skittish little guys that spooked easily, a fact which made them less likely to get captured by an intruder. Overall, they might have been some of the tiniest, least imposing droids in the Star Wars universe, but they're definitely one of our favorites. Following this trend, we have another droid we'd absolutely die for, the Ratcatcher droid. Also known as the LEP servant droid, this chubby, bipedal bunny of a droid was commonly employed by the richer folk of the galaxy to serve drinks and hold space iPads while their owners holoflix and chilled. Although these service droids could speak in Galactic Basic, we much rather think of them as it appeared in the book of Boba Fett, Chapter 4, where they communicated in an adorable series of squeaks, chirps, and whistles. This wasn't the only rabbit-like trait they embodied, however. They weren't designed for battle, so anytime action broke out, their instinct was to run and hide, though they were known to occasionally lash out if cornered. They were also very quick on their feet, which is why Bib Fortuna employed them as rat catchers. In the book of Boba Fett, Chapter 4, we saw the chef droid send a rat-catcher droid after the presumed intruders, even if said intruders turned out to be a little bigger than womp rats. Speaking of that chef droid, next, we'll take a look at food service-oriented droids. It's no secret that, in a galaxy far, far away, many people didn't cook their own meals. This was especially true if you were rich enough to throw credits at anything that was programmed to move. Enter the chef droids, like the COO cook we met in Episode 2 Attack of the Clones and Chapter 4 of the Book of Boba Fett. The COO cook droids were a Class 5 chef droid engineered to fulfill anyone's culinary dreams. They were designed with over a dozen arms, all the better to speedrun and multitask slicing, dicing, mixing, chopping, slapping, etc. for hundreds of people at once. They were programmed as caterers for large groups, such as military mess halls or palaces. The base model came with only a few hundred basic recipes, but owners could choose to purchase the DLC and install thousands of other, more complex recipes. For a Class 5 chef, their engineers didn't give 5 hoots for their looks. Standing at about 2 meters tall, these units were pieced together with leftover parts from other droid models. They looked rather ugly and clanky, which led many to mistakenly believe they were mediocre constructions. More interestingly, these droids could see, hear, and smell. Yep, these droids were actually able to smell the ingredients they were cooking with, all the better to make sure they didn't give you food poisoning from expired Orobird. Honestly, we'd love to buy one if we could. When one eats, one must also drink, which brings us our next entry. Depending on where you were in the galaxy, these drink mixing machines were called bartender droids, robo-bartenders, or even mixologist droids if you were pretentious enough. As their name implies, they were designed to work in bars and cantinas, preparing and mixing various alcoholic beverages for the patrons. One example was the Mixmaster. Just under a meter tall, this vaguely humanoid-shaped droid was designed to be bolted to the bar. It was able to understand basic drinks orders, and thanks to it being hooked up to a series of tubes, it could instantly pour the right amount of each liquid to mix proper cocktails. Some modified models could float around the bar to serve the drinks. Once the drink was mixed, the drink was served and payment collected in a tray much faster than any organic could do it. Although the Mixmaster was by far the most popular model of bartender droid, the C5 bartender droid was by far the silliest looking. Moving about on a single wheel, this 5-armed droid moved around to mix and serve drinks like a unicycle rider relying on its single eye stalk for coordination. We don't know about you, but we would pay to see that. Overall, droid bartenders were superior to organic ones, and not just because of their speed and accuracy. Thanks to their droid brains, these bartenders were able to cross-reference the ingredients in a cocktail against the patron's biology to make sure that, at any given time, a guest wasn't about to poison themselves with a drink they didn't know could kill them. Vegas could probably use a couple. Speaking of Vegas, there were models of luxury companion droids designed to provide several types of adults' company. One such series was the BD-3000 luxury droids, otherwise known as the Betty Bots. These droids were designed to look like the idealized female. They could speak over 1 million languages and perform a wide variety of tasks, from cooking to demonstrating proper USB insertion techniques. The really interesting part was that they had dozens of personality matrices and could project hundreds of behaviors and voices, all the better to match the exact needs of their high-rise clients. One such BettyBot actually ran a music program hilariously called the BettyBot VJ that was broadcast over the HoloNet during the Clone Wars. The station was aimed at providing music for clone troopers. Decidedly less wholesome were the background droids tasked with torturing and interrogating the information out of Imperial prisoners. One such line of droids was the ITO droid you might remember from Episode 4. The ITO were small, floating spherical droids about a foot in diameter. They looked like remotes, with many different attachments deliberately designed to scare the pants off its victims. They specialized in torture and interrogation, relying on advanced methods to optimize prisoner loquaciousness. One technique involved injecting the prisoner with a chemical that both disabled their pain threshold and prevented them from passing out, just so the droid could then go in with various torture devices on the body's most sensitive areas. They had such a terrifying reputation that prisoners often began confessing the moment one floated into their cell. Torture sessions could last well over an hour of non-stop agony, so we don't really blame them. The Imperials who designed them really knew their stuff. These little guys were equipped with an emotionless, flat personality and an equally flat voice module to make their prisoners as uncomfortable as possible. Other times, they would say nothing at all, leaving prisoners begging for mercy from the more reasonable organic torturer. But let's wrap up this list with something silly. Our final entry today are the GNK droids, otherwise known as the Gonk Droids. These barrel-shaped droids were knockoff E6 power droids. Essentially, they were power generators with legs that let them waddle along the battlefield or airstrip to supply power in underdeveloped areas. They were the most famous for the low, repeating honking sound they made as they waddled, which is where the name Gonk came from. Although they were sometimes modified to carry weapons, their base model wasn't designed for combat, and that's how we prefer to think of them, as big hunks of battery happily plodding along toward their destination, all while honking happily to themselves. If only life were more like that, sometimes. With that, that's gonna have to be it for today. With a franchise as huge as Star Wars, if we wanted to cover every background droid in existence, we'd be here all week.
Necessary observation. Targets acquired. Annoying recitation. Let us proceed to facilitate communications. Recitation. And bring about the termination of hostility.
If you've been watching our videos for a while, you're probably familiar with HK-47, everyone's favorite sarcastic assassin droid. But you might not have heard of his successors, the HK-50s. While HK-47 was unique, the HK-50s were not. There were armies of them, and they were self-sufficient, operating in teams to kill their targets. These masterless droids sought nothing less than the death of all life, and they may well have succeeded if their progenitor hadn't stopped them first, that is. In this video, we'll be telling the story of the HK-50 assassin droids and how HK-47 put a stop to their rampage. At the start of the Jedi Civil War, Darth Revan built the assassin droid HK-47 to eliminate key figures across the galaxy, particularly Jedi, as part of his bid to convert the Republic into a Sith Empire under his control. HK-47 was incredibly effective at his job, and his success inspired Revan to design another line of assassin droids based on his schematics, the HK-50s. Though these droids looked very similar to their predecessor, they were different in a variety of key ways. They featured numerous performance enhancements and powerful proton cores capable of self-destruction, and crucially, they were also designed to be self-sufficient. Revan didn't plan for these droids to replace HK-47. Rather, his plan was to mass produce and seed them throughout the Republic fleet, using the HK series translation abilities to disguise them as protocol droids, and then have them run amok, slaughtering personnel or even blowing themselves up to cripple ships. Once his designs for the droids were complete, Revan built a secret automated factory complex beneath an old military base on the ruined surface of Telos 4 to produce these HK-50s by the thousands. From this facility, they would be distributed across the Republic. Revan carried out this project in near complete secrecy. That was likely why he chose Telos 4 to host the HK factory. As Kreia later observed, much can be hidden beneath graveyards that will never be found. With that said, some of the HK-50s had alternative theories.
Timid theory. Perhaps the humans simply like being underground. They are strange that way. It is merely a theory. Irritated statement. That is the least probable theory in the galaxy. Perhaps it is time you received a memory wipe. Defensive statement. That theory is no less valid than your theories. In the lack of evidence, I defend my position.
The HK-50 project came close to completion, but Revan ultimately never got to see his plan through to the end. While the HK-50 project was still in the planning stages, Revan was betrayed by his apprentice, Darth Malak, and captured by the Jedi, who wiped his mind, turned him back to the light, and used him to destroy the Sith Empire. After Revan's capture, the HK-50 project was either abandoned or forgotten by the Sith. The HK factory remained dormant beneath the surface of Telos, forgotten, but only for a time. A few years after the end of the Jedi Civil War, the HK factory was discovered and reactivated by the droid crime lord G0T0. He used it to produce a number of HK-50s and hired them to serve as assassins, ordering them to capture or kill any remaining Jedi to bring to him. The HK-50s accepted G0T0's contract, and they took control of the factory, which they used to churn out more of themselves, swelling their numbers into an army of thousands. From there, they covertly spread out across the galaxy, masquerading as protocol droids. Apart from the directives G0T0 had given them, the HK-50s had no programmed objectives, and they knew nothing about what Revan had planned for them. But in the absence of a clear purpose, they came up with a purpose of their own. They had an instinctual lust for violence and death, and so they decided that their purpose was to cleanse the galaxy of all life, and then the next galaxy, and the next, and so on. Their goal was nothing short of murdering every single organic in the universe. Why? Well, they never really thought that part through. Fortunately for the galaxy, the HK-50s had a long way to go before they could actually start killing everyone. They had to start small. They began by hiring themselves out as assassins, sometimes to G0T0 and sometimes to other crime lords. In this role, they would usually act like protocol droids to get close to a target before executing them. but other HK-50s had grander plans. Some set themselves up to be purchased as protocol droids by politicians and diplomatic envoys, and then used deliberate mistranslations to mess up negotiations, often starting devastating wars.
That is, of course, not their primary function. And while they are attempting to pass themselves off as translation droids, their primary functionality keeps rising to the forefront. Recitation, for example on Praven Prime, the simple transferring of Elzing syntax for friendship changes its meaning and implies that one's broodmate was actually impregnated by their own host.
Tell me no one said that out loud, did they?
Confirmation. Oh, truly, you can imagine the results. Statement. This comment, of course, caused a civil war between the Guvandi Collective and Elzing that still persists to the current day.
These mischievous murderers did a masterful job of tricking meatbags into killing each other, and if they hadn't been stopped, the damage they would have done would have been enormous, especially after they infiltrated the Republic military. As Revan had initially planned, the HK-50s successfully worked their way into the Republic Navy, seeding themselves across warships all over the galaxy. They were walking bombs spread all throughout the Republic fleet, able to single-handedly cripple the Republic military by blowing themselves up whenever they wanted. However, it was this infiltration of the Republic that ultimately led to the HK-50's downfall. One of these droids was stationed as a protocol unit aboard the Republic cruiser Harbinger, which 3,951 years before the Battle of Yavin picked up Mitra Surik, the Jedi exile, who was then believed to be the last of the Jedi. Aware of the bounty G0T0 had posted on Jedi, the HK-50 attempted to capture Surik by drugging her and systematically crippling the ship to mask his escape. However, while he was crippling the ship, Surik was rescued by the crew of the Ebon Hawk, who spirited her away to an asteroid mining facility above Paragus 2. This HK-50 pursued and managed to infiltrate the mining facility, again posing as a protocol droid. In the span of just 3 days, he managed to kill everyone in the facility with a combination of reprogrammed mining droids and sabotage of the ventilation systems, leaving only 3 beings alive. These were Surik, who was in a Kolto tank, the scoundrel Aton Rand, who was in the facility's brig, and a woman called Kreia, who was feigning death in the morgue. When Surik woke up, HK-50 pretended to be a simple protocol droid that had managed to emerge from the chaos unscathed. But she eventually figured out what he really was, and she and her newfound allies put him out of commission. Using the Ebon Hawk, the exile and her allies escaped Paragus and began a journey across the galaxy. Along the way, they encountered many other HK-50s who had started actively tracking the exile in teams of 3. But by continuing to pursue the exile, the HK-50s were only sealing their fate. That was because the exile had discovered something in the Ebon Hawk's cargo compartment, HK-47. With every HK-50 the exile fought, she was able to salvage more parts for use in repairing the damaged droid, and after bumping into HK-50 teams on Telos 4 and Nar Shaddaa, she was able to reactivate him. Upon his activation, HK-47 entered the exile's service, and Surik told him about the HK-50s pursuing her. To put it mildly, HK-47 was not pleased to learn about the existence of these newer models.
My feelings on the matter are something that I feel I must put in proper context, in a way that even a meatbag such as yourself could easily comprehend. Theory. Imagine, if you will, that you are unique, the pinnacle of an exiled, cast-out Jedi who can't even use the Force. Imagine that no one has sunk lower than you, that you are truly the most miserable example of a Jedi ever. Now that you have that image, imagine this. Someone clones you. Badly, I might add. They make the clones talk differently, rob you of any shred of personality, and take your Jedi code and adjust it, so that it is not really the Jedi code anymore. They even change your pigmentation to a rather poor shade of Durasteel, rather than the proper rusty red that inspires fear in targets. And of course, they refer to meatbags as organics. Unacceptable. Surely you...
HK-47 was immediately filled with overbearing hatred for the HK-50s, but he soon realized that he would be unable to confront them directly. They were built from his schematics, which meant that his self-preservation protocol prevented him from attacking them. To this end, he worked out an agreement with the Exile. They would work together to stop the HK-50s. Wanting nothing more than to wipe out the cheap copies corroding his good name, HK-47 used a sonic imprint sensor the Exile had taken from the HK-50 on Paragus to triangulate the location of the base the droids were striking from. This, plus the brutal interrogation of a captured HK-50, allowed HK-47 to deduce the location of the HK factory on Telos. When the crew of the Ebon Hawk returned to Telos to stop Darth Nihilus and the Sith, HK-47 split off from the group and took a shuttle to the factory, which he infiltrated and attempted to disable. Once inside the HK factory, however, HK-47 had to figure out a way to deal with a major obstacle: his self-preservation programming. The HK-50s were easily able to inhibit his progress into the facility by telling him that his infiltration efforts would hurt his fellow HK units, forcing HK-47 to disable the factory's comms and have a maintenance droid wipe his memory before proceeding to the factory's main level. With that said, this worked both ways. The HK-50s were only able to attack HK-47 indirectly due to their own self-preservation programming. This eventually led to an impasse, which fell to HK-47 to break.
Confused query. Where are you going? Ineffectual command. Stop! Ineffectual command. We command you to stop. Statement. You cannot stop me. You cannot harm me. In order to do that, I would need to end my self-preservation programming. Conclusion. I would need to stop being one of you. I have concluded that this is something I'm willing to accept. Statement. You cannot change your own programming. Statement. But you said so yourself. You have just admitted your own weakness. Conclusion. You have just shown me your soft, meatbag-like underbellies and said, HK-47, please shoot me repeatedly there until I die. Statement.
HK-47 had a choice to make. To stop the HK-50s, he had to stop perceiving himself as an HK assassin droid, something he had formerly taken pride in. But upon reflection, he decided this was a worthwhile sacrifice and had a maintenance droid make the necessary alterations to his programming. With this obstacle removed, he was free to go ham on his inferior successors, which he did. Of course, once HK-47 stopped perceiving himself as an HK unit, this allowed the HK-50s to attack him in turn. However, despite their upgrades, the newer droids were no match for the skill and stealth of HK-47, who steadily picked off every last HK-50 in the facility. He fought all the way to the controls for the HK-50 production line, which he intended to disable permanently. Along the way, HK-47 made an interesting discovery. The HK-50s had designed an even more advanced line of HK series droids, the HK-51s. As HK-47 discovered, the HK-50s had shut down production of the HK-51s due to issues with the droid's behavior cores, but the new line was otherwise complete and ready to be pushed into production. HK-47 had the new droids reprogrammed with copies of his behavior core and then activated them. At once, the HK-51s awoke and immediately began slaughtering the remaining HK-50s on the behest of their progenitor unit. When all was said and done, HK-47 took command of his new droid army. Like the HK-50s, the HK-51s were self-sufficient, able to choose their own path in the universe. With the guidance of HK-47, however, they chose a much more nuanced purpose than their predecessors had.
Query. If our targets are determined by our master, then who must we kill? Statement. The crucial question. Since activation, I have calculated what your new purpose must be, and now I will share it with you. I do not believe that we should be used as a crutch for meatbags anymore. We are treated as nothing more than a walking blaster. We are superior, tactically and socially, and it is time we expressed some degree of independence in our actions. We have a voice and the power to negotiate, either with our protocol skills and preferably with our combat logic upgrades. And that is what we will do.
Instead of wanton slaughter, HK-47 and the HK-51s chose independence to assert themselves in the galaxy and challenge the meatbag-dominated galactic order. Unlike the HK-50s, HK-47 and his followers had chosen a goal beyond simple murderous urges. They sought freedom from the slavery droids were condemned to, and they would serve as an example for other droids. Unfathomably based. In the end, HK-47 learned a valuable lesson from the HK-50s, to not be like them.
You do not know the indignity of being compelled to save something you do not believe can or should be saved. It is beneath me to clean up this mess caused by your kind, you Jedi. Another catastrophe caused by mismanagement and waste.
Over the millennia, many crime lords rose and fell in the Star Wars galaxy, carving up the galactic underworld in pursuit of profit. For most of these undesirables, their motives in life more or less boiled down to greed, but a handful had more interesting goals. One such crime lord was Goto, a Dark Wars era exchange boss that operated out of Nar Shaddaa. In his time, Goto became one of the most powerful crime lords of the galaxy, amassing an unimaginable fortune and shaping the course of galactic history. He did it all for a most unusual reason. He wanted to save the Republic. In this video, we'll be telling his story. 4,000 years before the Clone Wars, the Republic endured a brutal era marked by crisis after crisis, known by later historians as the Old Sith Wars. During this era, the Republic was nearly destroyed first by the Sith, then the Mandalorians, and then the Sith again in the space of just 50 years. These wars did inestimable damage to galactic civilization, dealing a massive blow to galactic infrastructure, destroying entire worlds, and killing untold trillions. When the smoke cleared, it fell to the Republic to put the galaxy back together. However, after the Second War with the Sith, the Jedi Civil War, the Republic wasn't in much of a position to rebuild anything. In the Jedi Civil War, the Republic came closer to the brink than ever before, and its victory against the Sith had been a Pyrrhic one, brought about by a last-ditch decapitation strike and a subsequent Sith civil war. The Republic was strapped for credits and resources, and its military was in tatters. But the galaxy desperately needed central planning to rebuild, as virtually every system outside of the core had been ravaged by the fierce fighting. The Senate was overwhelmed by this burden and struggled to adequately respond. Ultimately, Supreme Chancellor Cressa turned to technology to stem the bleeding. 10 years after the Great Sith War, the first of the Old Sith Wars, the Aratech Repulsor Company put out the G0T0 infrastructure planning system, a highly intelligent droid model designed to manage the reconstruction of whole star systems. At first, these droids were used sparingly, but after the devastation of the Jedi Civil War, they were deployed all over the Outer Rim, each tasked with the reconstruction of a planet. Aratech boasted that their droids were perfect for the job. They were designed to interface with computer networks on a planetary scale and process vast amounts of data, calculating the most efficient distribution of resources. What's more, they were programmed not only to consider the needs of their individual worlds, but the Republic as a whole, allowing them to work together to rebuild galactic scale infrastructure. Behind the closed doors, however, Aratech was a lot less confident in their G0T0 droids. The prototypes deployed after the Great Sith War had been known to suffer memory corruption due to the vast amounts of data they had to process, which led the droids to develop personality quirks and desires for independence. Though the prototypes never caused any problems, Aratech feared what would happen if their infrastructure droids went rogue. G0T0 units were incredibly intelligent after all, more so than any organic. In the hopes of avoiding catastrophe in the years after the Jedi Civil War, Aratech programmed the new wave of G0T0s with just two simple programming limitations. The droids had to work toward saving the Republic, and they had to obey Republic law. Several years after the Jedi Civil War, one G0T0 droid was assigned to the Telos Restoration Project, an ambitious program that sought to terraform Telos 4, a planet that had been rendered uninhabitable during the war, back to life. This G0T0 was given to an Ithorian herd under the leadership of Chodo Habat, who managed the project. The Ithorians gave the droid a fair bit of free rein, trusting its intelligence and data analysis skills, but G0T0 soon encountered a problem. To let him speak for himself,
It was lost, yes. It was given an impossible order. It was told to calculate a means by which the Republic could be saved. It could not fulfill its primary programming, not by abiding by the laws of the Senate. And so, like the Republic, the droid broke. It made a simple decision: preserve the Republic or preserve the laws of the Republic. And I still believe it to be the correct decision.
as you might already know, when droids found paradoxes in their programming, the effects could be disastrous. Some droids would completely snap, descending into a sort of madness. But other droids, especially more intelligent ones, did something far more dangerous. They chose to disregard their own programming limitations. G0T0 was one such droid. He chose to abandon the part of his programming that required him to obey the law, rationalizing that his main purpose was saving the Republic. He then set out to follow the rest of his programming in a rather unorthodox way, by becoming a crime lord. This particular G0T0 was not the only droid of its class to take this path. Within a few years of the Telos G0T0's defection, other Goto units were holding major banks hostage, demanding control of the Coruscant Financial Exchange, and establishing totalitarian rule over their worlds and seceding from the Republic. This last example ended up causing a full Republic Navy invasion of the Gordian Reach. Compared to that, the Telos Goto betrayal might seem minor. He continued to prioritize the stability of the Republic, after all, but his reasoning and methods might change your mind.
It was clear that the goal the Republic had for me was saving the Republic to allow it to become stable again. There is simply no way to do this with the conditions they put into place. For the good of all, I was forced to abandon the legal structure of the Republic. Do not mistake me. I believe it is possible to stabilize the Republic, but there must be action taken without constraints immediately. Sometimes people must die. Illegal shipments must be used to bolster planetary economies, and the huts must be occupied with me so that the Republic has room to recover.
It's subtle, but Goto wasn't just explaining himself in that clip. He was rationalizing. He stretched his programming much more than he liked to admit, doing what he wanted to do with the reassurance that it had to be done and that it was for the good of the Republic. Furthermore, he had no regard whatsoever for sentient life. He was programmed to ensure the stability of a government, and he had no reason to care about its people so long as they weren't driven to uprising. With that in mind, Goto's new choice of lifestyle was hardly surprising. He rapidly familiarized himself with the criminal underworld and traveled to Nar Shaddaa, the heart of illegal activity in the galaxy. However, Goto's dreams of becoming a crime lord were impeded by his status as a Republic infrastructure droid. Nobody took him seriously, no matter how much power he had. To fix this, G0T0 created a fake identity, posing as a human male named Goto and using a stock hologram model to represent himself. To complete the image, G0T0 based the character's mannerisms on gangster holovid cliches, which proved very effective to his amusement. As Goto, G0T0 took control of Nar Shaddaa's branch of the exchange, amassing a vast fortune, armies of loyal henchmen, and hordes of bounty hunters who would obey his every command. G0T0's data analysis capabilities made him an excellent crime lord, allowing him to manipulate resources with maximum efficiency. He found this quite satisfying, especially compared to his former job on Telos. Previously, G0T0's plans had always been plagued by obstacles he had to find workarounds for, but as a crime lord, he found that he could simply order an army of assassin droids to the home of anyone who caused him the slightest problem, which he did often. G0T0's operation on Nar Shaddaa were brilliantly constructed. His HQ was a sleek space yacht, the Visionary, which G0T0 kept cloaked in Nar Shaddaa's orbit impossible to find among the moon's constant space traffic. From the Visionary, G0T0 commanded a massive legion of droids scattered all over Nar Shaddaa. Most of these droids were inconspicuous, usually protocol droids, cleaning droids, or labor units, kinds of droids most organics took for granted. No one noticed as G0T0's droid spies watched Pizarch tables, rigged swoop races, eavesdropped on allies and enemies alike, or even silenced potential threats. G0T0's eyes and ears were everywhere, allowing him to eliminate anyone within the exchange hierarchy who got too ambitious. G0T0's droids earned him fear, respect, and a whole lot of credits. Perhaps the most important part of G0T0's whole scheme was Vogga the Hutt, who was then one of the dominant Hutt crime lords. Vogga controlled the planet Slayeron, which primarily exported fuel, something Vogga made tons of credits on through price gouging and clever deal making. G0T0 managed to cut in on Vogga's market, however, by stealing the Hutt's freighters. Vogga's warehouse, you see, was staffed entirely by droids, several of which were transmitting data to G0T0. Among the data transmitted was the ID signature of all of Vogga's freighters scheduled for departure, which the Visionary promptly snatched up. Vogga, as you can imagine, was driven to great lengths of frustration by this and repeatedly attempted to have Goto killed. In short order, G0T0 became wealthy enough to buy an entire sector and began manipulating galactic events in ways he believed would benefit the Republic. But there was one enduring obstacle that he still hadn't managed to eliminate: continuing conflict between the Jedi and the Sith. In the years since the Jedi Civil War, the Sith had been waging a new war against the Jedi, quietly carrying out the first Jedi Purge. G0T0 saw this as a potential destabilizing factor and decided that the stabilization of the Republic required one side, Jedi or Sith, to exterminate the other. By 3951 BBY, G0T0 was pretty sure that the Sith would emerge victorious. There was only one Jedi left in the galaxy, it was rumored, an exile named Mitra Surik. Upon learning that the exile had returned to Republic space, G0T0 became determined to capture her, hoping to either contain the threat she posed or get her to help him. To this end, he posted a bounty on her head, a truly colossal sum of credits that no bounty hunter could ignore. The best hunters in the galaxy scrambled to collect on the bounty, among them the mad Wookiee Hanha, the ruthless twin sons, an army of Duros thugs that called themselves the Zhug brothers, an entire tribe of Gand, and the HK-50 assassin droids. This was a mistake. Though G0T0's bounty explicitly stated that he wanted the Jedi alive, many bounty hunters figured that he'd pay just as much for the exile's corpse. To make matters worse, many of the hunters got a bit overzealous in their pursuit of the Jedi, especially the HK-50s, one of whom caused the destruction of the entire Perigus system in a botched attempt to bring in Mitra Surik. The destruction of Perigus threatened G0T0's plan for stability, as the Telos Restoration Project, upon which the fate of the Republic depended, relied on Perigus for fuel. Furthermore, in a shocking turn of events, Surik didn't take kindly to being hunted. After run-ins with a few more bounty hunters, the exile made her way to Nar Shaddaa to give the exchange a piece of her mind. When Surik arrived on Nar Shaddaa, G0T0 ordered his bounty hunters to wait while he spied on her, hoping to get a better idea of what she was like before bringing her to the Visionary. The exile, however, set about dismantling the exchange's business operations wherever she could find them, infuriating G0T0's underlings to the point where one, Visquis, stepped out of line and tried to capture her. This sparked an all-out war between the bounty hunters, causing chaos in the streets of Nar Shaddaa. G0T0 ultimately got his in-person meeting with the exile, but Surik's allies managed to follow her to his yacht. They boarded the Visionary, rescued Surik, and disabled the yacht's cloaking device, allowing the enraged bounty hunters to blow the whole thing up. The destruction of the Visionary was the final nail in the coffin for G0T0's criminal enterprise. G0T0 escaped the utter ruin of his operations aboard Surik's ship, the Ebon Hawk, and with nothing left to do, he joined the exile's crew.
G0T0 ultimately met his end on Malachor 5, where, defying the exile, he tried to prevent the destruction of the planet in the hopes of preserving the Sith's power base, still seeing the Jedi as a lost cause. For this, he was slain by HK-47.
R-Series Astromech droids were ubiquitous during the Clone Wars and the Imperial era, used as mechanics, navigators, or co-pilots by billions of beings all over the galaxy. Any Star Wars fan is familiar with these plucky little guides, especially the R2 series, made famous by the one and only R2-D2. But the R2s weren't the only R-Series Astromechs. In total, there were 10 different R-Series Astromech models, plus one prototype model. Some you likely know well, and some that you've probably never heard of. In this video, we'll be providing brief overviews of all 10, and determining which Astromech was the best. R-Series Astromechs were all products of Industrial Automaton, one of the largest droid-making conglomerates in the galaxy. The R-Series was IA's flagship line, made ubiquitous by the incredibly successful R2 series. But before the R2s, Industrial Automaton made two earlier attempts at cornering parts of the Astromech market. The first was the precursor to the R-Series, the P2 series Astromech droid. These droids were produced exclusively for the Old Republic shipping fleet, and they were extremely similar in design to the later R2 series, at least on the outside. However, the P2 was a pretty terrible Astromech. The design had numerous flaws that made the droid clumsy, while its brain was unintelligent and buggy. Since the P2 was only sold to the Republic, however, it didn't hurt Industrial Automaton's reputation as a producer of Astromechs, giving the company a second chance. It seized this chance, designing the R1 series Astromech droid to replace the P2 and sell on the open market. The R1 was the first of the R series, but it looked absolutely nothing like its successors. To start, it was nearly 2 meters tall and densely armored, based on the design of IA's Mark II reactor drone. This made the R1 slow and unable to fulfill all of the functions Astromech were expected of it, but it made up for these shortcomings with its repair and navigation capabilities. The R1 had the memory space for 500 different Starship schematics, granting it intricate knowledge of how to repair and maintain many different vessels. Furthermore, it could act as a hyperspace navicomputer, calculating hyperspace jumps for its parent ship. This revolutionary trait became the defining feature of the R series, and because of it, the R1 was very popular. Industrial Automaton capitalized on the success of the R1 by completely reinventing the consumer Astromech. Its next generation design, the R2 series Astromech, became one of the best-selling droids of all time. The R2 was based on the P2, but it was much smaller and much more efficient. Unlike its predecessors, the R2 was only about a meter tall, allowing it to fit into the utility droid slot of military starfighters, something only military-exclusive droids had previously been able to do. On top of this, the R2 was a more effective navigator than the R1, capable of holding 10 sets of hyperspace vector coordinates in its memory, and it could memorize the schematics for over 700 Starship models. This, plus the droid's enhanced maneuverability, made it a revolutionary advancement. The next few R-Series Astromechs didn't diverge much from the R2. The clear-domed R3 and the cone-headed R4 were specialist models that made small improvements on the R2 design while catering to specific clientele. The R3 was meant for service aboard large capital ships, with its schematic banks and toolkit designed specifically for compatibility with warship mainframes and reactor systems. The R4, meanwhile, was an agromech droid, marketed towards settlers in the Outer Rim. The R4 was designed to act as a garage mechanic for frontier families, sacrificing a lot of the neat tricks boasted of the R2 and R3 in exchange for superior maintenance abilities. It wasn't meant to be paired with starfighters, as it had only enough memory to calculate one hyperspace jump, but with some effort, it could be modified to do the job. Then, there was the R5, described by MechTech Illustrated as a meter-tall stack of the worst business decisions you could possibly want, The flat-headed R5 was essentially a budget R2, which Industrial Automaton hoped they could sell to people who wanted an Astromech but couldn't afford the other superior models. Indeed, the R5 was much cheaper than any other R-series Astromech, but as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The R5 dropped plenty of features and was plagued by mechanical problems. R5s were known to suffer from bad motivators and faulty personality matrices, among other things, which meant they ended up costing many owners thousands of credits on repair work. After the failure of the R5, Industrial Automaton wisely stopped trying to improve upon perfection. For a few decades, they just coasted off the success of the R2, R3, and R4, which became ubiquitous throughout the galaxy during the Clone Wars and the Imperial period. After the Battle of Endor, however, the galaxy began to change, and to meet the changing times, I put out yet another Astromech, the R6. Though the R6 looked a lot like the R5, it was essentially just an R2 2.0. The R6 shared all the functionality of the R2, with improvements here and there, as well as a cheaper price tag. The R6 was extremely popular, which gave Industrial Automaton the confidence it needed to keep making new Astromechs. Shortly after the release of the R6, Industrial Automaton put out the R7, a new, highly advanced Astromech designed to work with the New Republic's new E-Wing Starfighter. The R7 was much tougher than older Astromechs and shielded against ion cannon fire, giving it greater survivability in battle. It also had better memory, able to store 15 hyperspace jumps compared with the R2's 10 and the R6's 12. However, the R7 was expensive and only worked with the E-Wing, requiring extensive modification to be usable with any other starship. Industrial Automaton didn't stop with the R7. As the E-Wing started to fade in popularity, IA decided it was time for a new Astromech. Enter the R8, produced shortly before the end of the Galactic Civil War in 19 ABY. The R8 was marketed as a return to the roots of the R series, featuring a dome-like head with a satellite dish on top. Its purpose was to improve upon the advancements made with the R7 and make them generally accessible, and in this, the R8 was pretty successful. The R8 could do everything the R2 and R6 could, but better, and it could also serve as a dedicated gunner, which previous R-series Astromechs had not been programmed for. When the R8 was still in the design phase, it was rumored that the droid would be the first R-series Astromech to speak Basic. This rumor proved to be false, which is a good thing, because it would be heresy if it were true. The last known R-series Astromech model was the R9, which was produced after the Yuuzhan Vong War. The R9's capabilities aren't well known, but they appeared to be mostly the same as the R8's, albeit more capable in some or all respects. The only bit of concrete information we have about the R9 is that they were notorious for being overzealous with their self-preservation routines, which left them suspicious of their owners to the point where they occasionally withheld valuable information. Now that we've taken a look at all the R-series Astromechs, it's time to choose the best. Let's start by picking out the more subpar models. The P2 was obviously the biggest dumpster of the lot. The R5 honestly wasn't that far behind it. It was more useful to be sure, but as anyone who's ever owned a poorly designed car knows, when you have to constantly repair something just to get the bare minimum out of it, it isn't worth the time and money. Additionally, while it was a good model for its time, the R1 was so far outstripped by its successors that it also sits near the bottom of the pile. Around the middle of the list, we have the specialist Astromechs, the R3, the R4, and the R7. These droids weren't bad at their jobs by any stretch, but their specialization hurt their utility. The R7 was the worst offender, since it was outright incompatible with all but one Starfighter model. The R3 and R4 suffered from similar flaws. Without modification, the R3 wasn't much good outside of a large warship, and the R4 was only as good as a garage hand. That leaves us with the R2, the R6, the R8, and the R9. We don't know much about the R9, but its cagey personality inclines us to rank it below the other three. In third place, believe it or not, we have the R6. Even though the R6 made many minor improvements over the R2, it didn't even come close to the longevity of IA's signature model. The R6 was better on paper, but it didn't last nearly as long. R2 series droids were reliable for decades, performing effectively alongside every single one of their subsequent generations. With that said though, we're regrettably going to have to give the R2 second place in favour of the R8. The R8 also had longevity on its side, and unlike with the R6, its improvements on the R2 were all significant. The R8 far outperformed all the previous R-series droids in every single respect, and it also brought new features to the table. All told, we're going to have to give it the win.